Alright, welcome back to another episode of Speedruns From the Crypt. It is a bi-weekly horror hotfix. We show you a lot of the spookiest games that speedrunning has to offer. Before we get into tonight's show, I do just want to say that Flame Fatales will be having its next all-women's speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, this weekend from August 21st to the 27th. The marathon schedule is now out, so you can type !FF in Twitch chat, or go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more info. Alright, so for tonight's show, we're going to be truly going out of this world and showing you some far out games. I already get to open up with the puns, because we're going into the realms of deep space. Weirdly enough, I don't think I've ever actually tackled space specifically as a theme, which you think I probably would have at some point, but I think we just had a few space games at one point or another. Anyway, our games for tonight are going to be some really classic hits in the space game genre. We'll be having right over here, as you can see, and honestly, these are just some really high-impact runs, so I hope that you're excited to see them yourself. To start things off and open up, we're probably going to go to one of the most prolific horror games of all time, Dead Space, featuring Sharkcat87. Take it away.
Alright, hi everybody, I'm Sharkcat87, horror game speedrunner. Most known for doing the Dead Space games. We're doing some Dead Space 1 80% on PC today. So for my commentators, you want to introduce yourselves, then we can go ahead and just jump in.
Cool. My name is Meta. I'm primarily an FPS/like movement game speedrunner. I did a 12-hour challenge for Dead Space 2 recently, and I have never run Dead Space before, so I'm going to be asking a lot of questions during this run, I think. Topher.
Yeah, I'm Topher Cakes. I have run all 3 Dead Space games, most recently the 3rd one, and yeah, this is a really fun run. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to the remake next year.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's going to be really, really good. And we can talk a little bit more about that after we get started, but we're going to go ahead and start the run here, which is going to begin when I select the difficulty. So we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yo, good luck.
Thank you. Yes, there's a lot of precise tricks in this run, some things that can kind of go crazy. We have lots of backup saves, just in case. But I think we'll be totally fine. I've been practicing a lot, so we'll see how it goes. First thing to note is normally there's a 5-minute intro cutscene here, and similar to Dead Space 2, we can actually skip it by changing the value of the first checkpoint in the game, so that after the load screen is over, we are just in the ship, the Kellyan here, after we've arrived on the Ishimura. So we're supposed to be here as an engineer with this team fixing the ship. We are going to do that a little bit, but we also have to deal with these necromorphs, these creatures that are trying to kill us, basically. We can talk a little bit about the lore, I guess, a little bit later on too. But first of all, we got some... Got at least one pretty big trick coming up here. First of all, a small thing is I'm pulling up a tutorial here, or just leaving it open, so when the second one comes up, I can open this door a little faster, because normally when a tutorial pops up, you can't interact with stuff for a few seconds, so a little short optimization. But Topher, you want to talk about ham and skip a little bit while I get it set up here?
Yeah, for ham and skip, the store opens, all the characters walk in, and they have a spot that they're going to walk to. But Shark is going to line up on a very specific part on the ground, and then is going to push Hammond and kind of alter his path a little bit so that he stands by this door. And by doing that, if you get people to stand by doors or enemies or whatever, the door can actually stay open if they're close enough. And hopefully that's close enough. Shark's going to be pushing them to try and get as close as possible. Because in a few moments...
I kind of let him slide a little bit right at the end there. That might not be good. But we can kind of push him a little bit here.
I believe.
If we can get him close enough, we can get this door open, and then it cannot lock because the door will remain open, and we can get back out here.
Yeah, see if I push him a little bit. I might have messed up a little bit.
We might be able to lose a bit of time if we.
We might be able to. I'm still pushing him a little bit. You can kind of save these sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Maybe actually.
Yo!
Nice.
Okay, hold on. So okay, I'm just gonna be a little safe here. See if I can push him any more. I think that's probably good. So he can move around a little bit here, so we might get trolled a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, I have to hit the button. Okay, there we go. And oh, we got it. Okay, we almost. Okay,
Woo.
we're just keeping things interesting here. Okay, so normally, like you were saying, the door's supposed to lock there, and we got to go through that other door instead, and sort of progress through the game normally. But we actually have to come back up here later, and after going through this door, we can take an elevator towards the end of the level. So we're actually going to be going there right now once Kendra opens this door. We can't actually beat the game yet, or beat the level yet, rather, I mean. In each of these chapters, there are a certain number of objectives you have to complete before it lets you move on to the next one. And each chapter is a separate map file in the game, so you can't just jump from one chapter to the other. You have to actually end it in the intended method. So in this case, we need to repair the tram and get the tram to come back to this area I'm about to be going to, and then get on it to go to chapter 2. So it's not actually going to be here yet, but this is a pretty big shortcut. And not only that, more importantly, it also gets us the pulse rifle, which is going to be the most broken gun in the game. Not only because it's a really good weapon in terms of damage, but it lets us do a technique called pulse boosting, which is where we aim and alt-fire our gun into a wall. And because of the collision properties of guns in this game, it actually launches you backwards at a really, really high speed, depending on
How much
your
does a
FPS.
pulse rifle cost, Shark?
7k credits actually, and we just barely are able to get enough items at the beginning of the game to be able to afford this.
Man, inflation's hitting
Which is
hard.
really nice. Now I need to.
I said it.
Oh, what'd you say?
Listen, before I said inflation's
what you
hitting
said.
hard.
Sorry, I
that
know
was
what
the
you
joke I
said.
said wanted to say.
It do be.
It is, and actually you don't always get the same amount of credits, so it's a little still a little bit
I think it's
close.
really interesting.
I mean, fortunately, you always have enough.
I think it's
But go ahead,
interesting
sorry.
as well that like the pulse rifle can be used to do these like massive skips, but then there's also all this like movement optimization with like going down straight hallways really quickly. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of sections where we can't just pulse boost all over the place because it might not be worth it to do so. But then you also have these sections where we go down these long hallways, and we just fly through them. Okay, so like I said, we have to repair the tram. We're not actually going to stay in this room the whole time, though. So we've started that process there. I was able to skip the stasis module, by the way. We're going to get that back in chapter 2 because the game just gives it to you if you don't pick it up. Yeah, you can see in any of these long hallways here, we can just kind of fly down them. Now, I do have to wait for an audio cue here to make sure the tram is actually repaired. There it is. We'll wait a little bit longer just to be safe. That should be it, though. Yeah.
Tram replacement complete.
So if we leave a little bit too early, we can still beat the level. But when we get to the end, only the floating hologram button we have to push is there, but not the tram platform. So you have to do a little bit of a weird boost to hit it, and it's not very consistent. So we're trying to avoid that if possible.
So is there any other considerations for money for the rest of the run, or is the pulse rifle like the only thing you need?
That's a good question, actually, yes. So I do need to make sure I collect enough items in this chapter to be able to buy the line gun for the next level. And eventually we will need to buy another gun called the contact beam. But after chapter 2, we don't really have to worry about money anymore. It's more about inventory and item management, because we get 10,000 credits for free at 2 different points in early game, just along our path. And so after that, we don't really have a problem with being able to afford stuff. It's more about, okay, I need to make sure I have this much pulse rifle ammo and this much line gun ammo and these many health packs and stuff like that. Once we get out of like chapter 4, pretty much.
This is something I remember from the article. I know you unbind Stomp for the pulse rifle or pulse boosting. Does that
Yes.
interfere with looting at all? Like, does that make the money route a bit tighter, or does it not really matter?
No, I think there's one part in the run where I stomp a couple boxes, but otherwise you can just shoot them or pick them up and throw them.
Oh wait, I
so
thought is Stomp unbound or no?
Oh no, so I bind it to a different key actually.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
normally on spacebar. I have it on V instead. But yeah, like Meta was saying, pulse boosting is actually very precise if you don't buffer it, meaning not holding one of the inputs down first. So we actually take the stomp input off of spacebar and just put it somewhere else, so that when I hold down spacebar, I'm buffering alt fire, meaning if I aim my gun, I'll just immediately alt fire on the first frame possible. So when I'm doing these pulse boosts, I'm holding down my alt fire button and then aiming as soon as I touch the wall, and that will launch me back a lot more consistently. Now, it doesn't mean pulse boosts are consistent though, or I should say not that they're, you won't get the same result every time, really. Not that it's random, it's just they're very, very precise, depending on your camera angle, and also what point of the animation you're in. So for example, if your right foot is all the way forward, you get a lot of speed, whereas if your left foot is forward, it's not as much, etc. So we have to take that into account too with some of these boosts. Not really the ones down the hallways, that doesn't really matter as much, but there's certain times in the run where we need to boost somewhere and land at a very specific spot. And so for that, you have to actually time it. Oh yeah, so we have to actually take an intentional
This is definitely the
death
most
in chapter 2.
Yeah.
So it's actually good to get hit there.
It's a nightmare up here. No survivors. We're going to try to get the command.
Yeah, I was gonna say pulse boosting makes this the most frustrating game to run at times, where your run will be killed by something that feels like it's completely out of your control.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very cool when it works. It's very satisfying, but sometimes it feels like you're doing the exact same thing, and then something just won't work, and you'll die and lose a minute. So going for PBs, that can be a little frustrating sometimes, but it is a fun game.
No fooling, it is really fun.
It is very fun, yeah. All right, so with that, we've actually completed all the objectives for Chapter 1. So we're just going to head back down the way we went before. And now we can just get on the tram and go straight to Chapter 2. And speak.
This game is so much spookier than Dead Space 2.
Yeah, I think generally a lot of people say that the atmosphere of this game is a lot scarier than the rest of the franchise. I think I tend to agree. There are definitely moments in 2 and 3 though that are pretty good. Like especially the DLC for 3 is really good. The return to the Ishimura in Dead Space 2 is also really good. I think I like that a lot. All right, so we didn't have to. Not only did we get Hammond skip, but we did not have to use any of our safety saves for Chapter 1. So we're honestly off to an excellent start. It might not have looked like it. There are so many places you can soft lock the game in Chapter 1. It's actually really bad. But
not for me though.
We're practiced. We're prepared.
Is there any chapter in this game that's like a break? Every single chapter just like
Nothing to be afraid of.
brutally difficult?
So
5
chapter
is kind of safe.
Yeah, chapter 5 is pretty easy. If you're not doing the big skip, which we'll talk about.
Yeah, I was
Talk about that. But if you're doing the chapter, how most people do it, it's pretty easy. Chapter 7 has some difficult moments, but it has a section where you're kind of just waiting around for a little bit. It's pretty chill. Once you get to chapters 8 through 12 are all just huge skips back to back till the end of the game. It's like a huge gauntlet.
It sounds like Dead Space 2 for me.
Yeah.
My Dead Space 2 route is like easy going until 7, and it's like boom, every single chapter after that is skips.
Yeah, it's a little bit like that here, where like the end of the game is pretty difficult. So
Just wait until you do drill skip.
exactly. So that's called bench boost. We can get a little bit of a pulse boost up here. I should mention, by the way, so you can get launched backwards with a pulse boost, but if you hit other pieces of geometry like slopes or corners and things like that, you can actually translate some of that vertical or horizontal speed rather into vertical speed. So like that, I can actually launch myself up in the air. So we can essentially jump in a game with no jump button, which is pretty broken because we can go places we're not really supposed to go. There's just a little bit of a shortcut, but you'll see some other examples like the next level. Oh yeah, see there's 10,000 credits just right there. It's like it's always there in space. It's not a random drop. It's just fixed. So yeah, we do not have.
Do we want to talk about tilting?
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and start talking about that, while I go grab this
Okay,
item.
so in this game, the zero gravity sections are very finicky, where you can't really fly around freely in space. You have to like jump from platform to platform, but your feet will stick on whatever surface you're on. That is, unless you're punching. So if you punch nonstop, Isaac will continue to orient himself to whatever surface you're on. So if you go out of the zero gravity section here, so now you're not in zero G anymore, but you're continuously punching. Shark is able to put Isaac onto this slight slope here, and by stopping punching, we give a slight tilt to our character, and that's going to be helpful in a little bit. It looks a bit wonky. We're not going to keep it forever, but it will save us a little bit of time in the next few rooms.
I love this so much. This might be
This
my
glitch is super
favorite
cool.
glitch in like any game ever.
It's honestly kind of sad that we don't get to use this more. We get to do it twice in the run. So it
right here's the first one.
So you see, like, yeah, I can gain a little bit of height here, sort of running against the direction I'm tilted in, so we can jump over that railing there. Make sure these guys don't kill me. I need to make sure they don't hit me there, because if we die, we lose the tilt. And we do need it to skip this fight coming up here in a little bit.
Oh, sorry, I think I missed it. How did you pick up stasis again?
We just
if you just beat chapter 1 without ever picking it up, the game just gives it to you when you start chapter 2. It's actually
wouldn't
really,
that be nice in Dead
it's really
Space
lucky.
2?
It really would be. Yeah. It's the same thing if you skip picking up kinesis in this chapter. If you go to chapter 3, it gives it to you. Not that we know of, we don't know of a way to beat this level without kinesis, so it's not really useful. But if you ever did, then you'd be able to get it back. Also, would be very useful in Dead Space 2. But anyway. So right here, speaking of Dead Space 2, that game has a checkpoint restart button, which this game does not have. And after hitting a checkpoint here and reloading from it, we can actually skip this cutscene. So you'll see me do this a few times in the run. If we just die and then reload the checkpoint, that's one method of doing it. Right there. So we'll do the same thing later. We'll get a checkpoint, we'll die, which forces the game to reload from the checkpoint, and then we can skip a few cutscenes. Slow some of these guys down. They like to grab you from 2 rooms away. You might still do it.
Don't grab them.
Oh, okay, nice. Sometimes people call that getting shark-headed, because it happens to me a lot. And I've also you can actually get true comboed, or you can literally get wobbled in this game. You'll get grabbed 2 or 3 times in a row, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Oh yeah, I pulse boosted into them, by the way. That's why they're floating in the air.
Is there a hardcore mode in this game?
There's no hardcore, but impossible is the hardest difficulty. So there's no difficulty setting with no checkpoints or anything, but impossible I would say is harder than the hardest difficulty in 2, which is Zealot. That'll be an interesting thing to see in the remake if they decide to add hardcore back in. I think that would be pretty cool.
What are the rules of hardcore?
What would you say? Sorry.
What are the rules of hardcore? It's like 3 saves. If you die, you have to go back to your last save.
Yeah.
No checkpoints.
Yeah, it's the hardest difficulty, but no checkpoints, and you only get 3 saves. Yeah. Well, except there is a glitch to duplicate the saves, but you know that's a whole separate thing. So I don't think we talked about the objective for this level. All we have to actually do is go get this captain's rig item that we're about to go get. You don't have to actually build that bomb to progress, just to beat the level, but we don't actually have a way of getting past the wall without cheats, which is why I go do all that other stuff first. Although it is kind of nice, because then, like I said, you get to see the tilt, and it's just such a cool trick that it'd be kind of a shame if it got cut out of the run, you know?
So Shark, you just did something there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So your guns have collision in the game, like I said. You can actually aim into the walls like that to clip your gun through them, and then you can use actions like shooting and grabbing through the walls. So in that case, I'm actually able to grab some of those items before the glass explodes. Just saves a little bit of time.
And it's kind of funny because Visceral put collision on the weapons specifically so that you couldn't do that. And the collision allows you to do pulse boosting, and then we can just like grab and shoot things through the walls anyways. So it's a win-win for us.
it really is, yeah. And you'll see later that we actually used that to clip through some walls in 0G later on as well by aiming through. All right, that's chapter 2. Very nice.
Are we ready
Nicely
for the
done.
most fun chapter?
Yeah, this next level is probably one of my favorites in the whole run, actually. It's very short and simple. We're gonna be skipping most of it. So normally you're supposed to fix a bunch of things and then go turn on the engines in the engine room, but that last objective is the only thing you have to actually do here, so we're just gonna go straight to that. Because all the first 2 objectives do is unlock a door, so we're just gonna skip past that. Oh yeah, we're also going out of bounds here. So I'm gonna set up a pulse
just
boost
casually.
here. Yeah, there we go.
Yo.
Oh,
Just do a nice little half pipe jump here.
that was one of my favorite jumps when I started learning the game.
It's so cool. Do another pulse boost here into 0G.
Does that mess anything up, or is it just like, does the game just pick you up like it would normally in 0G?
Oh, so right there, if you're not supposed to be able to float in midair like that when you're in 0G, you're supposed to only be able to stick to surfaces, so you'll start to fall. But if you hold aim like I did there, you'll be able to just float like that and then jump again. But that was actually pretty good.
Nice.
All right, not bad.
Yeah, this chapter is just...
I was getting my practice.
This is just jump to jump to jump for the whole chapter.
Yeah, I love that jump too. He actually...
Wait, that was a jump? It looked like you just went down like a hallway.
We pretty much...
It happens so...
We pretty much like... Yeah, essentially. It's like almost like we teleported down the hallway, yeah. You move really fast when you boost.
It happens so fast.
Okay, there we go. So we turned on the engines. So now we have to wait for the engines to be ready and then start them, I suppose. So now we gotta kill a bunch of enemies.
Isn't this segment based on how many necromorphs you kill? Like it only goes after a certain amount of kills?
Yeah, you have to kill a certain amount of enemies. Not the ones that start in the room though. Those don't count. That should be it. There we go. Okay.
Please confirm ignition.
So we immediately just hit the button and then boost off it to get back to the start of the room. And believe it or not, we're almost done with this level, actually.
A small note is that if you do, like, necromorphs in the room can impact how you boost. So, like, that room right there when you're trying to leave, if you leave a lot of necromorphs just alive, you can get bounced anywhere. I think I've even gotten bounced out of bounds before.
You can get some really unlucky boosts and just fly out of bounds and die. That happens a lot in this game. We've gotten pretty lucky so far, honestly, with not getting a lot of that stuff. Like a lot of really weird boosts. All right. So
does every level end with the tram?
all of them except the second to last
11.
chapter you fly down to the planet, so that one ends a little differently. So every level except the last two ends at a tram. But most of them you have to return to the same tram. In chapter 5, the next level, we actually go to a different tram. And that's why, we'll talk about the skip there a little bit later, but...
we don't have to.
Well, we don't have to. Actually, we'll probably talk about this first, yeah. So I'm actually going to try to save here, if I can make it before Kendra starts talking to me. Because if I miss this boost here, I got to go back to the... There we go. I got to go back to the beginning, and if characters are talking, you can't save. So there we go. Alright, so there's a hole in the ceiling here, and I'm going to boost off this ramp, which is going to give me a lot of height, and we're actually going to fly straight out of bounds like this. Nice, okay. Nice. And so now we're going to do another boost here to fly really high into the air. And we should hit a checkpoint on the way up. So all we got to do for this level... Oh, very nice, we got it. Okay.
Yo!
Let's go.
First try.
Let's go. Yeah, that...
this part's harder right now, though.
Honestly, this jump I just did is kind of harder than, like, the last part of that trick, because it's, like... It's a little bit precise. But we made it. We're trying to make the fastest cycle here we can. It's looking good. Oh yeah, so yeah, the only thing you have to do to beat this level is do this asteroid shooting minigame coming up here. So we just skip all the stuff where you have to fix the elevators and ride them up really slowly and all that stuff. We're not doing that.
This section has aged so well since like 2008.
Oh yeah, I think this game has aged really well overall. I think it still holds up really well.
I think this game, it holds up well, but once I start playing Dead Space 2, I'm like, no, it hasn't.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. Just in terms of the gameplay, at least, 2 is just so
it's smooth.
So smooth. Yeah. I think the clunkiness of this game is definitely intentional, but
That's it, Isaac. You're in the pit.
It does feel. I'm interested to see what they do with the remake in terms of the game feel to see how it plays.
Too many of those things get by, and we're dead.
So yeah, this part, this is an auto-scroller. We kind of just have to shoot these rocks for 2 minutes, and on mouse it's kind of free. So we're sort of just chilling here for a little bit.
I'm really hoping the remake doesn't have mouse smoothing.
Oh yeah, so the mouse. Yeah,
really
so I don't know if you can tell just by watching this. The mouse controls on the PC port are not that good. There is a mouse fix. I'm actually not using it because it makes some of the tricks a little bit more annoying, and I'm just used to it at this point. But yeah, did you want to talk about that meta a little bit, like the mouse stuff?
I mean, I don't really have experience with Dead Space 1 and like the mouse, but I know in Dead Space 2, it's really weird. The mouse will like
Just one more minute.
the best way I can explain it is if you try to move your mouse too quickly, it'll like slow you down. So it slows you down at the rate that you move your mouse. So if you move your mouse really quickly, it'll slow you down like a lot. Or if you move it like you almost have to move it at like a medium speed to move it the fastest, which is super weird.
Yeah.
So anyway, I installed the mouse fix, which gets rid of that.
Yeah.
And I was told off by like 3 people, like, no, you gotta try it on the original. It's easier.
Yeah,
No.
it's not really that big of a deal for 2. The main thing in this is if you don't move the camera for a few seconds while you're running, your camera will reset to a default position. So we use that for camera setups to line up certain tricks. But with mouse fix, it just doesn't do that. So there's a few tricks where that makes it harder. And I think you also can't aim down as far. It's either it lets you aim further down or you're not as far, and that also messes up some setups where we would just, it's like, aim as far down as you can, and then aim at this, and then, then do the setup. So I usually just play without it. Also, I'm gonna take another save here because we're gonna be doing an out of bounds. And if you fall out of 0G in this game and don't hit solid ground, you will just continue to fall forever, and there's no way to restart checkpoint at all, so you just have to load a save from the menu. So, just in case that happens, we're gonna save. I don't think it's going to, I think we'll be fine, but I don't have a save there yet, so, just trying to be as safe as possible. Otherwise, it's just load up a chapter 5 save, I guess, and we don't really want to have to do that. We want the full experience here. Full space game experience.
Speaking of full experience, I hope they don't take away turret sections in the remake. In fact, I hope every chapter has its own turret section.
Yeah, it has to be an auto-scroller too.
All right, here's the fun out of bounds.
Yeah, so yeah, you can explain. Yeah,
there you go.
This.
Yeah, Shark was just using his gun to push himself in a certain position, and you'd be able to jump out into this direction, hit something, and fall down here. And right now, he's falling down an elevator shaft to get back to the main floor. The thing is, though, is because Shark never got back inbounds to where there's air, you can see the timer on his back is about to run out, but we did pick up an air canister in the last chapter, and that gives us about 20 extra seconds, which is about enough to make it back to the tram.
Yeah, it's nice too, because as long as you hit the button before you suffocate here, it won't kill you. I've seen Fiery, the console world record holder for this game, I've seen him hit this button with about 0.7 seconds of air left on his back one time. It's pretty close, but yeah, you will survive as long as you hit that button before the air runs out. You will make it to the next chapter.
Can you do that without getting the air canister at all?
I'm not sure if you can make it that fast. I think it was a situation where he got stuck for a little bit, but then something like still made it.
Yeah.
So what are we on? Is this the infamous chapter 5 now?
Yeah, so this chapter has a skip where you go straight to the tram at the end, and it saves about 6 minutes. The problem is it's almost impossible. The world record actually does have it, and that's why the world record is part of the reason why the world record is more than 6 minutes faster.
Yeah.
Hold on, I just need to make sure I buy enough stuff here.
Yeah, and Rampancy, who's the world record holder, I think it was Looney who asked him like how consistent it was, and Rampancy said something like, you do like a day of attempts and you get it one time, or something stupid like that. It is a stupid trick.
Yeah, I think he actually said you could do attempts for a whole day and not even get it at all. So it's
well, okay, point proven.
It's bad. So yeah, no one else has really grinded it. We have not found a better way to do it. So we're playing chapter 5. Let's go.
Yeah, Meta, you were asking about chapters that, are kind of a break. There aren't that. I don't think there's anything that can really kill the run on this chapter, right?
No, not really. You can die on this electricity here.
You're close to the chemistry station.
I mean, that can happen. You can die to some of the Guardians, because the one hit kill you.
I'll search the record.
But it's for the most part, yeah, it's mostly glitchless with a few pulse boosts here and there just to save a little time. So it's a pretty chill level if you're not doing the skip, honestly.
So
And
is 5, like, assuming you don't do the impossible skip, is chapter 5 the only one without, like, a skip?
There are a couple small strats here. So I am taking another
Like right
death here to
now.
skip a cutscene. I actually just barely didn't die in that last one. So chapter 2 doesn't have a huge, like, full chapter skip, but we did have that tilt. Chapter 1, we don't skip the whole thing either, but we got Hammond skip at the beginning. So there's a few levels like that where there's some sequence breaks or small skips, but we don't skip the whole thing. But we do have full chapter skips for chapters 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 8 through 12. So yeah, a lot.
Shark, you didn't kill that enemy.
A lot of them. Oh yeah, this guy, so he will regenerate all his limbs. So we are keeping him in place here until Kendra unlocks the door for us.
Yeah, no fooling.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, does he just not die?
He would no, he'll
Oh.
just continuously
What?
regenerate his limbs. Yeah.
Thank you, Kendra.
And every single
Kendra
Dead Space
answered that
game has an enemy just like that, because they were like, wow, this was pretty scary, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, except they only throw it at you at the very end. Into he actually shows up a bit more.
Hammond,
Well, by a bit more, I
I
mean
didn't
in
even
two
know that was
chapters.
into. Do we skip it into?
It's
Yeah,
only
it's in
chapter-
chapters 14 and 15, which are just not
Okay.
not in the run. Yeah.
Which we would do with iPoke skip, yeah.
Yeah. So the objective for this chapter is we're trying to take this sample and develop it into I guess antidote's the right word. We're trying to cure some poison stuff in the next level. So I'm preparing the sample so we can actually use it. Which basically just means I need to run to this side of the level and put it in a little thing, grab it again, and then go all the way back to where we just were, which will unlock some doors and get us to the area where you would skip to if we were actually skipping the whole level.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of skips, I'm actually going to do a pulse boost over a fight trigger in this room. It's pretty low to the ground, so we just boost over it and skips a whole encounter where the door locks. I'm going to fight a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, also that guy's Mercer. He was on the medical team here, but he's gone crazy and wants to turn everyone into necromorphs, and you know, it's a whole thing.
Usual Dead Space things.
Yeah, we don't really see him like at all, so it doesn't really come up that much, I guess. Oh, do one of you want to explain no rig videos, by the way? Since we haven't actually seen any of those.
Yeah, I can say it quickly. So, throughout the normal game, you would be seeing a lot of just hologram videos pop up in front of you of the characters talking. Not much beyond that, but a lot of dialogue takes place from there. But on PC, you could easily just go to a folder that has those videos and you can delete them. And then it just makes it so that whenever a video would play, it just, I don't know, it doesn't play at all. There is one funny moment, I think it's the end of chapter 8, where there's like a really strange looking effect that happens because of it. But yeah, a lot of the gameplay is just, it would be this one would be a lot more boring if we left the videos in. So the community voted and said that it's completely fine to just remove them.
Yeah, it's essentially like a little mini cutscene skip mod, where, so for example, you get to a door at the beginning of the chapter where you can't really explore yet, and there'll be a 40-second cutscene that plays, and once it's over, the door unlocks and you can progress. So instead, what happens is the video tries to play and then it can't, so it just unlocks the door immediately. So it essentially just skips a few cutscenes here and there throughout the run, which is really nice.
Hammond. I'm gonna try to switch over.
All right, so we're almost to the end of this chapter now.
I'll continue scanning for his location.
I don't think any speedrunner would object to cutscene skips.
Yeah, it's really nice. It doesn't work the same way in 2 and 3, unfortunately. You can delete the videos, it just doesn't really have an effect. All those sequences are just tied to timers and things like that instead of the videos.
Let's hope that poison works.
But Dead Space 2 doesn't have. There's the beginning one that we already skipped with the hex editor thing.
Yeah, there's not a lot of cutscenes.
And then, chapter 1 does have some stuff, but then there's Dana, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Oh, I actually didn't mean to use that heal there. That's fine though. Just use 2 mines.
No, it's not.
No, it's not fine.
Yeah, you gotta be on your toes to get a good time in this game.
That is true. Oh, actually, it kind of worked out though, because now we restart here with full health, so...
This is where you would start if you did the big skip in the chapter. So
Yeah, we beat her almost immediately, yeah. Oh yeah, that was a mini boss, I guess. I don't know.
I
See ya.
suppose.
kind of. Yeah, we just stasis him in place and then freeze him. He's gone. And we'll never see him again. Probably. We will see him again. All right, so chapter 6, another level where we're gonna actually skip most of it. This level is pretty insane though. It's pretty complicated.
This is
I
the
think.
worst chapter for a new runner.
Oh yeah, this is one of the worst
Well-
chapters to learn, I think. I mean, well, then it's like, well, then
it's the
there's-
longest tutorial video.
Yeah.
How long is the tutorial video? I'm curious.
Oh, it's like, is it like 12 or 18 minutes or something?
Something like that, I think. Yeah, it's
And how long's the actual level?
I don't know.
oh, what is it? It's like I'm trying to remember.
Eight? 10?
I've been doing runs this week. I should remember. 6 or 7 minutes, I think,
It's a
if
solid
you're-
ratio.
If you're good.
something like that. So the thing is, with this level, this is the hydroponics deck, and there are these enemies called Weezers. There's 6 of them throughout the whole level, or is it? Yeah, it's 6, right? I think it's 3 on each side. Doesn't matter. Anyway, I think it's 8 actually.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. Anyway, there's these enemies you have to kill, and after that, it unlocks a door, which leads to a boss fight. Kill the boss. That's actually all you have to do, and then you go back. So killing the enemies isn't actually required. So we're gonna do a pretty complicated out-of-bounds sequence to hit a load zone past the locked door and just go to the boss, which is cool and all, but the door doesn't actually unlock even after we kill the boss. So then we got to do another very complicated out-of-bounds sequence to get back over here where I am now to then go down the elevator to leave. Love it. It's
Can we get some We Love Weezer in chat?
yes.
I'm on it.
Also, I don't know if we do channel predictions on these, but channel prediction is Shark's game going to crash?
Ooh, yes,
It
that's
crashed
true.
at least twice today.
It did. So
But I can't override the
after the
integrity
skip,
lockdown.
you can actually make a save, which is really nice because right after the skip, the game can crash, but you have the opportunity to save first. So we'll be fine. I'm gonna save, obviously, but there is a chance it could crash. It happens sometimes. You really never know. Yeah, fortunately for marathon runs, you can actually be really safe with the crashes, even though they can happen in various parts of the game. Because like with backup saves, saving throughout the run, etc. It's usually more just a problem when you're doing PB attempts because you don't want to save because it loses time, obviously. And the game doesn't auto save at all, so if you die or go back to the menu, you're just you're done.
Yo, what's that gun, Shark?
Oh yeah, we just picked up the contact beam. It is very, very broken. It's a very strong weapon. We use it to kill those brute enemies as well as the boss of this level.
And how much did that cost?
You know, I don't. I think it's.
Inflation's kind of bad recently.
It's
Too much.
It's
It's
like
the same
9K
joke.
maybe. I forget. We don't. It doesn't really matter because we just have so much money anyway at this point.
So,
But it's something like that.
So something
yes.
just happened.
Oh yeah, so when that tentacle grabs you, if you're in the wall like that, while it blows up, it'll actually get you stuck on the wall, and then to resolve the collision, it puts you in the ceiling. It just pushes you up, and then we do a pulse boost on top of this ceiling here. And now I'm gonna fall off, and we should hit a load zone past that door, like I mentioned. Almost got stuck on the floor. We were good.
Nice.
Oh, man.
The Dead Space devs are shaking and crying right now because that whole sequence took them so long to develop.
Yeah.
And you're just like,
I mean,
"Ah, peace out.
You know, to be fair, you have to do that in a very specific way to get it to do that. Otherwise, that tentacle works exactly the way it's supposed to.
No, this happened to be on a casual playthrough, so it's kind of easy to hit.
It's kind of it's kind of free to be honest.
Pretty free.
All right, we got a boss fight here. So this is the Leviathan. It's pretty straightforward. We just have to take out each of these tentacles, and then we're gonna use our contact beam to take out the weak spot in the middle.
Yeah, like, dude, this is not aged a day. Like, this particular boss fight, like, we take this and just take it out. This could release in 2022. I would be more than happy.
Oh yeah, no, this,
Let me
this
tell
boss
ya.
fight's cool.
It's gonna release in 2023.
True. Yeah, I think like if anything has aged poorly, like even the graphics are fine, honestly. But like I guess it would just be the controls.
Yeah, I think the way the
Right.
game controls is really the only thing that I would say feels a little bit old. Everything else, I mean, it's just a really solid game overall. And part of the clunk is definitely the on mouse and keyboard, at least, is definitely just the way it's ported, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like I said, I'm really excited to see how they make the remake work. All right, so again, we have to get out of bounds here. So I pulse boost into the air and pulse boost again down, and if we do it right, we should clip up on top
You can do
of
this.
here. This should be good. And you did. Oh, there we
Maybe
go.
more-
Nice. Okay, so that's the hardest part right there.
Nice.
So we need to get
How do
back
you-
here.
How do you pulse boost down? Is it just like an angle thing?
So we actually call that warp speed, but for whatever reason, when you're falling in 0G, if you alt fire, you just get sent downwards really, really fast. So right there, we're actually using, so it's technically a different thing, I suppose, but it's the same inputs, really. It's a bit strange.
Want me to explain this part?
Oh, yes. So I need to cross an invisible gap here. So I'm gonna do a damage boost with the line gun here. Damage boosting the line gun is actually way better in 2 and 3. It sends you almost nowhere in this game, but it's just enough to get across that gap. And you can see all these doors are still loaded. So I'm going to be really careful here to try to get on top of this door frame. And if I open the door while I'm falling and pause the game, it'll load the level in around me. And now we're finally back in bounds
Nice.
on the other side of the locked door. And now we're going to
And then the game
save in case the
crashes.
game crashes.
Looked like Dead Space 2 for a split second there.
It is, yeah. Dead Space 2 is
deloads.
definitely the one that's more known for those door dives, but we got a couple of them in this game too.
Oh yeah, I don't know if this is like a dumb question or if it's even answerable, but why don't deloads exist in this game? Like what is different between Dead Space 1 and 2
So-
where deloads don't exist in this one?
So you actually can kind of deload the level or get, because like that, I mean, the area I was in was partially deloaded. The problem is,
Yeah.
in this game, doors don't lose their collision when the rooms around them are unloaded, but in 2 they do, so you can run straight through the doors, which is important because opening doors will load things in, but if you don't have to actually open the door to pass through it, then you won't continue to load more things in, so you can continue to stay
Right.
like in an unloaded area, basically. It's the same in 3. The doors just don't disappear, they just stay solid.
It's so interesting
Yeah.
to see like the different like techniques that they're using or different like how they changed their ideas of how they wanted to handle things between 1, 2, and 3. And it makes me wonder like if they're gonna take some of the more, I guess, modern practices from like 2 and 3 and apply them to 1, which will change the speedrun route like drastically.
Yeah.
I'm actually in contact with John Dead Space, and they're gonna bring back
Okay.
pulse boosting.
Well, I gotta explain something
Yo,
real quick.
let's
I'm pretty
go.
sure I forgot to save in the beginning of chapter 7, and if it doesn't crash in chapter 6, sometimes it crashes when that door opens, so we're good. It's pretty rare. Like we weren't really in that much danger, but you know, it can happen. I had chapter 7 backup save anyway, so we would have been okay regardless. But you know.
Yeah, so right now, Shark is... This is the only time that you visit the bench in the entire run, and the whole point
Yes.
is just to update your kinesis, and this is all for one room that's coming up, to grab the, what are they, meteors, or just little big rocks in this room?
I think the game calls them anomalies, but yeah, I think they're, or at least the computer said remove anomaly from room or whatever. But yeah, they're rocks, asteroids, whatever. I don't know.
Waiter, there's an anomaly, I can't say it, anomaly in my soup.
Oh yeah, so we're in chapter 7 now, by the way. This is the mining deck, and there's four decks within the mining deck. So deck 1 is the one we started on, and now we're going to deck 2. So the goal of this chapter is to grab an SOS beacon and put it on an asteroid, and then press a button to launch the asteroid into space. So first we're going to deck 2 to grab a key that'll let us actually get into one of those rooms. With cheats, you don't technically need this item, but we don't have a way to clip in and out of the room that this unlocks, so we still gotta go get it. And here's the room that Topher was talking about. We used the upgraded kinesis range to be able to grab some of these asteroids from a little further away. Otherwise, we'd have to actually jump to the other side of the room, throw them in, and then jump back. But
That's slow.
that is very slow. There is actually a pulse boost you could do into this room that lets you float in midair, and then you can grab them all from the same spot. But I honestly haven't practiced too much, so we're gonna stick with the safer strat here.
It's a really fun run killer when you accidentally lose one of the asteroids and you have to go play hide and seek.
Oh yeah, you do have to be a little careful where you throw them. Yeah. Don't blow me up, please. So these enemies are a bit random too, which makes this level a little bit interesting. So I put a mine there to get rid of some of those guys. Oh, that's kind of interesting. One thing I haven't really mentioned explicitly so far is you'll notice when I boost a lot of the time, he'll shoot his gun, but sometimes he doesn't. So if you interrupt the animation of the alt fire while it's happening, it'll just cancel it completely, and that actually saves a little bit of time because we still get all the same speed boost, just without the extra 1 second animation at the end. So whenever we're on flat ground, you're usually not going to see that, but anytime we're boosting on a slope or anything, that's why it doesn't actually shoot the gun afterwards. As soon as you lift off the ground or fall, it just stops. Okay, there's the regenerator again. Just brief appearance there.
Chapter 7 in Dead Space 1 looks a lot more comfy than in Dead Space 2.
So far, yeah. Well, I mean,
So far.
well, okay. I was gonna
Fair
say deck 3 is where things are actually kind of difficult. The rest of it's not bad. Deck 4 here is
You have a friend down here.
yes, we do. That's true. Basically, we have to ride this gondola back and forth twice and do a little auto scroller where we protect Nicole. So we're kind of like the asteroid section. We're sort of just chilling for a little bit. There are some pulse boosts to skip the gondola ride back, but kind of same thing I mentioned before. I personally don't have it super consistent, so we're not gonna go for it for safety. But you know, we'll just take a nice little gondola ride, and relax a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately,
Gondola's not nearly as long as Thrill anyways. So.
it is definitely, actually, it's about as long as, honestly, this deck is about as long as the drill. Not gonna lie.
Huh.
I think it's like pretty close. This actually might be longer, I don't know.
Shark, do you want to go over why whenever you get off the gondola, you say, now it's gondola?
I am known for saying that.
That is something you do.
I definitely do that all the time. That's a good point.
Anyway, story-wise, your girlfriend's here, and that's the reason that we're here in the first place. And she's gonna help you out. See?
Is that really you?
Isn't that cool?
That is pretty cool. It's cool that she's alive and helping us.
And well.
With no gun, she destroys them with her fist.
Yeah.
No fooling.
So yeah, no.
And the willpower to be alive.
Yes.
The beacon.
All right, so
You could disable the lock from here.
I guess we could talk about it now since like we're not really gonna see the ending cutscene when this is all revealed. So Nicole is actually not alive. She's a hallucination from the marker here. Sorry.
Spoiler!
Spoilers. Oh my goodness.
I had
So,
a page of jokes based on
Even though
her
she's
being
a
alive.
hallucination. So even though she's a hallucination, we do still have to actually protect her here while she tries to unlock this door for us. All of this is to get the SOS beacon that we need. There is sort of the theory to kind of maybe get the beacon early if we go to deck 3 first, but it's not possible at the moment. But if we could do that, we could skip this whole auto scroller section, which would be really nice. It will also be really fast too. Because like I said, the section takes a while. But oh, I almost threw that explosive canister at the guy right in front of me. That would have been kind of bad.
Sorry,
Wait, I
Chad,
have a question. So
Yeah.
if Nicole is dead, what is actually happening right now? Like,
My guess is he's just hallucinating the door being locked.
the door
the
was
best thing
unlocked
I
the
can
whole
come up with.
time.
Yeah. I mean, that's the
Sorry.
only thing I can think of because it's not like his hallucination is going to be unlocking the door, you know?
yeah.
I don't know. That's my guess.
Oh, poor Isaac.
Chad is very upset with your spoiler.
I'm very sorry.
Oh, I was gonna play this 14-year-old game.
Okay, the door's unlocked, Isaac.
Yeah.
I can't go over to you.
Hey,
but
play the
I'll-
remake when it comes out.
Spoil in this speedrun.
Exactly.
I love you.
Yeah, there's a cutscene later where you find that out, but we're not actually gonna watch that. We're not gonna play most of that level actually.
Isaac. Hey, I lost your signal for a while. You had me worried.
All right, we got the beacon. Now we're
Head to
taking the
running
gondola
main
back.
and the asteroid. I've been running trajectory.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, once we get back up to deck 3, things get pretty interesting again. There's a few little tricks and things we can go for.
Still no sign of Hammond.
Honestly, really
This
after
is still 7, right?
yeah, this is chapter 7. Honestly, after yeah, this is by far the longest level in the game. It's around 13 minutes. We are pretty far into it though. Like once we're done with deck 4, the rest of the run is pretty fast, pretty fast paced.
Are you gonna go for the battery tilt?
Oh yeah, I'll go for it. Yeah. Honestly, as long as the tilt actually unsticks, like actually goes away, we should be good. It's not. I don't know. It will. we'll see how it goes, I guess. Do I need that health pack, by the way? No, not really.
So, RE, the whole impossible chapter 5 skip, how likely do you think it is that we find one that's, you know, viable less than, or more than one time in a single day?
I don't know. We've looked at it a lot.
Reminding subdeck.
Hitting the checkpoint you hit now,
Down, although I
it doesn't like feel. I mean, I don't know. It could happen maybe.
It looks like
The ironic thing is the place you boost from, this metal beam, if that wasn't there, it actually probably would be pretty easy, actually. But the fact that you have to boost on that specifically makes it really bad. You can also boost straight to the button that ends the level. That's actually like already floating out at the end, like right at the start. But it's really far away, so it's kind of awkward. Honestly, I'm not really sure. We haven't looked a lot, but you never know, I guess.
I have.
So
I'm
you're
hoping
saying
we
there's a
find something.
chance?
There is a chance. I suppose.
Maybe. A little.
I hope so.
Tiny,
I hope
tiny.
so. Yeah, I hope so. I hope we find a way to skip more of this level too. I mean, because you got to remember, this is the world record is 68 minutes, and this is a 13-minute level out of 12 levels.
Wow.
Like that's most of the other levels in this game are actually pretty fast. There's a couple other ones that are kind of long, but a lot of them are around the 5-6 minute mark or less.
I think the remake's gonna come out. People are gonna speedrun it, and then they're gonna come back to this game, you know, and then they're gonna be the ones to find it. A new generation of speedrunners.
Yeah, I am interested to see more people wanna pick this up when the remake comes out. It'll be interesting to see. Surely the speed run of the remake is gonna be completely different from this, so that'll be cool too.
Clueless.
It'll be very different.
More tilted.
All right.
Wow, that's quite the tilt.
This one's a bit steeper, yeah.
So
So yeah, we
full-on
get
Dutch angle going on here.
yeah for real, yeah. So yeah, we get another tilt here, and I'm actually going to, instead of using this tilt to gain some height to jump over a railing, we're actually going to use this to do a pulse boost, and with the tilt, and actually skip an elevator ride. So normally I have to grab this battery and take it all the way back over here, but with the tilt, we don't actually have to do that. Make our way through here.
Meta, weren't you saying that this was like the cozier of the chapters so far?
It is until about this point, I would say, yeah.
Everything exploding.
It had seemed like it.
Yeah. So there we go. Use the tilt with a pulse boost to just jump up to the top there. And then I'm going to grab... This is for actually a separate skip up here. We're going to try to skip a quarantine fight, hopefully.
Want me to explain it quickly as you do it?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so as with Hammond to skip, you can actually use these enemies in this box to hold this door open. So Shark is going to stasis them there. Go up to this panel to activate it. Use this wall to hopefully get rid of the tilt.
Yeah, we're trying to
And
poke our
then
collision back into 0G.
Uh-oh,
Sorry,
did you
go
get him? Yeah, and then use this wall to get rid of the tilt. Because that door will lock behind you once you get close, but if you boost off the wall, you can actually get out of this little quarantine fight, and and it looks like the tilt is not going away.
Yeah, I should have kept that stasis pack actually from before. Yeah, this unfortunately happens most of the time. It sometimes kind of just decides not to work. Oh, that blocked my shot. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we'll just do the fight. That's okay. Like I said, that happens a lot of the time. Sometimes you don't have to do the tilt to do this part of the skip, but if you do, you got to get rid of the tilt first, and a lot of times it just decides not to work. Yeah, I think we definitely still need to lab a better setup for that part specifically, but it's not really a big deal. I think skipping the elevator looks cooler than skipping the fight anyway.
If this is the first mess up of the run, it's a pretty good run.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's pretty good.
Yeah, this has actually been going really well. Things can go very, very wrong in this game. Like, that's not even that bad, honestly.
Would you have been like fairly close to your PB until that point?
I probably still would have been a minute or two behind, I think. But
That's pretty good for a marathon, right?
but that's pretty good, especially for this game. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what my time is exactly. I'd have to double check, but just based on the runs I've been doing, yeah, I'd say like no more than like a few minutes behind, probably. I'd guess. Yeah, this guy's gonna spawn now.
I don't see what the timer is on the stream, but isn't your PB like a 1:14?
Yeah, I've got a 1:14:38. No.
Do you really get that tattoo redone every time you get a PB in this game?
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, never mind.
I think I
You
know.
just
I know.
tattoo your PB.
Sorry, no. It went it went like over my head, and I was like, oh wait.
No, I'm just trying to be a goofball right now.
No, I appreciate that.
So if we find like a decent way to do 5 and then skip some of 7, do you think sub-hour would be possible?
Another big skip
close.
would definitely help a lot. Yeah. I don't know how low the record could go right now, but I don't know, like probably at least definitely at least 107, maybe 106, with, like adding more strats and stuff.
Right now?
If you that's assuming
Or, like-
you get chapter 5 right now, yeah. There's a few strats the world record doesn't do also. And also like, you have to actually get chapter 5, so it's not as, the whole rest of the run isn't as optimized. So I don't know, it can definitely still be improved by a decent amount, assuming you actually got chapter 5. So like if you made chapter 5 better and then found, I don't know, 5 or more minutes of skips, something like that. That's just my guess. I don't know the exact math, but something like that, yeah, sub-hour could happen.
Yeah, for the people at home, or listening from their car, world record's in 1 hour 8 minutes, and that's with the skip. So
Impossible skip.
yeah, with I didn't watch the entirety of Rampancy's world record, but like I'm pretty sure like you just need to get like an average run with that skip, and then that's world record.
Yeah. That being said, Rampancy is very, very, very good at this game, and his run is also very solid. But like to what you were saying about like sub-hour stuff, like if we're talking about like what's like theoretically possible, to be faster. Oh yeah, we're doing a skip. We should probably talk about this. So we're back in the same level as we were in chapter 4, which is the bridge. So we do the same out of bounds, except we get up here this time, and we're gonna try to hit a checkpoint.
Oh yeah.
That actually looked pretty good. This is one of the harder tricks in the whole run, actually. So getting that first try would be really, really nice. Oh, we got it. Let's go. Okay, that's actually that's really good. That third boost is kind of inconsistent.
Oh my
god.
gosh.
Yeah, that's actually really good. Nice. So,
Man is correct.
Let's go. Okay, so the only objective in this level is kill this boss. So we literally just come straight up here, kill him, and then go back.
Are there any turret section enjoyers in chat?
Any turret enjoyers?
Any turret enjoyers?
I could be a turret enjoyer.
Oh, I guess we'll see it once the fight is over, but like I said a little while ago, there is a bit of a strange little animation cutscene because we took the video rig things out. So story-wise, after we destroy this, we get the communications turned back on, and we find out that a ship has actually picked up on our distress beacon and is coming to save us, but they also picked up a escape pod that had a necromorph in it, and that necromorph got out and killed them. And because of that, the ship is supposed to just crash into this one right here. But because the rig video's been taken out, it just looks very strange. You'll see in a moment.
I'm excited.
I'm really taking my time with this fight here. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Isaac Clarke's
It's
about
really
to hit the
awkward
gritty.
trying to hit those things. They flare around so
Oh,
much.
is it? Here we go.
Yeah, we just kind of fall on the ground and die. That's how they get that
This is
animation. Also, you can kind of see here, he
Me
just
on
kind of
a mobile.
ragdolls, and then you can actually see I can actually pull up the rig here, just kind of walking around, and then it just like teleports me again. It's really weird. It's definitely an artifact of deleting the rig video.
Monday mornings, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's chapter 7, and now he's gotta get back down. Or chapter 8, shoot.
Yes. Oh, I should mention, by the way, just a heads up. There is one trick we're going to be doing coming up here called a save station clip, and we're going to be going to 5 FPS for a few seconds.
Oh, I know those.
So just wanted to give everyone a heads up. Yeah, they work in Dead Space 2 as well. They're actually a little different in this game, but it's like pretty much the same thing. But so just a heads up, the stream is not freezing. Like the game's not freezing. It's just we're literally going to be playing at 5 FPS for a few seconds. Again, the physics of this game are dependent on the frame rate. So for things like pulse boosting, we want higher FPS, and then things like save station clips, we need really low FPS to make it consistent. So we're gonna be doing that to clip through the floor and skip an elevator ride, where we just have to wait. And I'm actually going to save here as well first, because if I die here for some reason, which I don't think is gonna happen, but if it did, I would get soft locked because I would spawn back over there and the enemies would spawn in that insta-kill you and you would infinitely just die reloading the checkpoint. So, okay, here goes the 5 FPS. So we walk into the save station and interact with it at low FPS, and then actually clips the floor. I'm not 100% sure why, but it works in Dead Space 1 and 2.
It just works.
3 doesn't have save stations, so you can't do it, but it's fine. Also gonna grab that contact beam ammo, it's nice.
What is that sound?
Oh yeah, that's an enemy called the Divider. We, I think, don't see them at all in this run, actually. Normally there's one on the way back there, but since the level's deloaded, we just don't see it. Oh, my gun's actually already loaded, cool. Alright, we're going to chapter 9, aren't we now?
Chapter 9.
Yeah, we're
I love chapter 9 so much.
moving.
This one's funny.
So this is actually one of that tilt in the very beginning of the game, and this skip I'm about to be doing are actually some of the first skips in the whole run. And for a while, they were the only 2 skips in the game, all the way up until like I think almost 2019 actually. Pulse boosting didn't get found until 2020, so this game got a lot faster. Both Dead Space 1 and 2 got a lot faster in the past 2 years.
Both shaved like an hour off.
Yeah. But the cool thing about this level is we actually don't pulse boost at all. The skip does not require the pulse rifle. Well, I think you needed to clip back in, but it doesn't require pulse boosting.
Just more punching, right?
One of the Valor's
Yeah, just a bunch of jumps and stuff like that. So we're just gonna jump out of bounds. The game just kind of lets you. And as long as I continue to hold aim, I won't spiral out of control here and fall. So we're gonna be moving inside the ship here. We basically just need to grab an item, go kill an enemy, and then get back to the tram. So we're just taking the fastest path we can over to this item. Gonna load that elevator, or call that elevator to load in part of the level. And now that we have the right part of the level loaded in, we're just gonna jump in here. And then same thing.
Yeah, like that's like the only 0G spot in this level, right? But because you get out of bounds from 0G, you get to keep it.
Yeah, so the 0G area actually for some reason extends across almost the entire map. But normally when you enter the ship, it gets turned off. But since we don't actually go in through the normal entrance, it just stays on. So you're not actually supposed to have 0G in the ship here, but we just do. Which is pretty cool. We'll also skip this puzzle of destroying these fuses by just going over here and grabbing the item anyway.
Story moment. You know those characters that we love and have been talking to this whole time? It's Hammond.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hammond is not going to make it out. And we do have to do this part because after this cutscene, a quarantine is going to start. And lifting that quarantine is required to end the chapter. So even though we have the item we need, we can't just leave yet. So we need to wait for this cutscene to be over and then wait for the quarantine to actually start, which I need to be a little careful about because if you kill this enemy too fast, you'll soft lock the chapter and have to do this whole part over again.
I have lost a run that way.
Oh,
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. I also have not had that happen before.
R.I.P. him.
R.I.P. F. Hammonds. All right.
Oh, and we're out of bounds.
And, oh yes,
Okay,
yeah.
yep.
So you can kind of just, walk into corners and clip out of bounds. Basically, the game tries to reorient you to the wall that you're sort of like perpendicular to, and sometimes it just kind of messes up a little bit and puts you through the wall instead. Well, it tries to readjust your character.
Would you say the game gets confused?
Kind of, I guess.
That's one of the funny things that we say in marathons, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
It is. Yes.
We haven't had haven't seen that before moment, so we had to bring in the other moment.
Well,
Exactly.
Hammond being thrown onto Isaac there. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen that either. All right, that looks good. Nope. Okay, so we gotta clip back in bounds here, and we're gonna turn
Whoa.
into spaghetti also when we die. Basically, we have to clip to a wall there, and we've been fortunate enough to not see this so far, but sometimes when you jump to certain surfaces in 0G and your character gets stuck for long enough, the game will kill you in order to prevent a soft lock situation, because again, you can't checkpoint restarts. The game has to kill you if it thinks you're stuck somewhere. It kind of works against us there because we get stuck on the wall for a while trying to clip, and then it kills us thinking we're stuck. So if we don't clip through fast enough, we'll die. It just all depends on the setup, but that's okay. We'll just try it again. Fortunately, it just puts us right back here, and we can go try it again.
Yeah,
This
you can.
game is so wild.
It really,
so fun.
It really is.
We talked a bit earlier about how the gun has collision, and Shark was able to use the gun poking through walls to like use kinesis and grab things. But right now, in a moment actually, he's gonna do it again by poking the gun through an invisible wall to be able to jump through it or jump to a certain spot. Is that right?
Yeah, that's how
Right,
some of
this
these
moment?
0G clips will work. Is you try to jump to a surface that's on the other side of a wall, and if the game lets you jump, you'll clip through. Because you see when it's making that noise there, that means that I'm trying to jump somewhere, and the game's saying no, you can't jump there. There we go. So it lets me jump. There we go. Okay, now we're through. So now we're back in bounds, and it's gonna do a bit of a weird camera thing here.
Exiting zero gravity.
I forget exactly why that happens. It has something to do with the objectives that we skipped, though.
Exiting vacuum.
All right, that wasn't too bad.
Navigating out of bounds in space games is always so like confusing. And my only experience with that is Dead Space 2 and Prey. But in both of those games, you can get like disoriented so easily.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Like,
definitely
okay,
can.
which way's up? Oh yeah, right. Never mind. There is no up. Everything just exists.
Yeah,
At
especially
least Dead
since you
Space 2 has an orient button.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
true. Yeah.
true. Oh, this game doesn't have that.
No, you only jump from surface to surface in 0G areas.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There's no free floating. No free floating that you're intended to do. I mean, we still do it a little bit, you know.
Yeah, it's a major bra moment. Am I right, Zoomers?
True. True. So true. So we're actually gonna do the biggest skip in the entire game here, and the cool thing about that is it also does not require the use of the pulse rifle. So it's honestly kind of silly. It's honestly kind of silly. So I just picked up an item called a nav card there. There's 3 of those in this level, and you're supposed to go get all of them, which takes a very long time, except for that one, which is really fast.
Uh-oh.
And put a nav card in there. And normally, you think, okay, so you need all 3 nav cards, right? Nope. The game only checks to see if you have 1. So we just get that one since it's right there, and then we're gonna kill these enemies here to end a quarantine, so we don't get stuck later. And then we're gonna do a clip with this lift here, because you see it puts these invisible walls up to prevent you from running off of it while it's moving. And if you're standing on top of those while it moves, it will actually clip me through the floor like that. So I actually use the table to let myself get on the wall, just kind of keep myself in place. The table
So that just skipped,
to let
like-
myself get on the
like
wall, just kind of
everything?
keep myself in place. And then if we do this right, I can land on this door down
That's the
here.
biggest skip in this
Nice.
game, isn't it?
I'm gonna open it, let the level load in. And so that skips an elevator ride that's normally locked behind. Actually, because there's other
I
skips
hate
that
how
are about that
easy-
big, but it is the biggest one. Yeah. See, I put the one nav card in there. It accepts it, and we get our good friend again over here. So this time we actually are going to kill this thing. So I'm gonna lure him in front of the shuttle engines here, or the blasters, whatever these things are called. I'm not a space flight person. I don't have stasis, but that's
you don't have
probably
stasis?
fine if we're fast. Don't hit me. Okay. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. No stasis required.
Let's go. Yeah, that trouble, and watching you do it so easily is like
It's the shark
That.
hat. It's the
Shark
hat.
hat moment.
I don't know. That's I think the setup that Crazy came up with. That one works really well for me. I don't know.
The hat just makes you game
Exactly.
harder.
Wait, crazy.
Yeah, shout out to Crazy Bad Games, also a Dead Space runner.
I thought
He
you only
hasn't
did Dead
actually
Space 2.
ran this game, but he's found some strats.
The shuttle needs to be released before.
Like when Pulse Boosting out and found where I'll jump down the game to like look for stuff, he helped find some setups and things like that.
The shuttle's engines.
Oh yeah, this is Dr. Kind, by the way. This is the only time we see him.
The shuttle up to the flight
We're not gonna see him in the rest of this chapter or him dying in the next chapter. Oh, spoilers, I guess. Yeah, we do see him
We
there.
get to hear him though.
And he gets on the shuttle. The idea is we're trying to use the shuttle to escape the station.
Shuttle locks disengaged.
And he's trying to help us out with that. So he's taking that back to the flight deck, which is where chapter 1 was, and coincidentally that is where we're going next.
Load the marker on board. Yes, Amelia. Soon we'll take it home.
I don't know if Kind is crazy or not, but we need that shuttle. Let's keep him on our
Man, this has
side.
been such
It
a
really
really
has
good run
actually,
so far.
yeah. It's gone pretty much as well as I could have wanted it to. I'm not gonna lie, that Hammond skip was a little sketch. It like barely worked, but we got it. Shoutouts to Fiery, by the way, for figuring out
I
that
completely
backup that I
forgot
did,
about it.
because we didn't used to know you could nudge him forward after he already stopped. Usually it was just, oh, it didn't work, I gotta reset.
When I was watching you do that at first, I was like, is he even moving forward? But it's like ever so
Yeah,
slightly.
it was just enough, but it worked.
No, the shuttle.
But yeah, no. Besides that being kind of a close call, yeah, this has gone really well. I mean, the battery tilt thing doesn't work a lot of the times anyway. I don't even think my PB has that. I just wanted to show it because it looked cool. It doesn't lose that much time if you miss it. But yeah, no, this has been going really well so far.
I'm afraid I can't let you through. I need to know you're on my side.
Yeah, and like I said, the last 5 levels
yeah.
just all have huge full chapter skips. So it
in the
just
end
keeps
game.
going. If I get the last couple chapters first try, we're gonna be done in like 6-7 minutes, something like that.
I
So,
believe.
I guess more
We're
like
gonna be
7, 8.
too underestimate. We gotta start messing things up.
Yeah, we gotta slow down a little.
Start failing, Shark.
You know, we got
10%
2 pretty hard
showcase.
tricks left. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, this is a really big jump. This one gives me trouble.
Yeah, we're trying to. There's kind of like chapter 4. There's a big gap in the collision in the ceiling, so we have a setup to be able to boost off a ramp and actually fly through that hole in the ceiling to get out of bounds. So we're trying to just do that. We're boosting up this. I'm pretty sure this thing on the ground.
It's like a half pipe.
Yeah, it's like chapter 3. We're doing another half pipe jump, pretty much.
I love when
There we
Dead Space
go.
turns into Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Okay, so that's a Dead Space 1 moment right there.
It's okay, chat. He's not failing. He's just like he's listening to what Topher and I said.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
exactly.
now Shark, you're allowed to do this. You're allowed to succeed at this now. I
Okay,
give you
okay,
permission.
okay.
Turn on aimbot.
You know The funniest part about that is I didn't get either of those 2 boosts in the last like 5 days I've been practicing this. That's just like how this goes. You like do it the same way every time, and it's like, oh yeah, see there, that's what's supposed. Okay,
There we go. See, the aimbot's on.
yeah.
You just needed my permission. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so now I'm going to do another boost here. There we go. To hit a load trigger here to load in this part of the level, and I need to be really careful.
That's so awesome.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, let's go.
All right. So now, kind of like chapter 9, I'm going to. Oh, I actually missed that. I have not missed that in a while. Try that again. So we're gonna hit this button and pulse boost through the door before it closes like that. Okay, nice.
Now
So-
we have 0 gravity.
Yeah,
and there
again.
you're not supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. We're not supposed to have it here, which is gonna be really useful for skipping some pretty long cutscenes in this room here.
Isaac? Is that really you? And
Our inventory's
we're
looking
totally
great too. I don't even think we really need like
God,
almost any of these health
I'm
packs.
so sorry. I'm so
We don't need the contact beam.
sorry.
Oh wait, no, we used the line gun on the last boss, right?
Yeah, no, we don't need contact beam anymore.
You can pilot the shuttle remotely from here.
Oh yeah, we're just standing on the ceiling, by the way. Casual.
Make us whole again.
So this next section is going to be a series of quick out of bounds jumps because as of right now, story-wise, we're about to call back the shuttle that one of the characters has taken away, but we have to turn the gravity back on before that shuttle opens up its doors. Correct? Otherwise, we soft lock.
Isaac, what the hell?
Yes. Oh, so we have to turn the 0G off before it gets back. Otherwise, we'll get stuck. Especially because I don't have stasis. I can't do the backup. But we have plenty of time to do this.
Oh yeah, you're doing just fine.
There we go. Nice. So you can die clipping back in there, which can be kind of a problem depending on when you die because the checkpoints are a bit weird in this section. But we got it. Very nice. Turn the
Easy.
0G off. Yeah, basically we skipped this whole section where we're supposed to drag the marker and load it onto the shuttle. Two marker dragging sections actually to get this onto the shuttle, and then Kendra kills Kine and gets on the shuttle and leaves, and then we go back and Nicole says, we gotta bring it back. So you tether it back in. She, I think, used an escape pod to get back down to the planet, and now we've got the shuttle with the marker, and we're gonna go back down to the planet and try to put it back in its original location. Except we're not actually gonna do that. We're gonna skip the whole level. Common theme at the end of this game, but that's
making
the
me
story of
realize-
what's supposed to happen.
You're making me realize how little of the game's story I actually remember. And I've like run this game so much, people think like, oh, you gotta know everything about this game. And I'm like, no, I just know the 80%.
Yeah, because we skipped so many cutscenes in the run, and also there's no rig videos, so you really just don't get a lot of the story. This is basically the last time we're gonna see Nicole. We're gonna hear her say something in the beginning of chapter 12 here, and then we're just not gonna see her the rest of the game.
I knew you'd come back for me. Nothing can stop us now.
Yeah, the beginning of this next chapter it's one of the hardest tricks for me still. And it was definitely one of the hardest ones starting out learning the run, but...
Oh, chapter 12?
Yeah, I mean, these
Yeah.
next jumps right here.
This chapter is hard, yeah.
Isaac,
So,
use one of the loaders
we need to
the
get on top of
marker
this
off the
building
shuttle.
over here. So we get on top of the shuttle first, and then we boost here. Nice. And we're going to try to do a third boost now to get over towards a door to get inside the building.
Hardest boost in the
So
game.
I'm gonna line this up here. That looks pretty good. Try that. Nice. Okay.
Okay, I'm just bad.
We're not all the way there, so we gotta not die here. Okay, nice.
Nice.
Let's go. Okay, so we load in the level there. Really nice. Opening this door right here loads in the final boss, which also takes place at the very beginning of the chapter. And normally you're supposed to do a huge loop all the way around the level and end up here, but we can just skip straight to that door. Oh, there's the boss out of bounds, by the way.
Oh,
Scary.
hey.
Nice. Okay, that was really good. And
Why do you have to
now-
kill yourself there?
Oh, yeah, so it loads in the boss, but not fully. So we need to hit a checkpoint there and die to fix it, so it all loads in correctly here. So we can do the boss.
That's rough.
Also F Kendra, by the way.
F.
F. All right, final boss time.
If we get
So
F
this is-
for Kendra, but not for Hammond, I'm going to be very upset.
I think we got some Hammond Fs.
Did we?
I hope we did.
Oh, I must have blinked.
All right, you guys want to talk about the boss fight here a little bit?
That's all you, Topher.
Man. So we have these, pretty much everything in this game. If it looks yellow and fleshy, it's the weak spot. So we have to hit these nodes right here. But Shark is going to go try and weaken all of them before destroying all but 2. Because once there's 2 left, the boss automatically grabs you. And you want them to all to be like low-ish HP. So that when it grabs you, you can easily just destroy them in the air. Because your controls are very messed up once you're up here. Like, it's very disorienting to be having to aim at all this. Like, at least for me, this is really hard to figure out. You have to, like, track the laser and such, but once you do that, the chest cavity opens up and you use the line gun mines to hopefully explode as many of the pods in there as you can. And I think, well, what's the fastest we can do on PC? Like a 2-cycle?
You can actually do them in 1, I'm pretty sure, but
that was
it's
nice.
really precise, yeah. We're going to get a 3-cycle here. 2 cycles is usually what you want, but usually it's like, if you get a 2-cycle, it's you get all of them but 1, and then you kill the last one. But it is possible to get them all in 1 go, but it's like pretty precise.
This boss is so cool.
There we go.
This is definitely a better boss than in Dead Space 2.
There we go. The Dead Space 2 final boss is a little bit of a... Well,
Major-
on harder
major brow
difficulties, it's
moment.
hard. On casual, it's kind of a joke.
I just mean like pure like epicness. I mean, it's
yeah.
pretty cool in Dead Space 2, but this is dope. This is
No,
way better.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Wait, we mean the Nicole fight, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I was
The
like, is there
scale of
something
the
I'm
boss
missing?
in 3 is also pretty epic. Like the size of it. I don't know if you've seen that meta.
I haven't.
Oh, time
I
is
think
coming
if
up
you
in a
like this,
moment.
you'd like that fight, I think. Oh yeah, so that's pretty much it. So time is coming up when I run onto this ramp over here. We still got a little bit of time for this tentacle to move out of the way, but just a heads up.
Dude, that was a
coming
really
up
good run.
Pretty
though.
soon. Thank you.
So
Yeah,
dope.
no, I think that went super well. All right, here we go. And time. That's Dead Space.
All right.
Good,
Here we
good
go.
job,
Yeah,
dog.
honestly, yeah, that couldn't have gone much better for a marathon. A lot of really inconsistent tricks in this run, so I'm really happy with that.
Well, it's still underestimate and definitely GG.
Thank you.
While we are watching the ending here, one, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give?
Just in general, to the whole Dead Space speedrunning community, especially a lot of people that have put a lot of time into this game. A lot of people we talked about already, Looney, Rampancy. But yeah, just shout outs to the whole Dead Space Discord. Y'all are great.
All right.
That's about all I got, yeah.
And then two, if anyone wanted to watch more of you playing this game or any game, where can they find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/sharkhat87. I run the whole Dead Space trilogy and Outlast and all that stuff. I'm going to be grinding Dead Space 2 any percent again pretty soon. And Outlast 2 as well, stuff like that. So if you want to come check it out, that's where I'll be. Yeah.
All right. It's definitely a pretty great showing of a Dead Space here. Before we do move on to the next run, does anyone have anything they'd like to add on to the, the end of the run?
Yeah, if you want to learn a Dead Space game, which I recommend you do, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, they're all great. Definitely join the Dead Space speedrunning Discord. As someone who just recently learned Dead Space 2 in that Discord like a couple of weeks ago, they have a lot of great resources. All the runners are super helpful. And yeah, trust me, you can learn this if you want to, and it's very fun. I recommend you do.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I totally agree.
My introduction to the Dead Space speedrunning was Looney running this game at GDQ last summer. And since then, I have learned all the runs, and it's been a super fun experience.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I think
We're gonna
that's-
get
I
ready
think that's
for our
pretty much all
next
we got,
run. We
yeah.
have a long one coming up. It was a really good run, Dead Space here. But we're going to be getting ready for the next one. While we are doing that, it is going to be a quick wellness break. Stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs. Do not die of blood clots, because that would be bad. And definitely just walk around a little bit. Before we go to that, though, feel free to check out @GamesDoneQuick on Instagram to get bite-sized clips from our hotfix shows and see what happens at the events. All right, we'll be right back.
I'm gonna.
All right, we are back from the break, and I may have accidentally picked up some extraterrestrial cargo after that run, but we're going to be continuing focusing our focus on space horror for tonight. We're going to one of my favorite franchises, one of my favorite games, wasn't obvious, and hopefully we'll make this intermission a bit quicker because clearly I am fighting for my life here with my friend. But our next run's going to be a long one. It's going to be a fun one. It is going to be Alien Isolation. Hopefully not with this guy right here, but with Drex. Anyway, take it away while I fix this situation.
Alien Isolation. This is one of my favorite games. I picked it up a while ago as a casual playthrough, trying to scare myself on Halloween, and then I kind of got obsessed with it, and now I play it really fast. So tonight we're presenting Nightmare No Major Glitches. This basically plays through the entire game, and the kind of main theme of the category is as developers intended, but fast. So you'll see some things that, in my main category no CC that are not allowed, such as the silent running trick. That's the main kicker right there. But also a few door clips that we have to go through, a much longer section of the level, and it's really cool. But there are quite a few RNG elements, and we have to hope that we get some good loot RNG. So, yeah, it is a long one, as Ike Dice has mentioned, so we should probably hop into it. And yeah, so we get a bit of a cutscene here, and I will attempt to count down the timer, roughly. So, I've got the game in Italian as well, so I always love calling it Nightmare the proper name of Incubo. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but that's okay. And, as I smack the microphone, that's all right. So, you know we're off to a good start. All right, cutscene 1 and cutscene 2. So the timer will start right about 3, 2, 1, go. Oh man, that was pretty good. It's a loading wheel, so it's really a guessing game. The auto splitter usually handles it for me, of course. So, yeah. So we are playing as Amanda Ripley, who is Ellen Ripley's daughter. This is about 15 years after the scene of Alien. We're starting here on the tour, and this is kind of like the cutscenes that we skipped. Amanda's good friend Samuels went to pay her a visit because to basically enlist her in a job here on Sevastopol. Gonna grab a bit of loot while we're at it. To give her a job here at Sevastopol, even though she's kind of doesn't want to. She mentioned some closure about her mother. If you recall from the Alien film, her mother was missing, and so she really just wants closure. So we did right there. We just got dressed. Unfortunately, that is a required objective to continue the game. The doors will just be locked. I always wish we could find a skip for getting dressed because I would imagine A, you'd be much lighter without those extra clothes weighing you down, and B, much more aerodynamic, But alas, we are still working on some of those super, super fast strats. So we're gonna walk in here, start Samuel's dialogue, walk out, and this is a little skip we got here where they're gonna talk but invisible, and as a result, we can actually skip most of their dialogue, which saves quite a bit of time. So we're gonna wait for him to do a little flinch here. In a few seconds. Right there. Alright, now we have to have his last piece of dialogue. I gotta listen for. Turbata is where we need to go. Perfect, now we're gonna talk to Taylor, the other human on the space station. Or the spaceship, my mistake. Taylor, unlike Samuels, does not have a flinch, so we're gonna do a bit of a funky walk to get the timing right about right. So we walk up, we start her dialogue, pause at the chair, walk backward until we see the first orange bar on the ground, wait a second, walk forward, go to just before trigger, which is these buttons on the ground here, wait for the door to close, and when it does, there we go. Alright, walk to the door, wait for it to open, come back, and trigger the rest of her dialogue. Perfect. So similarly, she'll finish talking here. Perfect, objective update, awesome. So, Alien Isolation as well, this game features 19 missions, and again, since we're playing through pretty much the full extent of all of them, it does get pretty long, so we're still on mission 1 here. I will attempt to call it each mission as we go, but as kind of your roadmap for the rest of the run, there's 19 missions in this bad boy. Cool, so one of the things we kind of want to be careful, we want to be somewhat close to Samuel's, because if the door closes in his face, he just kind of stands there and waits for a while. And that is under the time loss.
So, just to kind of, I guess, shed some light on the audience here. Why Italian?
So yes, that is actually a great question. I forgot to mention. So we run Italian over English. Long story short, because it's a time save. So there's some objectives in this game. Actually, quite a few in Mission 1, just like this. This dialogue right here is one of them. Where the objectives in the game, they update when the dialogue finishes. So the faster the spoken dialogue, the more quickly the objective updates, and we can get on to our next piece of business. So once they finish talking, we have to collect these documents on the table here, which happens right about now, actually. But in English, it takes another, 15 seconds. Across all the dialogue in the entire game, all right, we're skipping a cutscene here. I'll get back to it in a second. Across all the dialogue in the entire game, it saves a little over 30 seconds to run in Italian over English. So the cutscene we just skipped is now we're on Sevastopol, except that, as per usual with the horror game, nothing went swimmingly. Instead, we were just blasted onto the station, our tether got cut, and so we got separated from our team. We made it into an airlock, but we have no idea where Taylor and Samuels are. They are the other two crewmates that are going on with this mission for us, or with us. And so our first objective, the first major thing we're looking to do, we just want to find them. We want to see where they are. We want to make sure they're okay. So we got to change into the space suit here. And yeah. Oh, perfect. Got a nice blind turn. So you can move while while you're finishing the spacesuit. And so if you get it just right, you can kind of be right waiting at the door ready to go. You notice I crouched before I got in this vent. You don't actually have to crouch to get into the vent, but it is important later on. One of the weird caveats of this game is your hitbox changes if you have crouched yet in the level load or not. So if I wait to crouch, I'll actually kind of get stuck on something. Again, it's like a little second, but it's just one of those fine details that makes the run pretty... it's one of the things you gotta remember, because otherwise you start losing like a little extra second here and there, and it's kind of goofy. Alright, so we're gonna take a fall here. This will do 18% of our health and damage. I know what I forgot to cover. I got too excited. I was a bit overzealous to get this run started. So, Nightmare Mode, as you may be curious exactly what that entails, Alien Isolation was originally released with the difficulties easy, medium, and hard. Later on, when they released the patch that added the DLC, they also opted to add the Novice and Nightmare difficulties, respectively. The Nightmare difficulty is basically hard, but everything's even more sensitive than hard. Loot is rarer to spawn. You use flamethrower fuel at twice the standard rate. And there's also a little kind of like, oh, we didn't get a loot there. Oh no, so there's literally a piece of loot in that box. So it's always kind of exciting to get your first piece of loot and see what it's gonna be. That's a bit off topic. And also there's a little like safety. If you kind of mess up a flame or flame speed just a little bit too late, then he will knock you over. That's disabled in Nightmare. He will just always get you. And I mentioned the name Steve. I meant to cover this later. Amongst the speedrunners, the name we have for the alien is Steve. It's very fitting. It's very fun. Steve likes to give us some trouble. You actually kind of hear him thumping. So we're gonna do a little bit of a safer shot there and crouch. You don't have to crouch. You can run through it, but there's a 2 in 3 chance you get shocked, which cuts some more health. If you're going for a world record, absolutely, just send it. Unfortunately here for us doing a marathon, if I get bad loot and don't have an extra med kit, it can make the rest of the run really difficult. So I need to save as much health as I can, and so crouching into that wire costs a second, but it saves us a good bit of damage there. So yeah, this is Verlaine flying the Torrens much too close to Sevastopol to be safe. I don't know why she's doing it. I think that's absolutely crazy. Maybe just flexing like, ha, you guys are in the station, I'm up here safe. But nonetheless, it's a kind of a fun cutscene. It forces you to walk there. Oh. I have a new mouse, by the way, so I keep bumping buttons I shouldn't be bumping. And alright, our first creepy event of the game. This one's not too bad, though. So, yeah, Mission 2. Mission 2 is basically meant to be kind of the tutorial mission of the game. It shows us a lot of features and stuff like the maintenance jack and those sorts of things that you guys will see here coming up. But it is pretty much, it feels like an auto-scroller. One place you can die at the very end because we have an NPC who is really squishy, I guess. Actually, we're going to see our first glimpse of him here. His name is Axel. Previously, this was always a bit of an RNG moment as to whether you got fast Axel or not. So a TV will break and then he'll run across, and when the TV breaks and determines it, one of our runners by the name of Spaz actually came up with a way that supposedly guarantees fast Axel. We're gonna try it here. You look a little bit to the left and down. Oh no! It didn't work this time! Well, there we go. We got a better view of Axel this time. I was trying it all week, and every single run it was working. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. We might have actually figured it out. And amusingly, as soon as I do the marathon, it's the first time that it doesn't work. I'm thoroughly amused. All right, gonna grab the jack. I didn't hear it today. There's an Easter egg here where you can actually hear a cat meow, which is meant to be the same meow as the cat in the original movie.
Jonesy.
Yeah, Jonesy. I was blanking on his name. Thank you. All right, so we're about to enter the Vent of Shame. The reason it's called the Vent of Shame is in my main category, no CC. There's a cool clip you can do where you can reach through the grate and then kind of soft lock yourself to grab the maintenance jack. Unfortunately, that clip is not allowed, no major glitches, so we have to go the long way around, but as intended, I guess. I know I keep mentioning my main category, no CC. I've got to be real with you guys. There's a deep secret I'm holding. I haven't ran this category pretty much at all. This is Dice has DM me like, hey, do you want to run for this event? And Nightmare No Legend Glitches. I'm like, I had to think about it for a while. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And so I spent all week learning no major glitches. Fortunately, there's quite a bit of crossover. Oh, I accidentally hit the dialogue there. We don't need that's not a run strat. That's just me being a goof. So fortunately, there's quite a bit of crossover. So it's not a super ambitious undertaking, but I am very new to this category. So there's always all kinds of fun nuances to it that are different than no CC, which is, I'm still kind of in no CC mode. I might accidentally clip something at some point.
Adding on to that too, I accidentally, when I was planning out the show, I confused the two categories because Drake's main category is the Nightmare no CC, right? Or is it CC only?
Yes, correct.
I confused the categories because I saw amateur, no major glitches, and nightmare. I still confused them. So I was like, do you want to do nightmare, no major glitches? And I didn't realize that Drax didn't do that category. So thank you, Drax, for learning a category that I confused.
I was assuming it's all part of the play for the event.
It all works out. It's all an amount of fun.
That's right. I have a much deeper appreciation for this category now. I will be honest. There's some cool strats in Mission 10 that you really never mess around with the no CC because you just kind of skip through it quite a bit. By the way, I skipped a cutscene there as well. I like to try to keep you guys up to date on the lore as best I can. Those are official encounters with Axel. Of course, he starts all hostile, but we're like, hey, we got a spot on the spaceship. If you get out, if you help me through, I'll get you a spot. And so they make kind of an agreement, like, okay, sure, we'll get back to your ship and then we'll get out of here. We kind of race ahead of him though. We need him at this elevator, and he likes to be pretty slow. So we know this is where he's gonna go. We'll get a good view of him in the elevator here though, and then he'll talk to us about people are acting crazy on the station. There's a monster. To translate the Italian for you, that's the TLDR. This is another one this is probably, if I mentioned accidental clips, one that I was most likely to do was this one here. You can crouch and press this button before he gets in the elevator, basically like that in the scroll. And it's disallowed no major glitches. It's alright, it's only, 4 seconds or so, but it's one that's just autopilot in my head. It's kind of funny. But yeah, here's our boy Axel. He likes to stand really aggressively in the elevator. I think he's got, maybe he's claustrophobia? I mean, I don't know, I have claustrophobia, so I can't blame him. So sometimes it's fun to play a turnaround game. He doesn't like us looking at his back, he's a little self-conscious about it. But yeah, so mentioning main categories of the game as well as relevant, right? We have no major glitches, which is what we're doing today. No CC, my main category. I ran it for SGDQ 2020 a few years back. It was a lot of fun as well. And then the other major category you'll see a lot of is CC only, which Dice, I believe you ran some CC only. Am I remembering that right?
I have. It messes up my wrists. Awesome. I don't do it all the time.
Yup. You know exactly why I don't run it.
For context, for anyone who does not know about the Alien Isolation speedrunning, there's a lot of glitches you can do. By moving your mouse wheel like up and down really quickly, you can actually like clip through walls, and it makes it like maybe 20 minutes max. The problem is though, moving your one finger like up and down repeatedly on the scroll wheel, even through scroll wheel, it can end up messing with your wrist if you're grinding it for like hours on end. So it's just not something I want to do all the time.
Right, absolutely. We even have for one CC only skip, unless you've got one of those fancy free scroll mice, I think from Logitech. It's called the race car technique. It's where you take the mouse, you flip it upside down, and you roll the scroll wheel on your mouse pad to maximize the length of your crouch clip scroll. That was one that I was always frustrated with the category because I lost a couple seconds to flip the mouse over for race car technique, and it was just I'll just keep on my all missions. That's okay. I like all missions better. But it's a cool run. The world record for CC only is neighborhood 22 minutes. Because it allows you, it's basically the any percent of this game. It allows you to skip a vast majority of the missions. When we were in mission 2, well, I guess we're still in mission 2. When we were in the first section of mission 2, there's a big elevator door right by where we saw Verlaine. It was to our right when we came down the stairs. I should have pointed it out. I'm a little ahead of myself. Oh, fun quick fact as well. If you grab the flashlight batteries, you can turn on the flashlight before you actually get the flashlight, which is right there. But that elevator door right there is actually the entrance to the 18th mission of the game. And CC only crouch clipping. It's a really tricky clip, but it allows you to skip that elevator from mission 2 to mission 18 and finish the game. The route actually goes a little bit longer, as you need to grab a shotgun from the mission 11 area to actually finish it. But yeah, I mean, it's right there. One of my favorite things about this game truly is how it really tastefully reuses some of the areas, but you're always kind of doing a slightly different thing in the area. I'll try to point this out if I can. Now, this area here is just kind of a one-time use. This is only for the tour of the tutorial. But yeah, alright, so now we got more Axel stuff, right? This is kind of him showing us, oh yeah, so you have to use the vents to travel across the game. So this is the vent we need. If you just stand at it, he'll eventually come. And then another no CC skip that makes me really sad I can't do is the, maybe not really sad, maybe that's not the right word. But you can use a flare to actually grab the prompt before Axel gets in the vent. You can get ahead of him. Saves about 2 minutes. And the reason I say it makes me really sad is because mission 2 you're in very frequently with a lot of resets. So anything to make the auto-scroller tutorial mission faster is amazing. But that's okay. We will be coming up on our first safety save. I hopefully won't need to use it. But just in case, we'd have to skip all the way back if I did die. And amusingly, the humans are actually a little less predictable than the alien, aka Steve. So he's gonna talk to us here. We get a great experience following Axel through these beds. But yeah, it's great to be here again. I thank you, Ek, for inviting me. I have been on a 10-month stream hiatus, and so it's a great reason to kind of pick it back up again and kind of get back into running. I didn't realize how much I missed it. School got me too busy, you know.
It's a nice re-debut.
All right, so we got humans here. Yeah, it really is. It's kind of the comeback run, you know. And again, I'm so new to this category. If I don't die, I would be surprised if I didn't PB. So this could be a PB run as well. All right, so here's our safety save right here. Again, shouldn't need it, but sometimes one of the humans turns around, especially because it's a nightmare. They're a little bit extra sensitive. All right, rip out a flare. We're gonna activate it. Usually you're supposed to power a generator, but oh, he turned around. That's why I saved. That's exactly why I saved. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Amusingly, he won't actually usually kill me. He'll kill Axel. Seriously, bro? All right. Mission 2 is the bane of my existence.
We're learning quickly why they put the nightmare in the word nightmare.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. So they'll say, Urazo. Means a flare over here. Alright, now we just wait for him to start walking. We're gonna do a technique here called crouch hopping, and then wait to the wheel and then run. I will describe some of those techniques a little more later because we'll use them a lot. We got a third flare, yo. Okay, now we wait for Axel's shiny head. There it is, perfect. Awesome, and now he teleports behind us. So he survived, that's good. Only took 2 loads, but I didn't technically die. Wait, this door? Looking at this door makes him teleport, otherwise he'll walk. He'll start talking when he teleports. Which, I got the really slow cycle again. So we're just gonna stand here for a little while. We have to wait. So the room that I'm in now, he's outside, and he'll only teleport once he walks inside. So sometimes it takes a bit to walk in there. I was probably a bit too fast earlier. It's actually most likely what happened. But that's alright, that's alright. We'll get more tutorial things, kind of introducing you to what some of the interfaces look like in this game. So we got a button here that conveniently 2 people need to press at the same time. And then the cutscene. This is actually where we learn to use the maintenance jack as a weapon. So we're gonna kindly suggest to this human that he should stop being mean to Axel. Not a fan of bullying on this run. And yeah, all right. So that's a problem solved. All right, we're almost at the end of mission 2 here, though. So it's about to be pretty cool. We're coming up another cutscene. This is kind of a pivotal cutscene for playing this game, and it is a bit of a bummer. We're gonna skip it. But it shows. Well, yeah. So we have Axel here, and if you notice, right there, there's a hole. The cutscene, Axel disappears into that hole. That's where there's blood now. Basically, it reveals what the monstro Axel was talking about earlier was. And shows, oh yeah, so that's kind of scary. Fortunately, we opened up a spot in the ship in case we meet any more friendly NPCs with a gun. All right, so we press the button. We just have to wait for this tram now. This tries to be a really tense moment in the game. And it's also a really great opportunity to explain Steve's activity states. Steve, aka the alien. I will just instinctively use Steve the entire run. So if you get confused, it's the alien. But yeah, so there's 4 major states in this game. The latter being kind of like an asterisk by it. The first state is inactive. Whatever you do, Steve's not there. He's not gonna care. Usually that means there's other threats in the game, like humans that have very deadly weapons. Or androids sometimes, which we'll get to see a little bit here. Activity state 2 is active, which means he can be a threat, but usually he's just kind of chilling the vents, and he'll only if you make enough noise and you kind of, maybe wake him up from his slumber, he'll drop down and come check it out. But other than that, he'll just be kind of all right. So right there actually was an active state. If you make too much noise, he will drop down and end your mission 2, which actually just ended right now, but in the not run reset way. Third activity state is the patrolling state. This is what we first see in mission 5, which is naturally the first mission that really spooks a lot of the casual players, and me included. That is when he knows you're there, he's hungry, he's ready for a nice Subway sub that smells like Ripley. Or, yeah. And he's looking for you nonstop. And finally, there are scripted events, and different scripted events he will behave a bit differently. But generally speaking, we know how to exploit those in the run to make him do as we want. So that helps out quite a bit. All right, but yeah, this is mission 3. This also catches the casual players a little bit. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have humans in here, and if we get really unlucky, she'll shoot us, but she's not supposed to. It depends if she loads in slower, I think. All right. Perfect. All right. Nice. So we're still at 72 health. That is wonderful. We need to pick up this access tuner here, and as soon as you do, the humans become active again. They're gonna come check us out, but we know a clever trick around it. Since we're fast enough, we can kind of sneak around behind them before they really get into position. Casually playing, I know this part took me forever. And when I tried my nightmare attempt with this game, I spent forever trying to figure out how to get past these guys. Alright, so run up these stairs, then we walk. And once we're in this room, now we're gonna crouch up. So this is the technique we did just earlier, and you'll see it a lot, no major glitches. This is basically crouching, but a little bit faster, and crouching makes no noise, so it's a slightly faster way to make no noise. Once we're at the bottom of the stairs, we're safe to run. We're gonna press the emergency override button. What happens when we get far enough down these stairs, the humans will teleport. There they go. And they will open the door. But since we locked the door, but it's scripted open the door gets stuck in some of a reverse state, which means the door won't be locked when we exit this mission. So that saves us a hack, as well as then helps us get a good cycle for the exit. Just like mission 2, this mission has its most deadly part at the very exit, so we'll do another safety save at the end there, but we still got a few minutes. Alright, run here. There's a smoke bomb recipe right there. If we're lucky, we'll be able to make a smoke bomb that can make our exit a little bit safer. I might actually save the loot, though, because I was having a hard time getting some ethanol on my practice runs, and we definitely need ethanol in mission 10. So I'll look what we got, but I won't commit any items to the smoke bomb quite yet. Oh, yes, cutscene. Yes, let me remember to explain. So this is what Ripley actually came here for. This is what Sam was told about. This is the data they recovered. This is the black box from the Nostromo. And, Ripley's looking for closure about her mother, except the data was corrupt. So, oh, yeah, so naturally we can make every part of the smoke bomb except for the ethanol. So we won't do the smoke bomb. We'll hope for a good exit. All right, cool. We fixed our access tuner, so now we get kind of another tutorial, which is the hacks. By scrolling on them, you can make them go a little bit faster, as well as you can set it down by scrolling at the end, which actually makes the exit a bit safer as well. You grab some scrap there. Fortunately, that's a known loot spawn. Scrap is not my favorite, but it never hurts. Well, it can if we have full scrap, but that almost never happens in Nightmare. Alright, so now we have to turn on security to actually get back upstairs. That is going to be down here. Of course, we have another hack. Perfect. And we got another cutscene. This cutscene is not skippable. I'll just let my buddy Steve do the talking here. So yes, this is... That's our boy. That's my waifu Steve right there. He makes this run interesting. As well as the exit of this mission. Of course, he likes to show off what he's got a little bit. Like the fabulous tail. We don't want to risk touching it. We want to taint its glory, of course. I'm always fixated on the bubblegum stuck under the desk at this cutscene. It is just a great attention to detail for this game. It just, I mean, it's gross. It's bubblegum, but it's, you know, it's a horror game. I thoroughly do. So we can't run here yet, but I'm holding sprint because I'll run as soon as it. There it goes. But yeah, that's a scripted cutscene right there. Steve is not a threat at all. And now we're gonna do the safety save. So this mission exit, Steve does have a scripted event and has to start hunting the humans that were originally hunting us. However, this scripted event, we can interrupt if we get in his way. So, depending on what formation the humans are in, will determine what we do. And sometimes even if we get a formation that I can do the riskier strat, sometimes Steve just decides to turn around anyway if the timing's a hair off. So, let's see what we get. Fingers crossed.
So, going back to the gum, why do you think someone smuggled gum into space? I imagine your standard office, really. So we got the bad RNG, I should note as well. So we have to do kind of the slow, boring strat around the back. I wanted to show out the risky one because it looks really cool, but if Heidi's walking across, Heidi is the name for the girl, I should clarify that as well. There he goes, we vented. But if that girl there walks across, he gets stuck in a spot, he'll turn around instead of going the third human, so. Unfortunately, we couldn't do the really cool exit, but we did do a safe exit, and, you know, that's good by me. This is the technically no deaths run. I loaded when I probably would have died, but it's actually because I would have killed Axel, and then it forces you to die, which is kind of a lame feature. Saying is, you know, if Axel could die, then you won't have to worry about his cutscene to die later, and you could save more time, I think. Anyway, that concludes mission 3. We're on to mission 4 now. So, kind of a bit of an introductory tutorial. This is introduction to the Working Joes. You always know a Working Joe, especially when they're crucible to speedrun. So here's our friend here. Fortunately, they're all passive here, but they don't like you upstairs, so they will become hostile upstairs. In a bit, we'll do the, one of my viewers coined it the droid diggle, which is where we use the revolver, and we kind of cancel their grab animation, and so they don't do damage to us, and we run past. But it does use revolver ammo, so we do have to be a bit careful with it. I will also take an extra second here to do a bit of looting. If you're going pushing for old record, usually you wouldn't. But since it's a marathon run, if we're out of loot, it's going to be a really rough run later on. So better be safe than sorry, of course. In a bit, we've got a cutscene as well. In my main category, one of the cool things some friends and I have been working on is actually a way to skip the entire cutscene. It saves even with the workaround we need to get it, it saves about 20 seconds. We've called it Zipper Clip, and it's really cool. We would have started it right there, but that's right. It probably needs a bit more practice to show off in a marathon anyway. That box actually loot too. That's a really nice sign. But yeah, you don't have to crawl in this vent. Don't have to watch. We're gonna meet our friend Hughes. But you know, we're gonna feel bad for Hughes here. To make it better, if you do the skip of a cutscene, and so we're in here and we don't have the cutscene of Hughes. Hughes' interaction with this android, then he is actually hostile towards us. He will actively try to kill us, so don't feel bad. Hughes is mean. Oh dear. And that translates to in English to good day. Androids they just don't care. There was another caveat I was gonna mention. I totally don't remember what it was, but that's okay. We'll remember that.
It'll come back at some point, yeah. So funny enough, this part as well is one of those ones that's presented as a challenge to the player. If you just run and press the button, it's not a threat. Even if you set off the alarm here, the droid will not get to you in time before the elevator opens. That's it, he's trying. Cool, so we got the rover out. We got an extra ammo as well. We have 2 flares, which is really awesome. Don't quite have the smoke bomb. I'll bind that to 3 preemptively. We can make a med kit. Nice. I will do that. Just attack the next set of finds. Awesome. Alright, so we're gonna run here. If we get a bad formation, we'll have to do a tickle early. If we get a good formation, we'll save a bullet. Oh, he was slow. Perfect. And an ethanol. Beautiful. Alright. That's what we need. Yeah, so story-wise, right, we are now still trying to look for our friends. We're over in communications now. What we're doing is attempting to see if we can find any message or any sign of Taylor Samuels. And this audio here, actually, this is Samuels. He sent out a help message. We're gonna skip the cutscene for his help message with us saying, "Hey, we're in medical. We need help. Taylor's been injured in the crash." So that's our next objective: get to medical. So we found our friends. Gotta run through this door, and so yeah, not on the exit. Of course, the engines are still evil, but this spot's pretty, or maybe angry perhaps, but this spot's pretty large. So we can just kind of walk around him here. We will have an interaction with one in a bit. We got a good RNG the exit though. Sometimes there's a guy blocking the path, we have to use a bullet. We'll only have to use it on this guy up here. So here it is, he starts the animation, and then you cancel. It's really fun. It looks really fancy, and of course, I don't play shooters, so my aim is really pretty terrible, but it's actually not quite as hard as it looks. It's a pretty fun one. If I watch somebody casually playing, I usually like to say, "Hey, shoot the android while he grabs you." It's kind of a, here's our speedrunner trick. They're not as mean as they think. Oh, that's not a strategy. I just misclicked. And yeah, we're running back down. So this is a moment as well where Steve is basically scripted. He's scripted to hover over the vents. We're actually fast enough. We're gonna beat when he says to hover the vents. But if you do walk into the wrong vent, he will jump down on you. Yeah, good old spook. Since we can't silent run here, we are going to run down. We're gonna try to make some noise, get this guy turned around. Similarly, we gotta do this. I know. So I said my aim is pretty bad. Someone about when I have the high ground, I just miss so much more. So I got grabbed earlier, so he won't grab me. There's a bit of a cooldown after a grab or after a cancel where you won't get grabbed again. And yeah, you kind of hear Steve thumping. Don't mind my spoonerism. There we go. And here's our exit. Now, once we're down here, Steve actually will be active, but only briefly. It's going to be our first use of motion tracker, which is kind of cool because you use a lot more in No Magic Glitches than in No CC. All right, so we run until this line, and you hear a boop. There it is. Loot these bad boys. Then we just wait for it, and once he is away from us, we are good to run again. Perfect. So he kind of walks through the area. If you make noise while you're walking through, he'll drop. But once he leaves, you're good to go. You're totally safe. And this train is actually scripted to arrive as well, so you know where to go. Most of the time they're not, but I'm pretty sure, I guess, lore-wise, Samuel's pressed the button to communications, so that's why it's showing up for us. But it all shows up at the same time, so that's why we're able to loot upstairs and not suffer any time loss. Here's what we have here. Okay, looking pretty good, actually. All right, and this concludes a mission 4. I got grabbed. Oh, yeah, so a caveat as well. I was mentioning the difficulties of Nightmare, and I know I realized I forgot one. The other major difficulty of Nightmare is that you have no heads-up display. You have no access to the map, and you don't know how much health you have. The only ways to know how much health you have are A, if you're dead, or B, if you can't heal anymore. The latter means you have full health, the former means you have no health. And so what we do as speedrunners is we kind of memorize the damage values of the game, and we just do the math in our head as we take damage, roughly how much damage you took. So the start of the run, I had 72 health because I took the fall. That's scripted. You'll always be down 18 health there. But I crouched under the wire, so I didn't take the extra 11 health there. So I got grabbed by an android, but I didn't get punched. So that's going to be another 11 health. So I like to round down a little bit just to be safe. And so that will put me at 60. Cool. We only ever get the tier 1 medkit. We have to go too far away to get the tier 2. So we only ever heal 50 of our health at a time. And again, with the loot being so rare, they are pretty valuable. So that's the importance of memorizing it, is because if you use too many, then you're you might be out of luck later on when you really need them. All right, but yeah, this is mission 5. So this is the first mission where Steve is going to be in his patrolling state. A little bit later on. It's one thing we'll do coming up is this kind of a cutscene to indicate to the player, yes, he's in his patrolling state. He's probably a threat now, where he has this big fancy animation. He walks down, he's stripped to go direction, and then he's in patrolling. Funny enough, we can just run past it. Since he's scripted, he's not actually hostile during the scripting, and it gives us enough time to run all the way across the map and finish the objective. It makes Mission 5 actually really easy for the speedrun tech, and seriously, any casual player can do this. If you know where you're going, just run. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Nice. So there's a little tiny thing I did there as well as a peek fall, which is if you hold peek and lean left and forward, well, you fall, it can be right as well if you fall to the right side of the event. Then you have kind of a stagger animation when you fall too far, but that stops it. You know, Ripley breaks her legs a little bit, I guess, but you know, we gotta go fast, dude. Taylor is injured. We need her to have a med kit as soon as possible, so. Oh, by the way, this is Dr. Coolman. Oh, we can't see him yet. There he is. He's kind of a cool guy, but not a lot, you know. He's trying to send us out. He's like, yeah, so I know there's an alien out here. I just don't really care. I think you should go find Dr. Morley's new password. So that's what he's doing. He's trying to guide us here through the... but fortunately, we don't need his guidance. We know where we're going. I should not have left my water bottle uncapped here. That was a bit of a mistake. I was starting to get a drink, and then I got carried away. All right, there we go. Cool. So the game also has a feature where you need to see the passcode before you can actually enter it, even though the passcodes are always the same. So this one is always 1702. I'm gonna flip out my revolver real fast. That's gonna free my camera. Usually, it kind of forces your camera to look at that. Taking the revolver is the fastest way to break that. Steve's doing his animation now. Unfortunately, we don't get to watch it, but that gives us good time to go get the key card. Which is down the hallway, around the corner here. What's funny is Steve, before you have the flamethrower, is passive enough that we're able to run for a lot of these speedrun strats. But if you watch me try to casually play this game, I will still be absolutely bamboozled by him here if I don't do this run technique. An important grab there is the pipe bomb. We're gonna need that for mission 10. If I can make it. If not, we've got a backup strat. It's just a little slower. But it's really cool to use the pipe bomb. We exploit a soft lock prevention mechanic. And we still have time to run. He's done with his animation now, but he's far enough away he doesn't hear us yet. We only need to start being careful right about the time we get into this door. So, now we're cutscene with Coolman. You should be safe because he didn't drop yet. And he's going to talk for a little while, so this gives us a chance to get some loot while he's doing his thing. The game likes a bit of good karma, so as a result of him sending us after in the face of danger with Steve the Xenomorph, we'll get a cutscene where Steve decides Coleman's tastier for the day. He was feeling like Ripley was a little bit too spicy, you know. He's not much a fan of sriracha, but Coolman, he's much cooler. He's much, you know. I'm making really bad puns. I hope you guys appreciate it. He's gonna do a little flick, just like Samuels did, and we're good to run. You need to wait on that line until though, otherwise he'll just wait for you to watch him. Cool, and that concludes mission 5. No deaths. We are on great pace so far. Well, I had to reload mission 2. We're still on great pace so far, I promise. Mission 6, though, is a tricky one. So similarly, Steve's in a bit of a patrolling state. We're gonna start with him active. You'll see me doing something like this for a lot of missions of the run as well, where despite the fact he's active, for the first, anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds when you load in a level, you were able to run because it takes a while for Steve to actually move in here. But now we're going to do another technique called sprint bursting, which is where I just very lightly press the sprint button every now and again. So I don't make quite enough noise for Steve to want to come check out the place. But I go just a hair faster than walking. It's kind of speedrunners really pushing their luck, you know. 2 more canisters. And around here, I will grab a bit more loot. And perfect. So we need to use this rewire to open the vent. Oh, I gotta go to the tutorial. Oh, I hope I didn't press Q there. And the flashlight similarly was another misclick. It's not a strategy. All right, cool. Now we get into this vent. Now we're going to drop into the actual more main area of Mission 6, which comes to the Medical Operation Theater, which is where we're going to find our medkit for Taylor. So again, we're going through this gigantic maze here, all because Taylor's injured and she needs some medical supplies. So fortunately, Ripley is, well practiced at evading Steve, I've got about 800 hours. I just surpassed 800 hours on my practice just here. No more loot, that helps. Gotta be extra careful with the sprint burst here though, because Steve is a little extra sensitive. And we will drop a good safety save just in case something goes a bit awry. Actually, we're gonna need that flare as well. Grab compound B, Molotov recipe. And this one's IE down. This is 2505. Again, have to see it before I can actually enter the passcode. It's kind of funny. Oh. Oh, no, I hit it. Oh, I got a funny glitch. Okay. Safety safe while we're waiting for that to open. It takes a little while for you can actually grab the key card. So we don't lose too much time here. Grab the key card, and then we're gonna sprint burst over here. There's a scripted explosion here. We can use to our advantage. So Steve's gonna drop to check that out because he's like, what on earth was that blast? While we're sneaking away, it's great. It lures them over there. It means we can just safely run this whole time. Almost safely. There are humans here, and if we get really unlucky, they'll be right in the way of our path. We're gonna chuck a flare there to distract them so we have a safe exit. And this is actually where the operation kit is. So I heard early boops. The tracker kind of tells you know where they are. So they're not in the hallway. They usually spawn right here if you get the bad RNG. You get really late boops on the motion tracker if that's what happens. But yeah, we're good. So now, funny enough, even though Steve was a threat, as soon as you're in this room, Steve becomes inactive. This room is perfectly safe. And we'll actually be doing another save coming up here as well, much less so as a safety save, and actually because if you load a save from that point, it'll spawn in a free medkit. And of course, for a marathon, and the current world record actually does this as well, so it's not a time loss, technically. But yeah, save load, and we get ourselves a free medkit, which is super nice. And finally, Mission 6 is extra nice because we'll get another free medkit on the very ending cutscene. Now you have to watch for these vents. Steve can hover under them. And this save point right here. Now we load. And then if I get it just right, I can actually grab it in the dark screen here. Nope, I went a little too far down. All right, now we get the exit. So Steve mostly just patrols vents here, kind of like Mission 4. He can drop if you take long enough, but oh, you're not supposed to turn around. I'm glad I did the save load for that medkit. That's not usually supposed to happen. That was particularly notably bad luck. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Okay, that's looking a bit better. Don't you do it again. All right, I'm gonna go a little bit slower. That is strange. I guess my flare throw might have been a hair off. There's a bajillion variables that could have gone a bit wrong there. Unfortunately, this wrong is no longer deathless either. I'm just gonna walk here just until the human does his thing. So there's Steve. He's waiting in that vent for me if I were to walk under it. There we go. That's better.
Good stuff.
Still gotta watch over these vents. And awesome, no human in the hallway. Hopefully he's not in the room. Nice, not in the room either. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, he's back there though. All right, nice. We get a cutscene. So this is the loudest part in the game right here. Headphone users beware. And then it actually gets louder than this still. I think the audio is balanced pretty well for the run, but just in case, I actually turned down my volume right here as well because this is really loud. All right, there we go. So we got the medkit on the floor though. We're gonna grab it right before the ladder. It's pretty easy to miss, but any medkit helps. Another caveat of this area is if you're really low health coming into here, you actually get scripted health. Because the fire does a perpetual damage to you while you're in here. So I was at 60 health, we had decided. I will lose a good portion of that. I'll lose, if I remember right, I forget during this cutscene because it depends on how much health you have going into it. It's kind of hard to remember. I believe I lose about 25. I'm gonna round down to 30 to be safe, so we're gonna be at 30 after this cutscene. I'll heal myself in one of my medkits in Mission 7, which should push us back up to 80 health, and then we should be good to go. I should note as well, Mission 7 is a very fun mission. It is the most strategy diverse in the entire game. There are a bunch of different strategies to get through it, and it is a notorious run killer no matter what strategy you use. We're going to be using the safe strategy developed by my friend Nico Hart. It involves using an extra flare, so fortunately we got pretty good flare RNG. I'm just triple check. Yes, we have an extra flare. Awesome. So we're going to be using the flare strat. It's a little bit slower. We require the android to open the door, but it's almost guaranteed to work almost every time. Assuming my bullet doesn't miss. And you'll see where that comes into play in just a little bit here. But yeah, we stopped taking damage down. We're just kind of out of it. Funny enough, what we're doing is we're going all this long way around to actually just go on the backside of a locked door to get out of mission 6. What's funny as well is, like, you know, this part gets really stressful. It's just kind of this long and kind of auto-scroller-esque point where you're just crawling through a vent, where you're just wondering if you got a gold mission 6 or not. We did another peak fall there, except I missed it. So that was a little stagger I couldn't move there. That was actually a pretty easy one, too. I guess I wasn't paying enough attention. But that concludes mission 6. Unfortunately, 2 deaths, but not too much of a time loss considering our timing. And here we go, mission 7. There's a bit of RNG depending on what initial human formation we're going to get. It's basically 50-50, barring small details like if they're like 6 inches to the right or to the left. Fortunately for this category, it shouldn't make a difference unless we get really unlucky and he's really far to the left or really far to the right. But the path we go will depend on what RNG we get. Here's hoping they don't do stuff funny like last mission. Alright, so we got them on the left. That's actually good. So as soon as they flinch, we're going to start running. Right there. These guys are funny. They'll take a little while to start shooting at you, which is really nice, thankfully. I don't know what we'd do if they shot at you instantly. They do, like, so they shoot at you instantly if you touch them, but fortunately we have no touch. So that's our target in a little bit. We gotta run down here and grab our access sooner. Steve is kind of weird in this spot. So he's half scripted at the start. He is active, but if you sneak past humans undetected, he is scripted to kill the humans. Whereas if you are not undetected, then the humans will be active and he'll be active. So he should drop up here in just a little bit. Heal while we wait for him, I guess. Come on, big man. Come on. There he is. Now we wait, go. Ah, it's perfect. But once you grab this hack here, Steve will be inactive until the next major objective. I may not hack in the wrong direction. There we go. And this is a great spot for another safety save, just in case our exit gets a little funky. You never know sometimes. Cool, so now we run and activate the android. It's actually usually when it heals after you press this button because you have to wait for him a bit, but I figured, why not? Steve's being particularly slow this time around, so might as well. Yeah, this is our friend. He's fortunately friendly this time. And I'll get the flare nice and ready.
Posso aiutarla?
Ho bisogno di un cilindro di compressione.
Deposito di ricambi.
Alright, so we need to I forgot to mention what the objective is here, right? So our main objective is still that we're trying to get Taylor her medkit. We are still just trying to get out of medical, right? You saw the big explosion. That was a trap set up for the alien that did not go quite as planned. We kind of ran into it, but that's okay. I mean, we didn't know it was there. So flare up the stairs. The humans that were shooting at us earlier should go check it out, and the timing should be just such that they'll be all the way up there by the time we get our compression cylinder. Which Steve will be active again, so we do need to be careful on our exit as well. We're going to do another save load technique, and it's not considered a major glitch. It is by design that if you load a save, it will reset Steve's position. Just in case casual players playing and they get a save right before Steve kills them, it will ensure that they don't effectively soft block their game. But we can use it to our advantage by intentionally save loading if we know Steve's on our tail. So we gotta want to lure him in here. We're gonna smack that a couple times. Oh, he's dropping early. Oh, he dropped real early. Woo! Threading the needle. So there's more crouch hopping. We make no noise, but we go a little faster than crouching. which is good in case he decides we're not there and wants to check somewhere else. Once we get out this door and just a hair around the corner, we're going to start running and hope for the best. You see now why this mission is a notorious run killer, probably. This was the safe strategy. And barely get to the save point. It's really scary. Oh, he just dropped it. Okay, we're actually good this time. It's really scary when he drops and he starts sprinting at you as you're doing the save. That's always a proper good time right there. It's just a
It is a horror game.
All right, and we're on our way up. It is, yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be scary, so it still keeps you on the edge of your seat, like chair, but you know. I say as I'm not actually doing that right now, but it's the spirit. So, numbers are just funny. You're not allowed to do most clips, like the elevator clip in Mission 2 that makes a difference. But there's a clip here coming up called Ladder Flex. I'm really hoping I get it. I want to flex. Yes! Haha! Say 0.7 seconds, you can grab the top of the ladder from the bottom, and it's glorious. Those humans actually are never a threat. Once they finish shooting, they just stand still there. They never do anything. It's really goofy. Casually playing, I was all terrified of them, and I shot at them, and no, they don't do anything. Cool, and that actually concludes Mission 7 right there. We're beginning Mission 8. Mission 8 is pretty straightforward, but we did need that health we grabbed earlier, so it's nice we're still at 80. I'm gonna have to count some droid punches, and you'll see what I mean in a little bit here. Alright, also we upgraded Access Tuner, so now we get a fancier hack. We actually had one last mission I just forgot to mention. Or symbols. Although honestly, I think the 5 symbol ones are the easiest. You just kind of get in the flow by the 5th symbol. Alright, another cutscene. So, this is us. We're finally back to Taylor. We're giving her a trauma kit. The marshal is here as well, so, like the head of security at the station. And he's all mad because it was actually him that set up the trap that we ran into when Steve dropped down on us. He's like, oh, you messed up the trap. I'm so grumpy. I can't believe you. You messed it up. Alright, pop off this brace, and we need to go up this elevator. It's a good time to look at loot while we wait for it to come, though. And so, they're basically, alright, yeah, we got Taylor, we got her medkit. Now we just have to get her somewhere we actually can operate on her, which is going to be the Marshall Bureau. But in order to get there, they need to take a tram, and transit happens to be down now. Apollo shut it down. That was... Oh, when was that? I'm struggling to remember what mission it actually officially shuts down. There's a big loud sound if you're slow enough, and I've totally zoned out when that was. Oh, it's right at the start of Mission 3, I think. No. Right after we get Mission 5, that's right. I forgot to loot there. I was thinking, that's okay, we'll still be fine. I still got everything we need at the moment. Anyway, it happens that transit control is in this area, so we're able to fix it. Of course, there's a human and an android we're gonna have to worry about in a little bit here. So there's our friend, Mr. Human. He's all mad that we're messing with the transit being shut down. And he's gonna check out this way as well, so we're gonna hug this wall a little bit so he doesn't shoot us, and then we're gonna give him a friendly little tap with our maintenance jack, hit the last button we need, and the android's in the way. So, back to the droid tickle technique. We need to lure him into this room. So to get the timing of the door right, I'm going to grab the strap there. Hopefully that should be about right. Now we get our iron torches to help us cut that panel to get out. And Stumpaton. Oh, perfect. We got a good timing. That's beautiful. Alright, of course, level 1 ion torch. I think it's called the plasma torch if I remember right. It's very slow, as you'll see here. Just really got to nudge it along here. And it's you can get kind of stuck in the corners too, which is a hair annoying. My panel torch experience is very low. In no CC, you actually can clip through this with the same technique we can get past Axel with a plant clip. But that's all right. Okay, 1 punch. We're at 70, 60, 50. He was really slow to do that at the time. 40. 40. Nice. That's actually really good. We were fast there. Can you grab the ladder?
Saliteci. Ho avuto dei problemi e ci metterò un po' a tornare.
Ti aspettiamo.
Taylor non può. Salirò sulla prossima.
Come vuoi.
One other element I forgot to mention as well is why the humans are so deadly. So they have 2 different weapons. They'll usually have a shotgun or a revolver. Amusingly, the shotguns are actually a joke. Even in Nightmare, getting point blank range shot with a shotgun does 12.5 damage out of 100. Whereas a revolver can one-shot you at any distance. And it happens to be that there's 3 humans with revolvers up there. But an interesting technique is that if you shoot the stairs, they don't come down. I mean, I guess if I were somewhere and somebody shot the stairs about to go down, I would think twice about going down the stairs, but it's kind of amusing anyway. It completely renders them not a threat. All right, we actually maxed out our sensors, but that's all right. We are pretty good on time here. We're waiting for this tram. That was amusing. We had another sensor. Usually when this run will give you loot, there'll be one piece of loot you just can't get enough of. It looks like this run is going to be sensors. Yeah, we still only have the 1 ethanol, and we're going to get close to mission 10, so I should probably... Yeah, we're going to start working on that bite bomb. Cool. Mission 8 actually is not over yet, but we're going into mission 9. Mission 9 is going to be the one mission where we do not play as Amanda Ripley. We're essentially going to meet a man in the jail cell named Marlowe. And he is basically responsible for bringing the alien to the space station in the first place. He's going to tell us the story. He's going to kind of show us a cutscene. The long story short is it's kind of a cutscene back as we walk in his footsteps as they explore the Nostromo crash and check out the big alien. I admittedly don't know my lore well enough to know what it's called. The game calls it Derelict. And yeah, his wife Foster gets hit by a facehugger, so he's panicking, he's freaking out, he really cares about his wife, so he brings her to Sevastopol. Mission 6, there's a lot of, if you kind of go through the more casual playthrough element, you see a lot more of the cutscenes and stuff. You'll actually see, hey, we have a unknown like virus here, unknown condition of this patient. The patient they're covering, and they're like, I don't know what's wrong with her, but it's crazy. Is Foster? It's okay. Marlowe's wife here that we brought on the space station. Now, funny enough, if we go ahead of this trash, wait till we'll soft lock. I'm pretty sure GDQ's audio mixes to mono, so you can't hear it. But as an interesting caveat, if you do this, you can hear the audio flip from right to left when Waits is talking. But, yeah, so we have to wait here for him to finish talking, then we're going to start talking to Marlowe, and it'll begin Mission 9. Mission 9 is... Almost missed my cue there. Mission 9 is really cool. I appreciate Mission 9, but it is really boring to speedrun, unfortunately. If you're here, Democules, I'm sorry. I mean no hate. But it is, you're stuck in a spacesuit the whole time, so you're not able to run, and there's no inherent difficulty or challenge. It is basically the 3D game equivalent of an auto-scroller. Again, atmospherically super cool, lore-wise for experiencing the game, really fun. It's a nice break from the tension of the game. But for the speedrun, it is 10 minutes of hold W and scroll a few times. Nonetheless, here we are, beginning Mission 9. That's right. Right after Mission 9, it gets a lot more exciting. We get into Mission 10. But I'll cover why Mission 10 is exciting a little bit more, a little bit later. Yeah, so let's do this one's the blue is Heist, and the red is Foster, and then the yellow is Meeks. So the Foster here is who gets the facehugger at the end cutscene. The reason I'm spoiling it now is because we do have to skip the cutscene as part of the speedrun strat. The timer does run during the cutscenes, and if they're skippable, then saves time. So I like this game. We do miss some of the lore sometimes. I kind of wish we used an actual in-game timer as our main game time timer, because then you could actually casually watch the cutscenes and just enjoy it, be along for the ride sometimes. Especially if you need like an extended pee break or something. But no, Mission 9 actually does include the first major pee break on this run. As you guys have probably seen from the estimate, this is I think we're sitting at 3:15 is the estimate right now. I have to look for sure. It's a very long speed run, and so yeah. About an hour into the run, it can become, hour or 2 hours of the run. If you've been drinking water, which I actually have been kind of lacking in my water intake so far, the need can arise. So Mission 9 here has an entire almost minute straight, where you AFK does not make a difference. That'll be coming up. Again, I've neglected my water, so we shouldn't need to take it. There's a second one later in Mission 15, right after the 2 hour mark, conveniently. It's like they designed this game for speedrunning, I'm telling you. But now that I've mentioned it, I've suddenly become thirsty as an unusual coincidence. I don't know, man. Alright, so this is the end of the road here. That triggers the cutscene, and now we just have to wait for our friends to get back here. Specifically, Heist. There's a ledge right here. Heist needs to help us up the ledge. We can only have him help us once he gets here, so it can get a little bit slow. And then after he starts that, after he tells Heist to get over there, he said, Heist, give me a leg up. We actually need to back up because sometimes Heist will see us in the way, and it'll take this really long detour around us, which is just a complete waste of time. It's one of those ones where if you're kind of falling asleep during Mission 9, you're running all day, you've hit Mission 9 now for the 4th time or something. If you fall asleep, it's really easy to forget to back up there, and then you're like, oh, great, I just lost 6 seconds. Oh boy. All right, bit of a drop here. Oh, it's early. I'm lacking, dude. Really? All right. I said that as though I did something cool. I just remembered to keep moving, really. Okay, I mean, this mission's cool. Look at that atmosphere. This is creepy as heck. Fantastic. I just, you see how fast I'm moving as well, and it's just, It doesn't feel like a maze. It's funny, because it's supposed to feel like a maze at first, and you're supposed to have this cool tracker to look at where you're going. It's really, there's not any dead ends, really. It's just kind of all one direction. So just follow the path, really.
Ho trovato una fessura nella roccia. State pronti, la farò esplodere.
Alright, so what we did, the reason we had to get up there was the end of the road. It's because all these rocks are blocking the way, so for whatever reason, if we're on this side, all of a sudden now we can explode the rocks, which we couldn't do earlier. I guess to build tension, perhaps. Well, those blow up. Here's our next ledge. We need to wait for Heist again. Yeah, if this were your main, if we're Mission 9 for the main GDQ event is like the perfect, just read all of the donations mission, but that's alright, we're chilling. It's a good time anyway. It's a nice break, and especially if you had a stressful Mission 7 or something, it can kind of help you regain your cool for a bit. Alrighty. A fun little caveat. I feel like Democracy is mad for showing this up. If you look, oh no, I looked early, didn't I? Or late? Where is it? I did. I looked late. I'm sorry. I didn't actually get to show it off. You can actually see the line. If you look from down there on the bottom of this, you can actually see the line in the skybox. I completely forgot about it until it was late, so I apologize. I didn't get to show you something cool, but it's where all the smoke now fades. All right, we get a cutscene. This is part 2 of Mission 9. And I need to be ready on the keyboard, because as soon as we load in, we need to be moving. What's really important is Meeks is up here. Meeks walks slower than us. And so if we start moving too late, we get stuck behind him, and it loses a lot of time. Amusingly, because the next ledge we have to jump up, we have to wait for him, but he is much more inclined to walk directly towards it if we're already there. So, if you walk right away, you can get ahead of him at this little kind of widening of the path here, before it narrows again. But yeah, if you miss this, it's a pretty big time loss. And again, it's one of those goofy ones. Not a difficult trick to get ahead of him at all. You just walk early, but it's easy to forget if you're just completely zoned. Gosh, I need to touch on my Alien lore though. I admittedly, as much as I love the game, I've only seen the first Alien movie. I haven't seen any of the sequels or prequels. The best of my memory, I'm pretty sure this zone here is supposed to be themed after what's shown in the Prometheus sequel. Although I could be wrong about that. Don't break out the pitchforks if I didn't remember that right. For those of you who may know, but you can see this is truly something not natural. This is very Alien-esque. Kind of strange hallways we crawl through here. I do find it strange how much they look just like your regular mechanical tubes, that one takes the water, that one takes the oil, whatever. But supposedly these are all just generators from the aliens. I don't know. I need to touch up on my lore. I'm lacking a little bit. I believe as well as now probably become apparent why it feels just so much like an auto-scroller. It's just, we walk at this speed the whole way. It's only one path, really. This area is pretty cool. I believe he's called the Engineer, if I remember right. Again, please don't break into pitchforks if I'm wrong. Just feel free to correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. I don't have the chat open. I don't know if you guys are correcting me or not, but if I was wrong, I request that I am corrected.
Era una forma di vita, ora è di nostra proprietà. Diritti di recupero.
And if this is actually still active, this is the hallway we need to be in to turn it off. It's a distress signal, so we were the team sent to actually turn off the distress signal, which happens to be down this hallway. But just have to wait for a little while to turn it off.
Lo vedo.
Also, the AC in my house. This is not relevant to the run at all. AC in my house is not working. It's been pretty warm lately. The heat wave is kind of cool off a bit, but it's still not great. So I might get a little bit shiny by the end of this run. I'm really hoping it's not too hot. My camera's bad habit of overheating. Really hope my camera doesn't overheat. That would be super unfortunate. We're so far so good, but I gotta knock on wood for that because you never know. Alright, finally, Meek showed up to lift us up here. Finally, we're not waiting on anybody after this part, but it's still a little bit left of the mission, really. So, more similar hallways. The mouse accelerates in this. This game has a built-in mouse acceleration, which is actually kind of nice if you're going for fancy clips. Like in No CC, there's a really cool clip in Mission 13. But it does make these really fine curves kind of difficult because you have to get exactly, it's like you just don't have the right speed on the mouse. You're either too slow or too fast, and it kind of makes the turns choppy. Of course, super minute stuff, but if you're trying to like punch out like the crispest of times that you can, it can become a hair frustrating when it's just, you know, you just get the lines messed up because the game's being frustrating. Cool, so that's the beacon right there. Of course, Marlo, very responsible. Oh, I wonder what this thing is. Oh, hey, it stopped. That's pretty, yeah. Although, I guess in retrospect, it's that exact carelessness that got them in the situation that they're in now anyways, so, you know, whatever. Should be no surprise. Like, imagine if you're on one of these, you'd want to be a lot more careful with random glowy distress beacon things you've never seen before. While we're on that, they sent a witch. They set up a winch, not a witch, in the middle of this area here, which will kind of reveal a, you know, well, we'll see. We got a full minute. This is the bathroom break coming up right here. Amusingly, this prompt is in kind of a weird spot. It can be kind of going to grab. Forget. There we go. Okay. Sometimes you can miss it and walk like on top of it and still not actually be on the winch. Another really silly place to lose time that's way too easy to do in this mission. But yeah, so as soon as you click on this winch, we just sit back, we just chill. It's a good time. Again, bathroom break if you need it. But it is actually really kind of cool. It's a cutscene you can't skip, so you do actually get to see some of the big reveal here. I don't know how they set up this hole this fast in the matter of, you know, like 2 minutes to turn off the beacon, but oh well, I mean, they work fast. They earn their pay pretty well. But yeah, I hope some of your friends in the chat recognize those eggs. There's a lot of them. And so naturally they are sticking their faces into them. You can now probably imagine why Foster ended up with a facehugger. Again, this is the cutscene that does as well. Is we're about to skip the cutscene, which shows the, oh, look at the eggs and. You can kind of see that first little speck over there before the skip animation finished. Funny enough, the speed that bar skips is fully dependent on your frame rate. But that concludes Mission 9. We're back to Mission 10. So, this is exciting. Mission 10 is, by none, one of the most, like, skill-wise difficult missions in this run. At least this category. It is nice though, this first section is pretty free, and it gives us a boatload of, wow, flamethrower fuel. He gives us a boatload of loot here. I remember. And we actually have a couple waves of loot here coming up as well. So this is the first wave. Oh, why my hair slower than that? Yeah, we're good. Fortunately, there's not much. The time limit is just waiting to open this door, which will happen regardless of where you are in here. And we're gonna grab our best friend, Der Flammenwerfer,
Spero sia così.
which is German, not Italian. I'm aware. It's just so fun to call it Der Flammenwerfer. It's one of my favorite German words. Oh, come on. Let me get this grab. There we go. Here it is. It may be tempting to try it out. You can burn weights, though, and it will, just like if Axel dies, it will make you die, and you have to reload, and so it's as tempting as it is. It's not worth trying out. I'm gonna load this one at it. Yeah, I just got one bullet left in there. Okay, we only got 2 total, but that should be enough. Fortunately, as unforgiving as this run can be with the loot sometimes, there are still enough areas where you have the guaranteed loot as you're intended to grab it for the main portion of the run. That if you can get past some of the humps with specific loot, like I'm gonna need a pipe bomb coming up in this mission specifically. If you get past that, the rest of it's really pretty doable. One exception with no major glitches is flamethrower fuel. That does become a pretty notable concern. If you get kind of some bad luck with Steve being a little more active than he should. Generally, despite the fact that Steve is this big impending alien and he's supposed to be unpredictable and scary, very frequently you will be. We do know that if you get him to vent at a certain spot at a certain time and then we run a certain direction, he actually is really pretty predictable 9 times out of 10. And so mission 10 takes full advantage of that, like the entire time. So you'll see, I'll be like, I can run here. No, I can't run. I need him to drop in this vent. I need to flame him here. I need to make noise here. It's really cool. Lots to memorize, but it's really cool. We will also be taking a very generous number of safety saves in this mission. It is also one of the longest missions of the game. Kind of tied up for mission 10. Or sorry, kind of tied up for mission 14, but mission 14 is also really fun. So yes, we have 2 blasting caps. That is perfect. So we'll make Tuba Bomba, and then I can make the flashbang. That's exactly what we want. So we're going to bind flashbang to 3, Tuba Bomba to 4. Everything else should still be the same. So we're going to open this train. We're going to be able to run for just a second. Steve is currently active. Once we get here, we have to walk, because he just makes it. He's going to move across this just like what happened at the end of mission 4. Walk across. Once he gets away, we're actually free to run for a notable amount of time. So up here we have some humans. These guys are friendly. It's unfortunately hard to know who's friendly or not, but that guy did have a revolver there. That is a guaranteed spawn, so now we actually have quite a bit more revolver ammo, which is also awesome. I'm only going to throw 4 in there. No, I have mission 11 coming up. We're going to throw all 6 in there. Never mind, we're going to throw all 5 in there, because I don't have a 6th. Run down these stairs, and to our first safety save. Because this next spot can become very, very cycle dependent. If we don't get him to vent in the right spot, he will drop twice as much as he should, which is not good. Even if I don't die, I might need to reload to conserve flamethrower fuel so I can finish the rest of the mission. Oh, I don't need to reload there. Alright, so now we open this terminal here. As soon as we do this, Steve will teleport. It is a major objective update. So now Steve is over here. That's why we heard the tracker boop as soon as we finished it. So he's going to drop in just a minute here. We ideally want him to vent upstairs. He dropped at what should be a pretty good time. So you might faintly hear him sprinting after me now. I've got just enough time I can make it into this room. Come on, big man. Oh, and then he got stuck on the door. This is an unfortunate time loss. Come on. That's all right, though. So we need him to vent right there, specifically, so that we are able to run for the entire time to grab the next one of these. By the way, I should have 2 other objectives. So we got Taylor Hermetical Supplies, so we're good there. We learned about Marlowe. So the next order of business is Waits is trying to trap the alien, right? He set up the trap in mission 6 we found the hard way. That didn't work, so we are on plan B. Ripley wants to help while Taylor's recovering, so here we are, risking her life, attempting to trap the alien. Amusingly, I actually wrote one of my... Oh my gosh, I'm gonna... That was a flare, I thought it was something to reveal. We're gonna try to run through here. For whatever reason, running under these vents actually delays his drop. If you run to the left of that, he'll drop as you're doing this, and he'll get you almost every time. But because of now, he's sitting in there, so you don't want to run into that. As soon as you get here, he's going to drop. Right back. 1, 2, 3. Now we use this terminal, but we are good. We don't have to worry about Steve. We have one more burst before he's too much of a problem. Grab a bit of loot while we're crouching. Fun fact, if you run too fast here, we actually don't have to worry about the day. Oh, yes, we do. So if you get through that room before the objective updates, the game actually will just straight up crash every single time, without a doubt. It is the weirdest bug.
Oh.
Yeah. So you have to remember to wait there. So Steve's gonna drop one more time. This spot's a little stressful because he can be at funny angles sometimes, like this part right here. Go away, big man. Oh. That's all my fuel, that's all my fuel, that's all my fuel. Okay, thank gosh. That was a lot more fuel than I wanted to use. That was a hair stressful. We do get a bit more fuel coming up, but did I seriously use it all? Yikes. That's bad. Usually, I think I flamed him a little too far away. So one of the things you'll learn running the game is, and the android's mad at me! Come on, bro, don't do me like that. Anyway, as soon as you open that door, Steve is inactive until you finish that objective thing there. And he's going to do a scripted drop coming up. No CC, we see it a little bit more. Nightmare No Magic Glitches, we do a different technique here. I have not accidentally flamed the android while flaming Steve. That's a hair concerning. I really hope we don't have to load back. Oh no, we have 413 fuel. I don't know why my flamethrower stopped working, actually. That was just straight up weird. That was full out weird. I did need to heal after mission 8. We have not done that yet, because we still only have 2 medkits. So I got punched by the droid again, so this put me back up to 80 health. Because I had 40, then one more punch, 30, up to 80. They actually do 11 instead of 10, that's why I like to round down, because it's easier to just do it in 10s. Oh, okay, 1, 2, we're gonna wait for these 3 beeps, 8 times. 3, 4, 5, I like to move over at 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, safety save time. This exit is tricky. You have to get a really precise throw with this flashbang or smoke bomb, depending on what you're able to craft. Ethanol's a bit scarce, so it's the flashbang for us today. Oh no, I don't need to reload. I have a bad habit of safe loading. But you gotta get it just right, otherwise a revolver human, aka usually we name him Jeremy, will like to interrupt our plans. Hopefully I don't have to reload though, because I usually have to use extra fuel. But oh my god! That's not usually supposed to happen. That was interesting. Never once in my practice have I gotten that. So, well, never mind the not needing to use fuel thing. It looks like Steve's gonna be a problem here anyway. Maybe. No, we're actually good. Okay, I'm gonna line up right here, throw just up for the railing. Nice! Got the throw. So she's gonna shoot us. She only has a shotgun. She's not worried. There's Jeremy right there. Well, okay, she didn't shoot me today. Usually she'll shoot you on the exit as well. So she punched me. That's another 10 damage. So that brings me down to, what did I say earlier? 80. So I'm at 70. Oh, I forget. I stopped paying attention. Well, I'm actually really happy though. So I died, but not where I expected. Alas, the safety save came into play pretty well. Now we're in Gemini. So Steve is still active here, but this is the longest time we can just run straight from the level loaded. Kind of the same way, it takes a while to get here. I'm not sure why it's particularly long here in this part of mission 10, but we can run all the way down here until we grab the upgrade to our torch, which we're going to need to actually not soft lock in mission 11.
Ok, basta parlare, wait.
Alright, so similarly, it is pretty cycle dependent here. I was really concerned I was out of flamethrower fuel. Dude, that spooked me. I'm like, how did I run out of fuel? I know it was a pretty bad flame earlier, but... Yo, I meant to say, so one of the things you'll learn in this game as well is when flaming Steve, it's not just... If you flame him, it's not a guarantee he's gonna go away. We use a technique called bursting, and so usually he needs explicitly 3 bursts to be scared away. Also, we don't want the android to see us get on this terminal. He will be hostile if that's the case. Alright, now we need to make a lot of noise. Usually these 3 bursts, we're gonna actually come up with an example where he only needs 2, right here, oddly enough. That's perfect timing. I don't know why, only 2, but we needed the vent there. That allows us to run all the way back here as well. Again, very specific vent strategy. It's really amusing because it feels like sometimes you're wasting time waiting for them to drop so you can get through a certain vent. We can loot that because this door will always close on us before we can get through it. But yeah, I'm using, actually I do have the flares on. I will save that for later. My practice has shown this technique to work pretty well. We make a little bit of extra noise there with another technique called psycho hopping, which is that we crouch while running, and it resets our animation. So we actually make an extra step, and it makes a lot of extra noise. All right, up the ladder. We're gonna grab that safety save as we come back down. But this is why I needed to roll out my revolver. Hopefully our cycle is right. He hasn't dropped it, which I do find a hair concerning. Usually he does. So, come on, Steve. Perfect. Perfect. All right, that's good. I was a bit worried our cycle would be a bit funny there, but that's exactly what it should be. We're safe to run here, but if you get caught by the camera, he will drop immediately. Doesn't matter if you scared him away. And then safety save time. Oh, you dropped the hair too soon, big man. We can save it. We can do it. We can make it. We can make it. Oh, he dropped upstairs. The audio does sound a bit different depending on where he is, but sometimes it is a hair difficult to figure out. So uppy downy, activate the android, and now this is what we're actually going to exploit some soft lock prevention. That was totally on me. So even another caveat as well: if you flame Steve but you block his path of escape, he will attack you again. That was totally a goof on my part. Oh, I was still trying to mention his AI is a bit funny though. If he comes around a corner, he's usually not looking in the direction of your flamethrower, so he sometimes won't pay attention to it, and that's why corner drops can be particularly threatening. Chuck that. That's gonna soft lock. Oh my gosh. It's alright. It's alright. I knew at some point. This is again very difficult part. He didn't drop where I liked him, unfortunately. I should have flamed him before I chucked the pipe bomb. That was another me getting a little bit too excited about the rest of the run. Crouch hopping, he can't usually hear us. That's perfect. There we go. Okay, so now we killed the android with a pipe bomb. This door will open for us. Otherwise, we have to waste a bit more time as he opens that door. Only one more place to die now in this part of this mission, which is to get stuck, to accidentally walk under the wrong vent. Well, that one right there, he likes to be a bit stinker. Oh, he's about to drop, actually. Eesh, that's a bit close for comfort. All right, looks like we're good. I don't have to worry about that now, though. All right, nice. And that is a safe, or maybe not super successful, but we did successfully exit mission technically part 3. There's 4 parts. Part 3 of mission 10, without too dreadful of a time loss. That is admittedly my big trouble section in the game, though, is quite literally right there. That one usually gets me pretty well. So similarly, we can run till this bar in the ground. Now we do the same technique. We watch the tracker till Steve's out of the way. He's being a little slow this time. There we go, 88. Need an upgraded ion torch to get through here. And I don't want to remember to bring up my revolver here as well. Basically, we're going to create a lure in a room that Steve kind of can, but doesn't like to get into. There's no vent in it. Which will get him to drop from a specific vent, which is good because then we can get him to vent in the same vent, and then all of a sudden he just takes a really long time to actually come back out of here. So it's right out of here. If you're not careful, he'll be waiting at this door for you. He's being slow today. Being really slow today. Perfect. That's exactly what we need right there. We're just going too fast for him, man. He's not even really sure what's happening anymore. Yeah, despite all the thumpy sounds he makes up there, unless something really weird happens, which does every now and again, this works 9 times out of 10. We're gonna run all the way here, grab this lever, and then we're gonna run all the way this way. Grab this hack. And finally, midway through our run out of here, he's finally gonna drop again. It can become a hair sketchy because from which vent he drops is a bit unpredictable. Looks like that one. That's a pretty easy one. Wait. That's a bit annoying. So remember how I mentioned that sometimes even though you flame him and the 3 bursts usually works, every so often it doesn't. And he can tell you in that cutscene, so that's a hair annoying. We gotta go back a little further than I like to go back. Mission 10's tricky. I did the disclaimer that Mission 10 is in fact the one of the most difficult missions we have here. Mission 14 can be difficult. It depends on how your nest goes, but there's usually enough safe spots that it's a lot easier to manipulate the aliens and they're more predictable, and so as such, I love 14. 14 goes great. There's just kind of more to think about, perhaps. But yeah, unfortunately, we died there, and I was really hoping not to die there. That was not part of the plan. Thought I only got 2 bursts there. Sometimes it's hard to count when you're really in the zone. I don't actually have an extra flamethrower fuel. I should look at how much I have, just to be sure. I did reload and I got an extra spot of it, so I think we're okay. But sometimes even if you get the 3 bursts and you run out of fuel directly afterward, Steve will then attack you as well if he's like, what? There's no more fuel, so we're good to go. If I do die, unfortunately, again, I will take that safety save. It can mess up the cycle a bit, but just for the sake of not resetting back too much. Alright, now we get the magic of wondering where he's gonna drop. Back there. I'm just gonna wait for him. That's what we needed. There we go, now he dropped. Now we start the cutscene. I remember, like, the first time we did this, as soon as I heard it, I was like, oh no, because like, either the hiss, like he wasn't done yet, I was like, oh. Because you can't back out of the cutscene to flame him a few more times. But, you know, the thing I practiced more so than the Mission 10 strategies is the Mission 10 safety save locations. Oh, he's actually waiting in the vent early for us. That doesn't usually happen. We're gonna have to go a hair long because he is ready to eat our soul. Usually you can run a bit of a tighter route there right at the start, but today was an exception. Similarly, he's gonna come after us. This part here is fortunately pretty safe. If I don't do anything silly. We can just wait in here. What we're gonna do is prepare a revolver for another shot. And I need to count as well these boops, and I kind of forgot to do that. I'm just gonna guess. About when it feels right, we're gonna shoot in here, and it will at least lure Steve into these vents. How about now? He actually just vented. No better time, I guess. Crash up over here, and once we start this cutscene, though, we are invincible. We're good. Mission 10 is over. Perfect. That's what we're talking about. Finally, we got it. Mission 10 is under the books. What's that figure of speech?
Which one?
I cannot think I would have. Oh man, I don't know. I've totally drawn a blank on the English language right now. I say that as though I speak multiple languages. I do not. I pretty much know just English. unless C counts. I like C. C's my favorite language. totally unrelated. But yeah, we're on Mission 11 now. So Mission 11 shouldn't be bad, but it's one of those ones like Mission 2 where sometimes stuff is just a little funky. And so it can become a hair annoying. We did heal on our exit, and yes, before the safety save. Oh man, I'm trying to remember how much health we have. I'm gonna go with a solid 70, just to be safe. I can't remember if I was 70 or 80. I'm leaning towards 70 though, so 70's how much health. Yeah, because I think I was thinking about I had 30 in mission 8, and then I got punched again. Okay, yes. Got some scrap right there, and this is all the way up here because we're actually back in Solomons. This is where we are in mission 2. I mentioned I really love how tastefully this game reuses the zones, and this is no exception. So we're gonna come through here, and you're hopefully gonna recognize that this is where we met Axel way back when. That was the door we broke the brace off, except now we're going to leave a different way. So we're coming back here, but only briefly. I heard one boop. It is, fortunately, an android. Oh, 2 androids, and not a human. Okay, give them a little tickle. When they do the backward spin like that, it can make them hard to hit sometimes. Fortunately, we got it without too much problem. I got to remember to check how much fuel, how much loot we got. That can become an issue. Marathon approved loot. Of course, it was empty. Had to try. Alright, to run to this to trigger the objective, then we can activate our friend Harold. We got a charge pack. I'll need that for Noisemaker later on. That one is also empty. I love this game, but it is a bit newcomer unfriendly sometimes because they're like this, for example, the Herald. You need the Herald to open this gate, and it's just like, how was I supposed to know that? We got 2 revolver shots, 89 flamethrower fuel. No loot there this time around. Let me make sure this is fully loaded though. Perfect. All right, the 2 shots, and then I have to remember how many shotgun shells I have. This part you can become a hair tight on ammo. Especially because the shotgun is super essential later. Because the shotgun, in Nightmare mode, the droids, of course, take less damage from your weapons. But the shotgun, if you get a point-blank headshot and then hit your maintenance jack immediately afterward, is still enough to kill an android. Non-super android. We'll meet those in a little bit. And that is pretty important for the next mission, mission 12. So what I'm actually going to do is run to this save here. Again, I really don't want to have to use this save, but you never know. We might need it this time. Oh, I missed opening the panel. That was unfortunate.
Wait, sono Ripley. Che sta succedendo agli androidi? Non lo so. Perché lo stato di allarme è cambiato?
So really, the shotgun works perfectly. It's funny for us as Amanda. The shotgun is one of our strongest weapons, whereas when the humans have a shotgun, it's even in Nightmare, it's a joke. If you missed what I said earlier, it does to point blank range to you as the player, just 12.5 damage out of 100. What? Oh, sorry about that. I accidentally I fumbled my button again. That was not what I was going for. We need the security guard to come in here and fast. Because the androids murder the humans? Yeah, he was waiting. He didn't realize I was there yet. Oh, he didn't actually grab me. So what happens if you do that, if you don't actually cancel the grab animation, sometimes I can turn around and grab you anyway, and that's not good. I did waste a bullet. We should be okay. But anyway, the androids will try to murder the humans. If they do, we'll actually spawn another human up top who is very risky. Because he also has a revolver. We call him the sniper. We really don't want the sniper. The sniper is actually exactly what the main reason I set up that safety save.
Wait.
Well, I'm out of revolver shots, so I do have to rely on the shotgun now. I've got 3 shells left. I just need 1 civilian alive. I'm hopeful. Don't hear a boop yet, hopefully. The injuries reacted a bit funny though, so. Oh no, that's not a promising boop. Whew, okay, we're good. We're good. I was really sweating there for a moment. I was like, please no sniper. Sniper's the only deadly part, I guess, other than the main human himself. He also has a revolver. But yeah, funny enough, since you load this zone, the android doesn't grab you. Just run straight past him. I think a really cool mechanic of this game engine is that though, of course, we have different levels. What the game does to conserve resources, it loads portions of the levels dynamically. So it only actually load it into the game once you hit certain triggers, usually like pulling a lever on a door. And then it almost seamlessly flows together. It's really cool. Awesome. Now we're back in the Marshal Bureau. I hope you guys recognize this place. So yeah, this is the kind of cool takeaway we have here. So yeah, what happened is that the androids got in here. They started murdering everyone. Unfortunately, these are just innocent civilians, including Waits over there as well. It's a bit gruesome, but we do want to grab them for loot. And similarly, I really should need the safety save. Just in case something goes weird. Ricardo here. Ricardo's the G, by the way. Ricardo is like the ultimate homie.
Riccardo, se vado a cercare Samuels, puoi restare.
In case something goes weird, we will save there. It doesn't cost us any time because Ricardo's still talking. So it doesn't hurt, you know.
Riccardo.
And I'll just triple check here that I do in fact have 3 shotgun shells. I got 1 revolver ammo left. Where'd that come from? Well, nice. Actually, that's huge. I'll use that in just a bit here. Okay, this droid's always in the corner, so he's there, but you don't have to worry about him when you come back through. These doors are a bit funny. This one only opens in the middle, even though the entire thing is a door. I've had so many speedruns where I've stood in that very corner, just waiting for it to open, like, come on, why won't it open? What's going wrong? Not realizing I just never activated the trigger to open the door. It's interesting. I know this casually playing this mission caught me up quite a bit as well. Nice, we have no droid in the stairs as well. That's also super useful. I don't have to worry about him there. I'm gonna try to get this guy over here, and we're gonna take him out, see if he has any loot for us. Just like that. The shotgun to the face, and then the maintenance jack swing. We've got 1 more of those in the next mission. Although it's a hair easier because he doesn't moving when he's coming at us. I usually become a hair worried about doing that if I'm on the stairs, because again, for whatever reason, whenever I have the high ground, I miss my shots with I have a brutally poor accuracy on my shots, and I'm just not sure why. Guess I gotta practice stair shots more or something. Let me think what I need for the next mission coming up. I really think we're actually pretty good. I'm gonna start this bad boy for mission 15. I just need whatever the middle item is, a bonding gauge. That's doable. But hey, that's mission 11. Checked off the list. We survived it, thankfully. I was kind of worried about mission 11. I'll be fully honest. One of my days practicing, I kind of like threw a complete temper tantrum over mission 11. I was not having a good day with it, so I was a little worried for it. Mission 10, I expected to die. I know mission 10's tricky. I know I'm still learning the strats, and especially exactly what Steve's looking for on the flamethrower. I know mission 10's tricky. I expected to die. That's why I had the safety saves in exactly the right spots. But man, mission 11 is the one that I should not have died to, and I'm really glad that I did not embarrass myself in mission 11. Cool, so you might recognize this area as well. This is where we first went up to medical to get Taylor's operation kit. We're back in the science and medical tower. So we were in the medical part, now we're going to the science part. What we're doing now is, I forget, I've been trying to explain the objectives and I'm way behind you. I get so sidetracked playing this game. So mission 10 was all about the trap. The trap, we think worked, right? So the first iteration of it didn't work. So that's why Waste is a KG-348. I actually wrote one of my college papers on it because it's basically a version of the trolley problem. The less, I don't know, the nomenclature isn't great, but it's the Fat Man on the Bridge variant of the trolley problem, except it's really compelling because it's the man on the bridge. I should pay attention to what I'm doing. Oh, forgot I had into the key code. That's okay. It's not deadly, I promise. Except that the man on the bridge in this alien version of the trolley problem now is volunteering to, he says, I want to help stop this, but without knowing what he's doing. And so I wrote a paper on it for my Nature and Human Values class. I gotta, plug my Twitch to my NHV professor. It was great. All right, so coming up here, we're going up the elevator shafts. You'll recognize this area as well. We're actually back in the area where we left mission 7. If you remember where those humans were when we did the ladder flex, if you look up, we're actually now going to be above that. And it's actually all the same zone as well. So if you fall off, which you can do by using a special trick, I will mention that later. Awesome, we got the Superman bug, which is if you walk forward just a hair and then press E twice, it breaks your camera. It means you can crawl in this vent a little earlier, saves like 2 seconds or something. But yeah, if you fall off, what we're going to be on in a bit, and I'll explain where that happens when we get back to it. Oh, my mistake. We have a bit of shuffling to get there first. I got way ahead of myself. Ignore me. It's not there yet. But anyway, if you fall off, you actually will fall back into the area exactly where you were for mission 7. And you've got to go a long way around to get back. Actually, you know what I should do? Another safety save. What? Alright, it's never a marathon without saying that has never happened before. In my 800 hours of Alien experience, I have never seen that. What?
Was the punch
Dude, my key card
fire?
was on fire. Yeah, it was on fire. What? I never wanted to be the meme and say that because again, I've literally only ran this category for a week. I did technically start learning this category way back when, but I kind of gave up on it. So I do have a PB, but it's nothing pretty. And then I basically fully relearned it because I only learned it a hair, and then I stopped streaming for 10 months. So then oh, that's not good. That's not good. I got stuck. Okay, I'm gonna probably take a punch. We have an android here. Yep, take a punch. No grab though. Okay, actually that worked out pretty well. You have to be fast on those because he will sometimes grab you, and it'll be an annoying time loss right at the end there. So that puts me at 60 health. We got a cutscene here. We don't stick around and watch it, so we don't for the time, but it's cool because Samuel shows off just how cool he is. He beats up another android, and we'll see kind of the remnants of that just in a little bit here. So coming up, this is supposed to be a gigantic fight with the androids. There's a whole bunch of them, and they give us time to prep up in a room that's just caged full of loot. Fantastic. But a cool trick is the key card we need to get through the door always spawns on the same android. So we just take him out early. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. So we got to press the button to activate them in the first place. This guy on the edge will activate here, and then we'll get all of them to activate. This guy is our friend with the key card. Let me not miss that shot. Same shotgun technique, revolver, as he grabs. That's perfect. Now we're out. Took no damage. And we're out. We're done. Of course, we missed all the loot, but you'll see in a bit, we actually get to come back and get it. It's brilliant. I mentioned that this run is pretty forgiving because there's kind of just intervals where you just get kind of waves of loot that's always guaranteed to spawn, and this is one of those examples right here. It's fantastic. So now we go up the stairs. Now we're coming to the part where you might recognize our area from the exit of Mission 7, where we did the ladder flex. I will hopefully be able to point out the ladder flex ladder itself as we're standing now above it. Again, I mentioned I just love how this game reuses zones, and this is no exception. Like, this is just, you're in the same area, but you're in a different area of the area. Alright, right here we are. So this time we have to call across the vents. This is where it's important to know your health, because if you take a full blast of these vents, it takes 14 damage, up to 3 vents. We're gonna hope for a good cycle. It looks like we didn't get a perfect cycle, though. Yep, so that's 14 damage. That puts me down to 45. We get a good cycle in the second one. Usually you don't get all 3, but usually you don't get none of them, but usually you don't get all 3 either. Usually it's 1 or 2. So it looks like we survived the second one, so it's just down to whether the third one plays nice or not. And here's hoping I added my health correctly, if this one does. Oh, we got a good cycle. Actually, we're set. 35, if I added my damage correctly. I will still heal in Samuel's room, though, just to be safe. I might actually grab an extra safety save as well. I didn't grab the safety save in my practice runs, but I'm just... Again, doesn't hurt, doesn't really cost us a ton of time, but it does if I did really goof. Because this is a long way to go back if I goofed. Oh, yep, there's a bonding agent right there. Similarly, shouldn't need this one. Really hope I don't need this one. But if I miscount my health, it usually proves itself here, because we take a lot of android punches and those vent blasts. And so if you're off by, 5%, that could be it if you got a bad cycle. All right, here we are. Access 2, and if I'm fast on this, I don't take any punches. Let's see if I was fast. Yeah, no punches! Awesome. It should be at 35. That's a rare loot spot. So again, there's spots where look for loot like that cart. I was glancing on there. I almost never see loot on that cart, so I was very pleased to see an SCJ in there. Checking the rest of these boxes as well. Ever so often there's something. Sweet! All right, so Samuel's, the big reveal is that he's an android. He's made out of metal, see? He sounds like metal. Funny enough, you can't go through the door even if you're fast enough to see it open. So you can smack and it hits the door even though it's not actually open, or not, even though it's rendered as open, it is actually closed the whole time. Makes that a funny gimmick. It's one of my favorites. I'm very proud of this. Oh, I was trying to explain the story, wasn't I? So yes, Waits tried to trap the alien, then mission 11, it's kind of the trolley problem. As kind of this game giving us karma, Waits gets murdered by an android, so now we're just on our own. Samuels, while we were in mission 10, Samuels went off basically up here to do what he's doing now, which is that Apollo, the giant AI that kind of controls the station, if you're familiar with the Alien Universe, is a very concurrent theme, is that it's kind of dystopian where an AI kind of controls everything. Since he's an android, he's trying to use this effectively MRI machine to talk to Apollo, which he's doing right now. To tell Apollo, hey, we got the creature off the station. Right, that last lab in Mission 10 we were in actually launches off the station. And so the cutscene we skipped is in fact us getting back onto the station via very desperate means of using the airlock and last minute getting our suit on and all that sort of thing. This section is supposed to be intimidating as well. You need to turn these off in the right order. Fortunately, the order is always the same, so it's not usually too much of an issue. Oh, until I turn too far. Yep, it's red, blue, green, and then the rest after the lights turn off. But it's just basically a big circle. It's fortunately pretty easy to not pay attention and do without an issue. And yeah, that's it. So basically what happens is that Samuel tried to talk to Apollo, mostly failed, and it is unfortunately fatal for him, as we're seeing now. Our homie G. Samuels is not going to make it. We do actually have to stare at him as he dies, though. Similarly, he updates when he's officially died, and the objective updates by doing a little flinch. And then we're good to look away. There's quite a few objectives in the game where if you're not looking at the right spot, it actually won't update the objective. So there's this one here. There is... Ooh. There was some earlier, and my brain is drawing a blank. There's another major one in Mission 15 as well. Also, the start of that is also important to look at him. We're gonna go this way. I did heal, yes, so we're good there. I'm back up to what I believe is 85% health. We're gonna stand out this wire. Actually, this door is kind of funny. It doesn't like to open if we're right by it, so you gotta stand back a hair. And back to the android room. If we're lucky, we won't have to shoot anyone. If we're unlucky, we'll have to bop one of them. This guy right here. Oh my. So he did the weird thing where even though he was moving, he actually wouldn't have grabbed me yet. I still sought to shot him anyway, except that I missed with the shotgun at point-blank range. Alright, this is the part where you can fall down that I mentioned. So we usually scroll to press buttons. This is weird. So if you notice, I press a button, but it doesn't teleport me. As a result, if you scroll to press this button, you press it a bunch of times, it'll actually make you fall through the floor of this tram. And on the other side was ladder flex ladder. I did fail to point out ladder flex ladder. It's kind of hard to see from up there, but yeah. Or the other thing you can do is if you press the button from too far away, you can actually make the tram leave without you. I once had a world record pace run in no CC, and I did that. I was just like, of all the ways to lose a run, dude, that is probably by none my most embarrassing one. Alright, so now we call the tram, and this is the moment where we actually go back and grab that loot. We call the tram, and the trams usually take 50 seconds to a minute to arrive. There's a bit of RNG. But that is plenty of time to run back here and grab all the loot we missed. So I have a bit of a cycle grabbing. I grab the blueprint, I grab the shotgun, shells, EMP mine, Molotov, EMP mine medkit, EMP mine, other medkit. Let's not miss it. Then I loot the human on the way out. Doesn't really matter order you do it, but that's just kind of the easiest one to make sure you get everything is kind of do it like a double pass around the front. No loot on that chair, unfortunately. And yeah, still waiting on the tram. So now we've got quite a bit of stuff. We've got, so we're always guaranteed the 3 MP mines, 3 Molotovs, both of which come in very useful. I will actually see how much of the Molotov I can continue to craft. I fear I won't be able to make the extra one by mission 16, so we might have to play a riskier strategy. I do need a sensor as well if I can grab one. We get a bit of loot at the end of mission 14. There's a good chance I'll grab an extra sensor, and maybe the ethanol we need. We'll see. But But that there is the conclusion of mission 12. Let's go, dude. We are a pretty solid halfway through the game. I do like to consider mission 13 that what feels really like the halfway part. I still can't believe I missed at point blank with the shotgun. Doesn't actually matter. We have to give it up in a bit. But we do get to keep the ammo, so that's nice. So long as you don't load the ammo into the weapon, you keep everything else. There's a cool trick here. We usually have to wait for the door to open. If we turn around, we can actually re-scan ourselves as it's failing. So we get the weird red-green flash as both states activate at the same time. And then this door is already open for us, which is awesome. Ah, there's a sensor right there. Perfect. So we have to pre-crouch this door. This one, we have to be looking at this or be close enough for this objective to trigger there. Grab the sensor. Now we have to activate this. Passcode is 4930. As it says there. But it's normal. I have to see the passcode before you know it. It's alright. I wish I could flex more than I knew all the passcodes. Which is funny, there are some passcodes in the game I don't know, but we don't use them for the main AM run, right? So Mission 13 is fun. Mission 13 I really like in OCC. I mentioned earlier with this really cool clip. Don't get to do it here. But it's still a pretty easy mission. So it's like a nice break after surviving mission 10, right before you're about to start mission 14. There's kind of funny. We will use a trick with the gas mask, and maybe I'm saying it maybe a little prematurely here. But it's kind of funny because of all the things that are disallowed, no major glitches, the gas mask trick that we're going to use to me absolutely feels like a major glitch. And yet, for whatever reason, it's allowed. I don't know. Doesn't matter too much. It doesn't make a huge difference anyway, but what it does is if we peek, while we take the gas mask off, it actually stops the androids from being able to grab us. So he'll only teleport behind me and punch me. And that's only if he's standing in my way anyway. We'll see if he's standing in the way, really. Alright, so I mentioned the pre-crouch. I did the pre-crouch in mission 2. It's also a big one in mission 13. Right here. You get stuck there for a solid second and a half if you don't pre-crouch. If I can do the peak fall, I missed it. That's the hardest peak fall, and I'm not sure why, but she does the big stand-up stagger thing. If you a little too late on the peak. And finally, our vent, another peak fall. That one's a lot easier. Run this way. So we grab the gas mask. And an ethanol, that's brilliant. Did not expect to get the ethanol there. Take it off, peek. So now you see it's kind of in my hand there. That's how we know that we got it successfully. If the android's here, which he's not. I've actually been getting really good RNG lately. My practice runs in this run as well. He's not in the way there. This state will reset when we do the hack coming up. So if there's androids on the way back, it doesn't work there. So we unfortunately don't get to show it off, but that's okay. It makes it what feels even more pure of no major glitches run, right?
Exactly.
So that was funny. I finished the code and then I moved my mouse by accident and we got yet another hack. Wow, good RNG as well. That's fantastic. So usually there's androids coming out there. Just not today. Nice, this has been a really smooth mission 13. It's not because I did anything cool. That one there. Oh, I did get it, okay. I didn't hear it boop, so I thought I missed it for a second. So, we're at Apollo now. Apollo hack is, you're supposed to need to disable security to be able to do it. If you run straight at it with it, you get a 5-symbol hack and you have 2 seconds to do it, which is technically theoretical. Oh, don't mind me not paying attention to the minigame here. We gotta have a good minigame and I botched it anyway. Which is technically possible, theoretically, except we've never done it by humans. We've only had a task able to do it. Disabling 1, though, gives us a 5-symbol, but we have a reasonable amount of time to get it. And disabling 2 gives you a nice 4-symbol and a plenty of time to do it. But thankfully, since we're pretty good at hacks as speedrunners, we only ever need to get one of them. And we're actually near the end of mission 13 already. So this is basically the big computer that is the AI of the station. And I was trying to mention the lore. So what Sandals was doing was trying to talk to this AI to say, hey, the creature's off the station. You know, it's safe. Can we please go? Can you please reopen communication so we can contact our ship? And Apollo's like, nah. But what it did do, so Samuel's almost failed, but mostly failed, but what it did do is we got a transit to get here now. where we as a human are going to manually enter Apollo and talk to it ourselves. About to skip a cutscene. The following cutscene was Ripley talking to it, and Apollo was like, yeah, I'm not letting you open comms again. There are still creatures on the station. And we're like, creatures? And so then it opens up the maintenance level below it so we can go check out the creatures for ourselves. Thus beginning mission 14 in a bit here. But that's kind of the big what's happening. And so now we're like, okay, what the heck? Because we're back to our original goal mostly of we just need to contact our ship. We just need to get off here, dude. What's going on? Why is this crazy? All right, there we go. That concludes mission 13. Mission 14 is one of my favorites. I really hope, I'm really banking on a deathless. We'll see. So I'm going to bind EMPs to 4, and then Molotovs to 3. I don't actually need Molotovs yet, but I do it preemptively for the next mission. We can make the noisemaker now, which is awesome. I actually do this for 3 for the next mission. My mistake. I have the med kit. I think I'm at 85 health. That's not what I want to do. I need the EMP mine now. Once this card's done, we have a bit of a sequence. This top area is not too bad. We'll have one super droid, because we'll meet with who the super droids are. He can be a bit of a pain. It depends on if he turns around or not, how long it takes him before he starts to grab us. You'll see what's going on. Hopefully we don't get grabbed, but we do actually have plenty of health to get grabbed. Because I didn't actually need to use any of the medkits I got in mission 12. A lot of my practice runs usually be low enough health and have bad enough loot. We'd have to grab an extra medkit, but since I played it safe at the start, we've actually been pretty good in that regard. So that's been really reassuring. I should make our reactor a hair easier as well. I want to round down to 80 health as well, just for the sake of when I need to heal, because I'll need to heal a little bit early anyway. Because you basically want full health starting the second half. So that droid's following us. We're going to chuck an EMP mine. He's not a super droid, so the EMP mine does stop him. And now that we're at level 3 of the Iron Torch, you'll see just how much faster this is. So much less painful. It's so much more painless than Mission 8. Look at that. Flying through it. Ripley figured out how to speedrun herself. So there's another one in no CC you can clip through this. It's a really satisfying one. It's kind of a funny lineup. I think my favorite part of no CC is really just that I get to flex funny clips. I don't even know if it's that it's easier or not. It's just there's just funny clips. And next zone should be pretty trivial, especially given the good health. I can goof it and we'll still be fine. So there's an android there, and there's 2 more that's gonna walk through the door out to my right. You can't quite see him. But the android ahead of me is our only threat in this area, and he does not activate until the other 2 get through the door, which means we can run to this relay. Then on our way back, then we'll have to worry. But we got 2 more EMP mines. Let's use one. Right at the last moment, just so he's as fast, just so he's stunned as long as possible. It turns out the sight timing is almost exactly that we needed to be about like that. We have that brace there. I'm gonna get rid of the EMP mine though, so I don't accidentally throw the 3rd. It is nice for mission 17. If we don't have it in mission 17, it's not the end of the world, but it is sure nice. 1 more winch to grab. All this funny stuff is just to get this little tank thing to activate in the middle here, and then we can crawl under it. He's a little late, actually. That'll be perfect. That's perfect. That's another peak fall right there. That's a tricky one, although I've been getting it pretty consistently. I don't know. I got it there. That was pretty cool. It's those little things. It makes like half a second of difference, but it just makes you feel so good about your run. It's really all about the mental game.
It's the little things.
It truly is. You know, sure, I might have died in mission 10. That's nothing compared to I got the peak fall. All right, we are going to do our first safety save, mission 14, coming up here. There are 2 androids you can soft lock the game with. You run through the door quickly enough, so I'm going to just open the door and stand there like a goober for a minute. And then we're good. Maybe. Oh! So, there we go. Now we walk through. So we almost soft locked. He did the little Easter egg. He did the little droid dance. I totally forgot to mention that being a thing. If you're really lucky, you'll get like a Samuels. Doing it in front of Taylor as she's dying. My last practice run, I got it. It is so rare, but it is so funny when it happens. So this is our super droid friend right here. He likes to be a pain because we take a little while on this bolt gun animation. And get him to take just enough time. Yes, that'll be perfect. We can load this bolt gun and we can prepare it. And get the headshot. As he goes to the grab. right on the wire. It's a hair sketchy, but we get it. Nice, that was good. I'm happy with that. If he decides to walk a little faster, go kind of a funny direction, he will be there a lot faster, and then all of a sudden he will grab you instead of you shooting him, and then he's a pain because he slows you down and does damage, which is not good, and you will see why momentarily. So wait for this elevator. I want to show you guys a fun little glitch here. Doesn't do much, but if you walk back and back in, you can press the button. I get it just the right time. I can press it as the door opens, and it moves me a hair. Then again, I missed the timing there. Again, it doesn't really do anything, just kind of a funny little glitch.
Riccardo, sei mai stato al reattore?
Oh man, Molotovs. I've got one ethanol. Yeah, I shouldn't need the smoke bomb. I will commit that ethanol early. Hopefully we can finish off that bad boy. I'm not super confident we will, but if we're lucky, we'll get a bunch of loot spawns on top of the boxes. It is seriously hit or miss, whether it's like all or nothing, really. The game decides to be super friendly, not friendly at all. So even though we were allowed to do ladder flex, amusingly, we're not allowed to do a clip over that railing to grab the button. We have to go the long way around, you know, like half a second. But yeah, you usually can stand there and just peek clip that, but for whatever reason, it's not allowed, no major glitches. I crouch here. Hopefully he walks down the stairs, otherwise we got a funky stair shot. I don't like the stair shots. Don't, no! Oh, thank you. The AI is so sensitive to Nightmare. I started running a hair early, so we got a stair shot anyway. We got him though. 5 bullets left. I will need this in a bit. He'll punch me. Now we're gonna run this way. The way we run actually doesn't matter. It's really fully onto looking and trying to guess if there's gonna be more androids in your way, because then you'll have to use an extra bullet or take an extra punch. Fortunately, we got lucky. That was no android path. Sometimes both paths have androids, and it's just kind of a heyday. But yeah, all right, next. That's the first part of reactor down. We are almost on my just absolute favorite part of the run right here. Whew. All right, here's to hoping. Here's to blessing this run. Right here. This is the one part I wanted to show off. Of all the no magic glitch strategies, this one is the most refined to my own taste. So we're actually gonna take out the shotgun. A lot of casual players don't know this, but you can also use the shotgun against Steve. It doesn't make him run away, barring a few weird exceptions with him being scripted. But by the way, it's a facehugger there. If you just activate that button, he despawns. It's weird. So you can just kind of run straight to it. Don't have to worry about that facehugger. But you can stun Steve, which for this mission is perfect. So we're gonna do that same pre-crouch trick I mentioned mission 2 and mission 13, right at this door. Very important here. And up, wait, shoot. There we go, run past him. Now, since I mentioned also dynamic loading, everything behind that yellow door dynamically loads in. So it's kind of weird that there's like an invisible wall for Steve to get in there, and he hesitates when you run through that door. As such, I'm able to run through and not need to worry about him again. All right, now we're taking a revolver. Oh man, this shot, come on, I practiced. Beautiful. So that one's scripted, that's a scripted event there. And then there might be another one that drops here earlier. So yeah, the fun part of this run is there are multiple aliens in this section. Haha! You thought one was bad, how about 2? Actually, there's actually more than 2, there's technically 3. But they like to activate at different times, so you don't usually see all 3 at once, but definitely 2 a couple times. Alright, one there. So the reason the oh my gosh, that was something for fuel. I'm gonna grab it. We're gonna grab a flare. This guy's scripted to walk here every time. What he does exactly, it kind of varies. But yeah, he's usually not looking for you because he is scripted to walk and go up that vent just to be extra menacing. We will use that flare for the other alien though. We're gonna crouch up so we're silent. Hopefully he's not looking at us. That was unusually early vent. That's a hair stressful. Okay, we should be good. This exit can be tricky. He was earlier than usual, so I had to flame him. Wait. That was not supposed to happen. That's a lot more fuel than I want to use. That's a bit concerning, I won't lie. I thought I got him the first time. Yikes, that might make Mission 17 a bit tricky. I'm not supposed to use extra fuel there. We get the drop. No drop, awesome. Nice, well, hey, we still got it. It was a bit of a butt clencher, but we got it. Oh man, that's why I love that part. It's just, it's thrilling every time. So now we're gonna reload the revolver because we're nearly out of shots. Oh, it's gonna reload the shotgun. So this is reactor. This is why having a lot of health is important, and I did forget to heal. I do have the medkit ready. There's some compound B, a bonding agent, my mistake. You'd think after 800 hours I would have them straight, but I don't. Okay, we need to start with the revolver to get past this guy. And then he'll punch me. That'll put me down to 65, or 60. Nice white minigame. That's perfect. So there's RNG minigames. You can get green, white, or yellow. Greens are terrible, yellows are okay, and whites are amazing. We want all whites. If we get greens, they're so slow that it's faster to reset to grab them. And then I will take an extra second here to heal. I know I'm actually gonna waste a bit of that med kit, but just because depending on the cycle coming up for the second part of the reactor, I could take a lot of punches. Having full health is really the safest option, especially since we're actually up a med kit based on my usual practice. Oh, you can tell I get so excited about this game. I might be talking a little quickly. I hope I'm not too difficult to understand. All right, down, up. That's why yellows. It's all random how slow they take. Wow, did we just seriously get the... Well, not with my minigame RNG, but the droid RNG, it looks like we just got God tier reactor. Now that is awesome, dude. That doesn't happen very often. I healed and I didn't even need to, dude. The heal will still be nice at the exit here. But yeah, I've been properly bamboozled. That could not have gone better, to be totally honest. Reactor, no major glitches, reactors, notorious difficult is you only have a tier 1 pipe bomb, which does not one-shot the super droids. Does not even matter. So should take a punch to this guy. Will you grab me? He's right at the edge of that timing. He'll punch as well. You will grab me though. Oh, but I let go! That was a goofy mistake. Again, good thing we healed. I will be... Oh! So they're scripted to die there. I just haven't actually gotten grabbed by him as he died. In my practice, that was kind of funny. I still probably took damage. I'm probably at 90 health now. The nice thing about healing to full very knowingly, though, is that you know exactly... It's a good way to reset how much health you know you have. Because, again, without a health bar, it is kind of difficult to keep track sometimes, especially when you really struggle to focus as much as me. It's a good, like, refresh, like, yeah, back up to 90 health. We're good. I almost certainly will ask, like, literally next mission, hey, how much health did I have again? I forgot. Oh. Okay, so the idea of the strategy is not to miss those, but oh well. Second loss. And now a cool cutscene. So our idea, what we were doing now, was to try to purge the reactor, take out the entire nest where the aliens are. Because, you know, we want Apollo to be like, nah, there's no unidentified species on the station that we need to preserve. Unfortunately, though, it takes out the nest. I'm a hair ahead. Does not take out all of the Stevens. We now have lots of Stevens, and they're ready to be our friend. Cool. I an extra bolt gun ammo of everything to have an extra one of. I did not expect the bolt gun. I don't even need it. I'm just reloading it for my own amusement. That's full. Revolver, we're down to 8. I will reload them though, because I do need the revolver a couple more times in this run for a few more lures. There it is. Cool. That's all 6. Wow, Dude, I'm proud of that mission 14 though. That was awesome. Deathless mission 14. I might have messed up my mission 10, but I genuinely expected to die at least once in both mission 10 and mission 14. I'd say death in mission 14 more than makes up for a slightly more deaths than anticipated mission 10. That is fabulous. I'm also really kind of excited. I don't have the timer open. Because I closed the live stream because my network here is not as good as it is, as it was when I did my original STDQ run. So I closed the live stream just to try to be safe, to make sure I didn't get any bad lag or anything. But so I'm really curious by the end. Like I'm very waiting in anticipation to finish this run, just see what my time is, because right now I'm feeling good about this time.
Right now you're around 207-ish.
Woo! That's real nice. If mission 16 and 17 go smooth, we have a giga PB. That'll be awesome. All right, so this is mission 15. So we're gonna do another technique, where as soon as the dialogue starts, we're gonna be mean to this tram. This exploits another new trick, kind of similar to how we can run at the start of missions. It's that this tram, even though it looks like it's moving, is here the whole time. Oh, that hisses. Not comforting. But, so Steve is active early on, but since Steve can't get into the tram because there's no vents or no open doors, if we hit the tram, it actually makes Steve vent and try to get into us. And then since he can't, he just kind of stays in the vents a little longer, which happens to be long enough for us to run up and grab this panel without him dropping. And you might recognize this area as well. This is the same area we started mission 5 and mission 12 in. It also spawns the start of mission 15 by running at a different direction. The direction we're running actually up this ladder, or up this elevator here, is where there's another elevator connected to the big room at the big cutscene in mission 6. Again, really tastefully reuses zones. It's one of my favorite things about this game. So this is why we need the noisemaker here. Steve, you dropped early. Oh no, there he goes. That was weird. He made it sound like he dropped and he didn't. He's gonna check the noisemaker. Now we're good to run. Once we're through this door. Similarly, that'll distract him for just long enough that we can get to where we need to go, and we're done. Since we're not, unlike earlier missions where we spend a lot of time in the same zones, like mission 7, and we really have to pay attention to where Steve is at all times. A lot of these later missions, the threat of Steve is just, we need to get somewhere, so we can be much more aggressive with how we bait him. It's just that all we need to do is get him distracted for a little while, get where we need to go, and we're good to go. So we upgrade our accident in tier 3. Now we see our first, what's supposed to be our first tier 3 hack, and we actually saw one at Apollo as well because of the way that the security thing works. But here we are. So you can hear him thumping just outside the room. He's just cut up as soon as we get the cutscene to be out of this zone. So that's what I love about it. It's just flawless, like no problemo whatsoever. He gave up. He vented. Cool, and then this part of mission 15 is actually where the second bathroom break happens, once we get all the way down to Marlow. What we're doing right now is leaving Sevastopol. These are short-range ambulance shuttles if there's nearby ships and people need medical aid on them, but they can't get onto the station. This is to go pick them up from the station. So these don't go very far, but they do go far enough to get to the nearby ship, which is the Isidora, where Marlow is, and the reason we're doing it is because Taylor fell for his trap. While we were doing our stuff in mission 12, Taylor let him out of his cage and kind of held her hostage, and now they are on a mission to blow up the Isidora, to blow up Sevastopol, and then take out all of the aliens this way. Marlow is, becoming unfortunately murderous now, which is not great. But he lost his wife, and he's doing, he doesn't want that to happen to somebody else's wife. He's doing what he thinks he must. Unfortunately, what he must will take out a lot of other lives as well, because there's still a lot of living innocent people on the station. So we're trying to stop him now, as well as just save Taylor. We went through all that trouble to get Taylor a med kit. We really don't want her to die now. E down, QQ 4510 is our passcode. If I don't mistype it, I gotta fumble my keyboard there for a second. If it looks really weird what I'm doing to enter my key codes, I'll have a free second, just a second here to show you why it's pretty weird. So I have I game on one of these. This is where I run. This is why I gives my thumb so much more mobility. I can never go back, but it only has the number keys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when I have more keys that I need to enter, I usually just split that up between that and my main keyboard. So I do like 2-hand method for a lot of the key codes. So it's one of the slowest things to derust from. You know, I started derusting and learning this category a week ago. For some reason, the speed at which I enter codes is like the slowest one to derust for whatever reason. All right, so we gotta wait a little bit here while we power up the Anisadora, just to get the doors open. And so this is a good chance to try and make sure everything's loaded, and then we're good to go. This is where I'm actually gonna rebind Molotovs to 3. So now we have MP mine Molotov. That should be good to go. I can't make another medkit. I probably will. Mission 16 is a hair difficult. We're still at 90 health. We are looking great in the healing roll. Probably helps I actually took some boxes I don't usually take. This is another spot where I really shouldn't need to do a safety save, but we have to go back really far if I goof. So for the sake of a marathon, we're gonna do the safety save. Going for PB run, you just wing it, you know. This is the same shot I did. This is the same thing I did in the Face Guard 14. We have another one here hiding behind boxes. The reason it's scarier though is that sometimes these boxes get directly in the way. Well, I'm glad I took the safety save. As I was mentioning, sometimes the boxes get in the way, and Ripley does what we call a man dab, which is where you pick your weapon up, you can't shoot it. Unfortunate death. Oh my gosh. But yeah, they'll block your shot other times too. It's just not good either way. Alright, here's attempt number 2. There we go. That's what was supposed to happen, you guys. You saw nothing. You must have blinked, you know, maybe you went to the bathroom. Nothing happened, I promise. What's funny is the Anisadora actually is a larger map than what we use. It was originally called Solus. No. Is that right? I think the official map name for this is Solus. I can't remember if I'm getting that confused with something else though. And they were actually going to use it for a mission that was cut from the game, and they decided to repurpose it later on for what is now Mission 15. We use a much more condensed version of the map. So, as a fun fact, is actually if you use CCFPS and you can clip, or just cheat engine, you can clip through some doors that otherwise never have a way to open, and there's actually a lot more of the ship to explore. It's actually really kind of cool. Alright, so here is the cutscene that starts the great bathroom break. This one is longer than Mission 9. We get almost 2 minutes for this one. But remember that black box in Mission 3, or it was red, but you know, the ship black box that had the Nostromo, or Ripley wanted to see what happened to her mother, it was recovered by the Anisadora, by these guys when they searched the derelict that we saw in Mission 9. And so even though the box itself was corrupt, they did get the data off on here on the Anisadora. So, Ripley just watched it. She got the closure. She got a message from her mother, like, hey, there's a creature. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to disappear. Basically, everything she wanted to know about why her mother disappeared 15 years ago. This game is not official Alien canon, but to me it does a really, really good job based off the admittedly relatively low amount of Alien knowledge I know. Does a really good job at fitting into fitting into the canon and like being perfect, like working really well. Like, that's cool. That makes sense. Oh my gosh, we've been blessed. So that's another spot that loot can spawn where it doesn't usually spawn. I decided to look, and man, it wasn't worth it. That was 25 bursto of flamethrower fuel. Woo! Now we can load this bad boy. Yeah! We're at 395. That's a hair lower than I want to have going into Mission 17. Should be okay. Should be good. Yeah, so Taylor was hostage. But basically this is Marlowe again trying to blow up the Anisadora, take out the orbital stabilizer, or just take out Sevastopol. And so what we're trying to do now is trying to stop the overload. We should be able to do it. So we're having, but it's kind of a 2-man job here with Taylor. Fortunately, the part that we need to do is pretty easy. We just gotta press E a few times. Oh, I meant to mention this in Mention 2. So one of the cool things happens, you see I'm pressing these levers really fast. If you played the game in Mission, or if you played the game before, you might realize that it's usually a lot slower to enter those bad boys. What we can do is if you do 2 things. You bind the button mash entry to your mouse wheel, and then turn VSync off. That's how you get the super fast scroll. This game's engine drops keyboard inputs quite a bit, so if you have a lot of keyboard inputs, it drops them. But it doesn't do the same for mouse inputs, and then as well, if you VSync off, then it doesn't synchronize the updates that happen with like your lever progression with the frame rate as well. So that's another way to get some extra speed. So this is another moment here where you have to be looking at the scene for it to progress. Fortunately, it just takes into account angle, not distance. So we're gonna walk up the stairs preemptively. Unfortunately, we weren't on time. The inertia was about to blow up. And unfortunately for us, Taylor is trapped. This is usually the best moment to ask for an F in the chat for Taylor. Because we went through all of that trouble to save her. And unfortunately, you know, Smokey the Xeno reminds you that only you can prevent spaceship fires. And Marlo didn't remember that. You're welcome for my... I don't even know what you call it, really.
PSA.
Oh, by the way, gravity stops working here. Yeah, PSA, yes. That's probably the best way to put it. Oh, gravity's back. But yeah, unfortunately, this is about the end of Mission 15. So we're on to Mission 16. My disclaimer with Mission 16 is that back in I ran no CC, Mission 16 was our most troublesome mission. And the reason is we have 2 revolver humans that we need to get past. And they're stuck in an area so they usually kind of have like a direct shot on you. So we're gonna need to get pretty aggressive with our Molotovs. And really just hope for the best, honestly. I hope I don't reset here a bunch. Depending on my cycle and depending just on my luck in general, we might reload here a bunch of times. That's my disclaimer. This section can be very troublesome and very frustrating. But maybe we'll also just smash it and just be good to go. You never know sometimes. Yeah, shotgun's reloaded, Molotov is out, we should be good to go. I need both of them. So also you have to do the hack every time you have to reload. Helps you get really good at the tier 3 hacks, really. Alright, unlike no CC though, I can't silent run. So they usually detect me a bit sooner, and that's part of the difficulty. Okay, where's our first spawn? That's a perfect spawn. Brilliant. Okay, break out the shotgun. So we got this guy right here. Oh, revolver guy's right there. Oh, I hit myself with a Molotov! We were so close! It's a tight throw. The Molotov can be I hit the door frame. So that was the one of the hardest formations right there, is when revolver guy's in that hallway. Unfortunately, he got us. That was a bit unfortunate. It's okay. It happens. If I hadn't missed the shotgun shell on the first guy, we might have had a bit better luck there, but that's okay. That's okay. We're only one attempt in. Yeah, and there's not even a good save to grab, like, once you pop these panels off, so it's just kind of... Just gotta go for it. Alright, man, the first formation was great. I really hope he gets another one. Sometimes he's by the door, and sometimes he's weird and unpredictable, so this time he is... Where is he? Oh, there he is! Ah! It's tricky, dude. You get a different formation every time. That one is one that I actually don't see very often as well. That's my excuse that time. I am not used to looking behind me for him. I knew he could spawn there. I just kind of forgot. I'm like, where is this one? That's a hair unfortunate. All right, third time's a charm, as the cool kids say. If we take too many tries, I can do a bit of a safer strategy, which is don't run at them, crouch around corners, and just lure them to me. It's a great deal slower though, so if all goes well, we won't have to do that. Third time's a charm. Come on. Where is he again? Oh, there he is. There he is. Ah, he was outside the room. Come on, dude. Everything was so smooth. Come on, Mission 16. You can tell now, this is my most hated mission, really. Just kind of get... No CC makes it a bit easier because they don't detect you until after you can hit them. Gives you a lot bigger of a window to actually find where they are and take them out. This is one of the ones that was causing me some trouble in the practice. I was hoping we get the good smooth formation right away. That's alright, that's alright. 4th time's the charm. That's what the cool kids really say. 4th time doesn't work. I'll go a bit slower coming up here. But yeah, usually they're in a pretty predictable spot. Usually they're in front or across or by the door. Right there. That's a good one. I actually can save Molotov. There's an ethanol. Take this guy out. I missed again. Okay, now we hit Molotov. Now I gotta be careful for where this guy is. Nice, he's in the room. Somewhere in there. Come on, big man. There he is. Perfect. All right, that's it. That's all we need to worry about. The only threat of the revolver guys, again, the shotgun guys do trivial amount of damage. So I took, I think, 1 shot and a punch. So that would push us down to... Actually, we saved a Molotov as well. That's awesome. That was not part of the plan, to be totally honest. We just got really lucky there.
Stai bene.
All right. Cool. So... I was at 90. I took a shotty and a punch, so that's going to be about 70 or so. I don't need to pay quite as close attention anymore, fortunately. We're going to put that Molotov there. You'll see later. You'll see why later. It always cracks me up. It's just there. That's all we need to worry about right now. And again, it's so nice to have an extra one. The reason I was really fixated on having an extra one is coming upstairs here. On the exit after the spacewalk coming up, we have Heidi again. They actually reuse some of the character models in this game. So we have another Heidi. And she likes to hide in the way of our path, and she has a revolver, so we care about her. So what's the easiest way to take her out is to kindly present her a Molotov before the exit of the mission, aka right here. It can be a tricky throw, so I will drop a safety save in case we need to reload for the right throw. Fingers crossed, it's a goofy save we don't have to load, but then mission 15 happens, so you never know on a marathon. Funniest things happen when you want to show off the whole run. But yeah, you might recognize this area. This is the exact same area that we had in Mission 4. It's just there's no androids now, just humans. Heidi's way long. Okay, I heard what sounded like a female scream. I really hope we got that. Some of them are still talking, so I'm actually not super confident we got that. We'll see. If we have to fight Heidi in the exit, we have to fight Heidi in the exit. It's okay. We'll make it work. It is technically a bit faster to get her on the exit, so that's what we'll shoot for if all works well. So this is a pretty slow part of the game now. Mission 16 has really hard part, really slow part, really hard part. And so Mission 16 is just drives you crazy that way. But it's a spacewalk. Again, atmospherically super cool. For speedrun, when it's your 4th run of the day and you are just super tired, it is not the thing you want to do again. But we basically get to walk out there on that big path. And again, it looks really cool. It's super well done. It's just, it's about 10 minutes of spacewalk and not do much. And we got the mini games beforehand, and so one of the coolest skips if we can figure out how to skip spacewalk, but we have not found it yet. I'm optimistic it's possible. I feel like it needs to be, but who knows? Alright, that mini game's annoying as well, because if you miss it, it resets you all the way back, and it's like another 10 seconds for that circle to expand. It's one where being safe is almost always better than being sorry. And similar to a lot of the game, the codes are always 3575. So, fortunately, that one's pretty straightforward. All we have to do is rotate the thing and scroll. I don't see anyone. I know I heard some dudes talking, so I don't even get everyone. It's really only Heidi that's the threat, though. The other two have... One of them is shotgun. I don't know about the other guy, but I think he's usually taken out by Steve. You'll see why in a little bit. Or, I guess about 10 minutes or so. 8 to 10 minutes. But yeah, that's alright. That's how it works. All right, our favorite part, we have to get back in a spacesuit, which means we're gonna walk at about roughly the speed of snail, again, for the next 8 minutes. If we could run in the spacesuit, it'd be great. But considering how much slower the spacesuit makes us, that's why I think if you could do the run naked in mission 1, you would go so much faster. You wouldn't have all that weight lugging you around. It'd be perfect. I don't know. That's just my theory. Be a fun Easter egg is the naked run. Gotta wait for the airlock to pressurize. I promise that what feels like a soft lug is normal. What's amusing is that a lot of soft lugs do look like that, where you get your camera locked in a position and you can't move, and the door's closed or something. And it's like, that one's actually meant to be there. That's built in. But yeah, I mean, like, this is really scenic. This is really cool. That's why I can't hate the section too much. But, oh man, when you're on the verge of a PB and then you missed a revolver guy downstairs, so you have to go fight him again on your way out. It can just be all kinds of stressful. Again, we've got a good safety save, and we took out both revolver guys, so that should not be an issue. We should have a really nice safe escape. Other than potentially the threat of Heidi, I'll have to look out for her. But yeah, this long thing right between the stress in the middle. It also makes the exit really a pain to practice as well, because you have to do all of this just to kind of load up the save to practice. Unless you have like one of our pre-defined like speedrun saves. But if you want to say, okay, yeah, I got my revolver guys out of the way, now we're good to practice. It's long. It's real long. Pressing the button, you might notice a visual bug here as well. It's an amusing one that of all the things QA caught, it was totally missed by QA until it was too late to fix it. One of my QA buds as well, my Mission 9 buddy, he was talking to me about that one, like, yeah, I submitted this one for request, but it was too late. We couldn't go back and fix it, which is just funny because the light is just in like every little elevator like that in the game. It's fantastic. I guess maybe the idea is you're distracted by the grandiose scenic view here. That right there is the gas giant around which Sebastopol orbits, KG-348. Yes, that is where we crashed the actual lab in Mission 10. So that's where the first Steve is. He's in the gas giant now. It probably didn't fare so well for him, unfortunately for him. That's all right. And then this part's just kind of, you just wait. We need to activate each of these levers here to manually unlock the giant satellite we can use to point our communications at the Torrens, which is in orbit around Sebastopol right now. So that we can finally talk to Verlaine and be like, hey, some crazy stuff is going on. So basically what we're doing here is actually, we're finally coming full circle to accomplish what we really originally set out on as soon as stuff went awry when we first got onto the space station here. So this game is cool, but with the perfect horror game fashion, we have done a lot of steps to accomplish our original goal. But hey, that's okay. That's what makes it exciting. I mean, that's why I had the experience that got me hooked on this game in the first place, right? Without all the steps, I mean, it wouldn't be a proper horror game. It'd just be like a 3D movie, perhaps. A movie with mouse and keyboard controls. I wonder if I can get them skip. No. At one point, one of the runners accidentally clipped this box by starting directly on this, even though it was closed. So he skipped the box open animation. He's the only person who's ever done it before. But I've always been optimistic that, like, maybe someday I'll scroll on it at just the right angle and I'll get it. That's what I was mentioning there. But it's not anything that I know how to recreate. And similarly, it's one that's really hard to practice because there's no save points out here to go back and, missed the clip this time. Try again. So one of those actually comes to mind. I wanted to bum one of my friends who mods this game to literally just add a random save station out here. Just so I can save and try to practice that clip. But I haven't, I've been away from the scene for 10 months up until about a week ago. So it's not really occurred to me until now that I'm commentating on it, admittedly. So cool, here we are aligning it to the position of the Torrens. And Ripley, I guess, has radio communication on the spacesuit, so we're set there as well. To roughly translate what's about to be said, it's, "Hey, Verlaine, what's up, pal? Long time no chat." So there's some stuff going on here, and we need immediate evacuation because we're gonna die soon. And then Verlaine's like, "Well, I'm not sure if I can because the Torrens isn't meant to hook up to the docks we have on this station, and well, I guess we can with the manual things. It might be a bit risky, but we can do it." So that's the translation. That's the TLDR. Or perhaps the TLDU? TLDT? Too long, didn't translate. You'll have to do it station side. Just get into position. It kills me how much Italian I've learned. Not meaning to, but just because I know what the English is, then I picked up I've heard the Italian enough times, I was like, ah, yeah. Sweet. Alright, almost on space right now. We just have to get all the way back across. If you keep an eye peeled, it might be tricky at the resolution. I run all the way down to 720p to try to keep as clean of a 200 frames as possible. Which is my preferred frame rate to lock for no major glitches. No CC, I do 120. But yeah, running way at 720p, so it might be hard to see, especially after it goes on the stream. But I'll try to point him out. We got a fun little. Steven decided he wanted to have a trip on the outside of Sebastopol. Oh, where is he? He starts kind of in the bottom left. Right off of the, Oh, there he is. Right where the center of my screen is. I know you don't see the crosshair that I do, but yeah, there he is. And I'm losing a hair of time to point and look at him, but it's worth it. It's cool. So anyway, he's gonna be a bit troublesome, as we'll see in a bit here, which is why we have the save station I am the most thankful for. So when I'm actually learning, like in OCC as well, when I was actually learning to run and going for world record attempts and all that, this was the last save station I stopped using. Oh, well, I've almost messed up. Gotta take off the spacesuit first. I'm so ready to hit that save station. I just was getting ahead of myself. So normally you can move while you're in the dark. We're gonna pretend that didn't just happen. And press the button upstairs. Alright, so what's going on here? This room here has no vents. And because it's a door that has to do with remote scripting when Ricardo opens it earlier, this door cannot be opened by Steve. Which means Steve 100% cannot get in this room unless we hold the door open for him. What that means is we can totally take advantage of that. So I'm gonna run over this window here. And we're gonna smack it 16 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Now we wait, Steve's gonna want to vent. Perfect. Hey bud, how you doing? Oh, she is still there. How did I miss you? What? Well, doesn't matter. She didn't notice me for whatever reason. I'm not actually quite sure how that happened, but... Oh, Steve dropped you in. Alright, so remember that Molotov I placed. Just keep that in mind. That I placed a Molotov earlier. It's all part of the plan. It's actually one of my favorite things. This cracks me up every time. So we're gonna get the shotgun out, ready to go. Just in case I need it. Hopefully don't. You know, my actions this run has been particularly subpar. And make sure not to step on it myself. So there's a hiss. Steve's behind me. That's all good though. Doesn't matter. 3. Oh, I was a little late. Yeah, so Steve steps on the Molotov when he just bolts it for me. And it makes him vent up top. So kind of similar to what we did in Mission 10. Gives us enough time, we can just run all the way across here. Go away. So I took another shot again. I'm just gonna say I'm at 50 health and call it a day. I shouldn't need to look at my health again for the rest of the run. I'm gonna be a little careful he doesn't drop here. Sometimes he does if he's feeling a little fast. Not today though, we're good. Nice, and that concludes mission 16. So we had a really rough start to 16, but we did make it safe so that exit was very painless. Because if I leave those revolver guys alive, I had to face them again on my way out while Steve is also active. You can imagine why that's tricky. Mission 17, I need to run right away. We have a very limited amount of time to take this guy out and not have Steve drop. Steve could drop, but I'm a little worried about how much fuel I have left, so I'd really prefer he doesn't, so I'd like to be nice and fast. Nice, looks like we got it. No Steve, that's perfect. So now we're just gonna walk. I'm gonna actually take out my EMP mine. Remember I mentioned that it'd be nice if we have this? This is another E down, 1851 is a passcode. And just still kind of walking, maybe a little sprint burst. Right now, yep. It's also the point in the run where I usually stop looting, barring flamethrower fuel. Alright, now we walk until he drops, which is usually about these stairs. There he goes. We crouch hop. We want to make no noise whatsoever. And drop a safety save. Hopefully this doesn't mess up the timing. I meant to do the save first. This part can be a hair tricky. I said I stopped looting and then I go grabbing it. It's instinctive. We run. Oh, we want to not block his path to get out. Okay, we're good. Nice, and exactly what wanted to happen. This door is open. Usually you have to open it, and when you do yourself, a facehugger spawns. To save ourselves the flamethrower fuel for the facehugger, we use like Steve to try to open the door, or the human if you're an OCC. And it skips the need to open the lever, and it really actually can save some time. I messed up that timing, so now, we're gonna drop the flare over this way. Make a bit of noise. Have what we should need. Depends what direction Steve runs for it. It can be a hair worrisome. I'm just hoping he drops on this side. Yes, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. Awesome, looks like a really flawless Mission 17 start. Mission 17, kind of like Mission 14, has a lot of stages to it, so it really can prove pretty tricky. But with enough safety saves, we can split it up to not be too bad. We're about to use the same trick we did in Mission 15. So, despite the fact that we're using a tram and it looks like we're traveling, we're actually still, like we have two zones, tram in the middle. So, what we're going to do is we're going to bully this tram a little bit. And what's he going to do is, since Steve has no way to get in this tram whatsoever, right now while the doors are closed, he's going to force him to vent trying to get to us, but he can't. So, he'll stay in the vent a little longer, just being absolutely bamboozled. He's got no clue what to do. And that means we won't have to worry about him being a threat after this. Well, hiss! He doesn't like it. So there's nothing he can do. And now we're in the elevator. So, that's it, that's the worry. This next section, Steve is inactive up here, because he has a scripted event coming up, so we can take advantage of that. I will also grab another safety save. So we've got the Hallway of Doom coming up, and halfway in the Hallway of Doom, get to do the safety save. There's just a lot of places you can die here, and it's just, for consistency's sake and keeping the cycles, it makes sense to just keep the safety saves. I really shouldn't need the safety save here, but again, it really doesn't take too much time to really save quite a bit of time with, an entire tram ride. Alright, so I should still have a bullet for this. Yes, awesome, we're fully loaded. There happens to be a super droid up here. Fortunately, he grabs you predictably, so he's not too hard. And Steve's gonna drop. Now this is nice, we get some guaranteed flamethrower fuel. This one's on the first page, 1884. Oh, you're supposed to vent. Yes, okay, he did. You never know that he makes the same scream when he's gonna pursue and when he's gonna run away sometimes. So Android friends on us, but we get flamethrower fuel and the key card we need to advance this. Key card. We're gonna make a bit of extra noise as well by turning on this radio. Cycle hopping to take twice as many steps. And get in here right before it's too late. Now we gotta be really quiet to make this work, so we're gonna crouch hop. I'm gonna crouch hop really carefully, like no walking whatsoever, it messes up the entire cycle. See, drop on the right side, we still want to be careful. We need to take this off before we make any noise. Oh, and then I have to make sure I'm actually able to reach it. And once it's off, then we're good to run. Again, we'll be taking one more safety save. Just because we've got a tricky shotgun shot, and sometimes the cycles can be a little bit funny. So it tends to be the safest to do the save here. Steve will probably drop in that room coming up as well, so the timing actually helps the cycle. Didn't today, that helps. Human had nothing, but we can loot him while we're waiting for this vent to open. Not suffer any time loss. Got the revolver out. Got our last sketchy face hugger. Alright, maybe not technically. Last one with the revolver, that is. Grab this key card, run up, he'll be right. Oh, come on, don't you be weird. That was frustrating. That's what I mean by the box is gonna be a pain. Sometimes the box will just be perfectly in the way and there's nothing you can do. It's like, wow, okay, thanks, bro. Guess I'll die. So that was not part of the plan. I usually don't miss him too. That was just fully unfortunate that time around. Perfect. It's vented. What you usually see. Come on, Mr. Facehugger. Can you please be a good spot this time? Okay, 2 shots, whatever. And we go. The box blocked us again. Alright. Shotgun's out. Flashlight's on. Grab the flamethrower fuel. That's a guaranteed spawn. We definitely need that. This is the tricky shot right here. Here, I'm hoping. Perfect. Run through. Steve's gonna hiss. It's probably an event. Yep, awesome. Reason event is we have a scripted event coming up. You'll see here. We've got to take out the flamethrower. This part's really cool. So he's scripted to do this. This is a fancy, scary cutscene. 1, 2, 3. Clip through to the lever. Turn around. Wait till he runs. We're good to go. If you run too soon, he will grab you. I'm using it. Now this part he's not supposed to drop. He's supposed to be away for a little while after that. Sometimes he does anyway. Gotta hug this wall because he will hide in that vent just above. We can't even see in the dark. Now we really hope he doesn't drop behind me. Usually doesn't. Never know. Alright. Lever. 2. Awesome. Okay, last part, the exit. This can become a hair risky as well. Reload the flamethrower while I've got it. He's hopefully going to drop behind me. Not on top of me. Perfect. He's actually slow enough we can run all the way to the room. Usually you have to use a shotgun shell to get the cycle right. Wait. Okay, so now he's grumpy. He's gonna try to drop in here, but we should be just fast enough. It shouldn't matter too much. Didn't hear a boop yet, so he should be good. He'll drop right there if he does. Nice, we're set, dude. That's a safe Mission 17 exit right there. With the flamethrower conservation strat. We actually still have a hair bit of Mission 17 left, but there's no Steve in this next section. It's totally safe. Again, reusing zones. We'll actually be back in the major spot of Mission 2. We'll see the Great Elevator U clip in the CC only route. That can skip basically most of the game. I do kind of like that it comes full circle. I do find it really cool that the zone you start in is simultaneously the same zone that you connect to the ending. These are now closed, but this is where the torrents flew by earlier. And to run across because of the blockage on the other side of the stairs. And yeah, this door right here. So this door is locked. And you need this, specifically the tier 3 torch to open it. However, once you're done with Mission 17, that's where you're supposed to go. All right, the last button of 17. Oh, until I miss it. That's okay. All right, so Mission 18 begins. Similarly, we're gonna do the same thing we have. We have a little kind of safety window where we can run before Steve's become active. And then we have a lot of scripted events coming up as well. So the scripted events are nice because they're so predictable. We know exactly what's going on. So grab this hack. Oh, we got about the worst possible formation. There's an input drop for how quickly you can enter those, so you have to wait till they go all the way around before you can grab the others. So now we have to be definitely quiet. We can't run anymore. Now they are active but not patrolling, right? That activity state number 2. Dropping down here, grab the lever. This turns on the power for the other one. We basically do the same hack. There's a human you can loot, but again, at this point in the run, unless it's flamethrower fuel, no point looting. There is actually one guaranteed spawn that we will grab, but it's a little further up still. Oh, I missed the drop. That's kind of funny. Now we're just gonna walk here. Maybe sprint burst just a hair, but we just want to be pretty quiet. There's an android on the ground. He'll grab you. So we actually have to do kind of a funny walk to make sure he doesn't grab us. It's only if you look away from him that he'll grab you. But you know, mistake of speedruns, it can become a bit frustrating. I like to go to this white box and then run. So we will have a Steve drop. If I'm lucky, I can get a safety save before he drops with a safe load. There he is. Alright, awesome. I didn't need a save load because I just flamed him there. Sometimes I'm ahead of the game, but I heard the boop. I figured that was not going to be one of those really lucky cycles. Okay, solo terminal, uppy downy. Woo, those are so fun. I don't know why uppy downy is my favorite. It's fun to say too. Uppy downy. Okay, now we have to watch the tail. Tail went. Oh, that was not pretty actually. Flame him. That's the script to drop, so we can flame him right away. Now we're gonna have another friend right here. Shotgun's out. Good. Break it out one more time. And as soon as you touch this, all the aliens despawn. So that's why we can play it super, super risky. As soon as you touch that, they're gone. So we got a cutscene here. Ripley's like almost done, almost to the torrents, almost there. We got the maintenance clamps out. We can connect the torrents as soon as possible. We can dock it. Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't go well for her. So we got a bit of wake up scene, and we're about to enter the new nest. Now, there's a trick coming up. It's a very end of run trick, but it's really cool, and the autosave here is a good spot. It would not be a marathon run unless we attempted double hugger boost. So I'm gonna give it 3 shots. I'm hoping we get a good double hugger boost. It's about 50% RNG, or there's a 50-50 chance you get the right RNG for it, and then there's just timing and lineup and all the rest. It's a really cool glitch though. What it does, it takes advantage of if the face hugger jumps on you from behind. While he's doing the animation that would be killing you, it adds your 2 speeds together. And it just launches you through tunnels. Granted, you have to not be blocked by something, and you have to be forced to crouch. So the taller part of the tunnel, if you get that timing just off, you can stand up in, and he won't launch you forward. There's a lot of facehuggers down here. I'm gonna hope I have enough flamethrowers. I'm actually gonna do a really quick check, just to be sure. Oh, we only have 50. That's not worth a flamethrower. This is actually a risky ending. I'm actually not super confident I'll be able to get this with just 50 cool. Okay, nice. So that's my twist lineup right there. We gotta get in this. Launch 1. Might have been a little fast in that burst. Flame him late so he doesn't block our path. And oh my gosh! Yo! First try double hoggers! Okay, by doing anything that makes noise, the second Steve will not drop. That first guy scripted for a while, so he's not a threat for more than enough time to run through him. This elevator's gonna drop, but this is our exit right here. But the second guy, if he drops, he can kill you immediately. So you want to be ready to burst in there. I can't believe, okay. All of the failures in this run have been instantly redeemed by first try double huggers, bro. I don't even care. That feels fantastic. That's amazing. All right, and now we just have the last win of the game, just basically a boatload of jump scares. I will actually be doing a CC only strat. This is just for you, because I ran out of flamethrower fuel. I mentioned that I had done 1 too many flames this run in mission 17, and it shows because I now don't have the fuel that I need to finish off the huggers in this vent. So we're going to be using the shotgun. By the way, if you hug that wall, you can skip waiting for the cutscene for that tramp. It's kind of a weird geometry exploit. And if I get the scroll just right, not quite. You can grab this ladder as you're falling, but it's a really tight one.
I like the zoom.
You like the what, pardon?
The giant zoom from the double hugger.
Oh yeah, it's so fun, isn't it? It's and it's so cool. It saves assault. So if you don't do hugger boost at all, it saves, I think, 20 seconds. It's a sizable save, but yeah. So this is here. Fortunately we have more shotgun shells than we do for CC, so I don't have to worry about getting the double shot. But I did anyway. Yeah, buddy. So CC only. One of the tricks is you pick up the shotgun, but it only starts with 4. Oh, by the way, listen to the cutscene. This part here actually will give you scripted health. That's why I don't need to worry about my health, because I am guaranteed to have enough health to safely exit the rest of the game at this scene here. So CC only, you usually only 4 shotgun shells. The really good RNG runs, you get a 5th shell, but usually only 4. And there's 5 facehuggers you have to take out, which means you have to conserve your shells. And you have to kind of get a double shot at some of them. Which is why you usually have to reset a bunch of times to get the right energy where they clump together and you can shoot them with 1. Doesn't matter. First try, not even CC only. Shotgun both the huggers. That's just kind of a one of those accidental flexes that makes me very happy. Because we're gonna flamethrower fill. It's next best thing is the shotgun, followed by the revolver, and then the maintenance jack. Actually, Sumaton works too, but you usually don't have any of those charges. But here we are on the airlock. This is the exiting airlock. The only way to die here now is if we stand still. If you stand still here for a minute and a half, it just auto kills you. You're just on a timer, but you have more than enough time. Not a threat at all, especially if you're speedrunning and you are trying to finish your run. We have one final trick in the run. Now, again, this is another one that feels really pretty inconsistent with some of the other things that are disallowed in major glitches, but it's a double pins. What happens is you have 4 blasting pins you need to raise before you can actually trigger the last cutscene to get into the Torrens with the shortest mission in the game, Mission 19. However, if you're fast enough, you can actually hit both of the pins at the same. You can hit 2 of the pins at the same time. It's actually not too hard, but when you're on a PB and you're sweating and you're stressed, it's a 15-second loss if you miss it for each pin, each double pair that you miss. So you can lose up to 30 seconds just by panicking. So it makes it kind of a stressful thing. For a while in the Alien Discord server, I had to roll single pins. You can probably guess why, considering that I call this glitch double pins. But the rule is if you do get a double pins, you have to flex a bicep. So that's what we're gonna be doing. I get double pin for each pair of double pins we get. Gotta do the flex. You just flex on the haters. We get a bit of tram ride. Have to hop over this gate, and then just a little slow section. This spacewalk isn't nearly as tedious as the others, though. It goes much faster. And again, you're at the home stretch of the run now, so it's pretty exciting. Once you're up the stairs. If you get really unlucky, some of the scripting, the aliens do a lot of scripted stuff here. Sometimes the scripting breaks, and then they're just here, and they'll kill you while they're not supposed to. It's thoroughly amusing, but also a very, very unfortunate run killer as well. It doesn't happen very often. Usually it's if you have to load your save too many times, something like a lot of times, or so there's some other memory leak or corruption. So there's one right there. We'll see a few more of his friends coming up. And we gotta do the other key card. It just has so many steps, until the double pins. Okay, here we go. Almost. So there they are, here's the 4 of them. I don't know, dude, my heart started beating. Of all the things to get nervous on in this run, it shouldn't be double pins. I just, and... Oh yeah! I messed up. Oh yeah, double pin number 1. So you'll see both of them will come up here. Just like that. And... double pins number 2. Let's go, baby. That's how you know it's a good run. If you're actually fast enough to activate them, well, they will both be invisible as well. So it's a little extra grade of amusement here. And now we just sit and wait. So there's one last thing that can make a major difference in the time you run, and it is what we call skill walk. Now, why it's amusing it's called skill walk is because it's 100% RNG. We have no idea what causes fast walk. Ectitis, I'm pretty sure you ran into fast walk, slow walk a good couple times. And it's just sometimes you walk fast in the spacesuit, sometimes you don't. So obviously, if you walk fast, or if you walk slow, it's obviously a skill issue.
Exactly.
What I like to do is to hold sprint. I feel like that helps my chances. I'm not sure if it does. Honestly, it's probably something like the speed that you skip the cutscene. All right, here we go. Mission 19. We got the fast walk, baby. That's dude. We got those skills. Oh yeah. All right, so this is the very last mission in the game. We have time coming up in like 30-ish seconds. I'll call it out, but just to be ready, this is our last thing. The only way you can die here is by not pressing the buttons that the game expects. All you have to do is hold the buttons preemptively, and you're good to go. So we'll hold down. Or I guess backwards, S, hold S until we look to the right. Then we hold left until we look left, and then we hold right. And then when we look right again, we start scrolling. And time is coming up in about 3, 2, 1, time. 2:58! Yo! That is the fattest PB that I have hit in a long time, dude. So the reason that's actually significant is I know GDQ, we're timing real time. My game time, so excluding loads, my game time PB before this, when I very loosely began doing this run like well over a year ago, was 3 hours and 6 minutes, pushing me up to a load time of like 3:10, 3:12 or something. So I was pretty confident we could do it. I was pretty confident we could pull off the PB. Again, I practiced this religiously this last week to basically learn the category ND Rust at the same time. I was feeling real bit confident that we could do something awesome, especially I just took some safer strats and didn't have too many silly deaths. Mission 16 maybe kind of broke that rule a little bit. Mission 16 is Mission 16. It's just my biggest time save my next run, right? But that's awesome. That's super exciting. We got the sub 3. I'm stoked, dude. I am so happy I got to show off Alien Isolation for you guys. Guys, thank you so much for having me.
Of course.
That is no major glitches in the hardest difficulty setting the game offers. Now, we actually do have mods for even harder as well, but that's a different one altogether. We need to talk to my friend Ninth Element for that.
Well, it was a very good run to have.
Thank you.
For one, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to, like, anyone?
Oh, gosh, I've got some good friends. Yeah, so my buddy Carax, Caraxx on Twitch, he's the No Major Glitches legend. He has world record right now. He stopped by so many streams, and it saved me. I'm like, Carax, I'm stuck. What do I do here? And he came in super, super clutch. I wanted to be on couch for this run, but unfortunately, he lives in EU. He wasn't able to make it. But that's okay. But he's definitely an awesome dude. So if you like my run, definitely check out his channel. He does some. I'm not gonna start again. I bumped the space bar. Definitely check out his channel. He's a super awesome, super friendly dude. You won't regret it. Let's see here. Also, some other friends like Nico Hart, who is the crazy Mission 7 save, and we've done all kinds of crazy alien runs together. And let's see here. Of course, the Alien Discord itself, I met so many really cool people there, who again have helped me through this run and made the game what it is, right? All this fancy tech and knowing which vent to make Steve go into. Yeah, and of course, GDQ itself, that one might be a bit self-evident, but it is, none of this awesome charity and this awesome organization would exist if not for all the really hard-working people, such as, you Actices, you, Richard, that, like, make this run, like, make this organization what it is. So, it's truly humbling to be able to be here in front of you guys tonight and be able to play one of my favorite games and scream at it and kind of mess up a few times, and we can all just laugh it off. It's absolutely fantastic.
And as well, if anyone wanted to find you, where can they find you?
Yeah, so I was on a 10-month stream hiatus for school, but this has encouraged me to come back to streaming. So I'm at twitch.tv/Drayux, DRAYUX. I keep teasing that I'm going to start posting YouTube videos again. Kind of still on the edge on that one. It depends really how much time I have, but I'd love to post YouTube if I get the chance, so that's another good place as well. If you aren't able to make the live streams, youtube.com/Drayux, DRAYUX. If you guys enjoy the run enough, I always love seeing some more friends around. That's always super, super awesome. But
all right. I want to say thank you for doing the run. It was a great time. We had a long run, and honestly, Alien Isolation is always a blast, and you had great energy throughout the entire thing, so I want to say thank you for that, and I'm pretty sure chat enjoyed the run.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's easy to have the energy when you love what you do,
Exactly. Thank you once again, and thank you all to chat as well for watching this episode of Speedruns From the Crypt. We are going to be wrapping up the show on for tonight. We had a couple of great runs. They're a bit out of this world, if you know what I mean. And we'll be back in a couple of weeks. I do hope that you enjoyed this episode of Speedruns From the Crypt. Before we do go, though, I do want to say that if you're watching us over on YouTube, feel free to join us at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in looking at our live content, starting most weeknights around 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends around 1 p.m. Eastern. As well, I have been your host, Icdisis. I run the show, I organize the runs and such. I plan all these out, so if you're ever interested in finding out how that works, feel free to check me out. You can find me pretty much everywhere, somewhere at this name, Icdisis. I usually do a lot, so... Anyway, I hope you all enjoy this episode. We'll be back in about 2 weeks, and that's going to be a pretty special treat of an episode, so I hope that you'll be excited for that. Anyway, have a great rest of the day and or night, and see you next time.